Hachette Audio presents The Murder Inn, including a bonus thriller, Black and Blue, written by James Patterson and Candice Fox, read by Corey Carthew. Desert outside Bagram, Afghanistan, 2010. Nick Jones's fellow soldiers were lying to him. They'd never done it before, and Nick knew that for one simple reason: because he wasn't dead. He could rely on one thing out there in the desert in Afghanistan, and that was the word of his teammates. Without that trust, without a team behind him, promising to protect him, Nick was alone. And a soldier alone was just waiting to catch a bullet in the brain. On a dark roadside somewhere between Bagram City, the U.S. Army outpost, and the distant ceiling of a billion stars, Nick stood and watched Staff Sergeant Roger Dorich draw a map on the dusty hood of the tactical vehicle with his stubby finger. As he spoke, the older soldier shattered Nick's trust, one word at a time. "We're abandoning tonight's routine quadrant patrol for a quick mission into a village just 10 clicks past that hill," Dorich said as he drew vast, confident lines in the dust of the JLTV. 3 large boxes, a smaller box, a snaking boundary. "We're going for the 3rd house on the right, here, after the goat pen." It was around the time Dorich took out his cigarette that Nick realized what he was hearing was deception. Just like when he was trying to bluff a good hand at poker, Dorich put the cigarette between his lips and bit down on the tip, chewing it flat so it was impossible to draw through. Nick had started to feel uneasy the second Dorich said, "Change of plans, team," and pulled off the side of the road. Now he was downright scared. That useless cigarette jutting from between Dorich's lips bobbed up and down as he lied. "We got 2 entry points," Dorich continued. "Front and back. 2 expected hostiles inside the dwelling. This is not a grab-up, ladies and gentlemen. We neutralize the targets and exit immediately. Back on patrol by 2300. Nick waited for his 2 other teammates to ask one of the dozens of questions that immediately rose in his mind. Neither did. "Sir, who's got eyes on the site right now?" Nick ventured. "Nobody. It'll be just us out there," Dorich said. "But," Nick shook his head, tried to comprehend. "Sir, how do we know? I mean, what's the situation? Are they hot?" "We're going into this blind, Jones." Dorich narrowed his eyes at Nick, challenging. "You got a problem with that?" "Sir, no, sir, but—" "You want to know something about the targets? Should I break them down for you? What they ate for breakfast, where they went to school, boxers or briefs? Should we sit down, have a little discussion about whether they deserve to die or not?" "Sir, no, sir." "Maybe we'll just get on with it then, huh?" "Sir, yes, sir." Nick felt a tingling sensation creep over his scalp. This wasn't right. He glanced at Carly Breacher, who was tightening the straps of her helmet over her closely shaved skull, eyes on the map, nodding like she'd done 100 spur-of-the-moment, blind, completely solo kill runs before. All routine. Rick Master, the 4th member of their team, was shuffling from foot to foot, blank-faced. It seemed to Nick suddenly that nobody would look at him, that nobody else smelled the lies in the air. And that was a problem. That was deadly. Because on deployment, Nick couldn't be sure that setting out on any road meant he was going to arrive where he intended. The yawning, searing desert was inclined to throw something at him. IEDs, bandits, sandstorms, goddamn locust plagues. On any given day, Nick couldn't trust that he'd get food or water or ammo or sleep. Hell, sometimes it even surprised him that the sun came up in the morning out here. But he could rely on Dorich, Master, and Breacher. At least he'd thought he could. Nick climbed into the JLTV anyway. He had no choice. They rolled out into the blackness, silent. Just following orders, Nick thought. Master must have felt his anxiety because he reached over and slapped Nick's arm. Cool it, man. The Hadjis hit Romeo 12 Company last night, Master said. It's got to do with that for sure. What? Nick said. R-12 got hit? When? About 0100, Breacher said, northwest of the outpost. R-12 went out alone to recover a piece of drone that fell into a valley out there. 2 local idiots stopped them, took their weapons and the piece of drone. Why didn't I hear about this? Nick asked. Gee, I don't know, because it's embarrassing as all hell, she smirked. Romeo 12 getting their asses handed to them by a couple of teenage goat farmers? No wonder they're keeping it low-key. And they're sending in the professionals to clean up. Breacher bumped Nick with her shoulder. Now stop chewing your nails. You're making me nervous. Nick fell quiet again. His gear was hanging off him. In the front, Dorritch's cigarette had become a cylinder of ash. Nick let the vehicle rock and jostle him on the desert. It was pure craziness to think that Romeo 12 would ever go into a recovery mission like that without air support and a convoy. Crazier still, that the outpost's best and deadliest team could possibly be held up by 2 kids. Beyond crazy that Nick, Dorritch, Breacher, and Master would be sent in without a brief and also without backup as a response. They stopped in the moonshade of a rocky outcrop and slid out of the vehicle. The uneven ground on the run to the village boundary felt to Nick like it was moving. He crouched in the spiny grass by a low mud-brick wall and waited while Breacher and Master got into position. There were lights on in the tiny, sun-scorched house. Nick was close enough that he could see the outline of blue flowers on the faded curtains in the windows. Goat shit tainted the breeze. Breacher signaled him from the road at the front of the house. Nick rushed forward, felt Dorritch at his heels, the shorter, thicker man's footfall louder than his own. He flattened against the side of the house and shouldered his rifle. Winced as Dorritch kicked in the door. Nick inhaled. At first, he thought a bomb had gone off. Nick's boot camp company leader had detonated an IED in front of his platoon once, just to show them how much damage a school lunchbox packed with ammonium nitrate and fuel and roofing nails could do. The same sudden white light burst against his eyelids now as he rounded the doorway into the little house in the desert. His eardrums pulsed. His brain rattled in his skull. But the noise and light and vibration didn't stop, and Nick soon realized that it was Dorritch's gun, not a bomb, ringing out in the night. Nick stood stricken in the doorway as Dorritch sprayed the family sitting on the rugs on the floor with bullets. He looked up from the carnage in time to see a woman running across the doorway to the dwelling's second room. She was just a flash of black hair and thin arms before Master passed after her, his gun out in front of him. Nick felt the percussion of the gunshot in the other room reverberate through the center of his chest. The whole family was dead before Nick could exhale. Chapter 1. Gloucester, Massachusetts, 2022. My best friend was going to hurt someone. I sat at the dining room table and watched Nick Jones out of the corner of my eye. He tapped the screen of his phone again, redialing a number that hadn't connected once across the 7 calls he'd made to it in the previous 2 minutes. Nick didn't know it, but I could see his phone screen in the reflection in a framed picture sitting on the bookshelf behind him. I did a lot of that, watching my buddy carefully. The traumatized Army veteran, one of the residents of the inn I owned by the seaside, was on the ropes again with his schizophrenia. It was typically up to me to throw in the towel for him. I knew that the moment was coming. It was usually heralded by a single thought, the instinct pushing to the forefront of my mind, that Nick was going to hurt someone, a stranger, himself, me, maybe another resident of the inn. That would be the worst-case scenario. I could take a hit, and I knew Nick could too, but the people who resided with us in the ramshackle house by the water were our family. They'd saved the both of us, Nick after he returned from war, and me after I lost my wife to a road accident, shortly after we moved to this place. Buying the inn had been Siobhan's idea, and I'd reluctantly gone along with it after losing my job as a detective in the Boston PD 5 years ago. While I'd been sulking over my termination, she'd handled the purchase and setup of our New England bed and breakfast. "It'll be great, Bill," she told me. "I found the perfect fixer-upper." I was unconvinced, but let Siobhan's enthusiasm pull me along. She'd always had a knack for seeing potential. The Inn by the Sea was a simple construction. Its weatherboard exterior, recently painted sunflower yellow, did little to shut out the freezing Gloucester winters, and its mismatched steel and wood bones, rambling with poorly thought-out extensions and adjustments, creaked as the people inside it moved. But it was those people and their stories that gave the house a heartbeat. We had a collection of mystery men and women among our permanent residents: gangsters, law enforcers, runaways, and ex-criminals. You couldn't put those kinds of souls together without creating fireworks, but for every dangerous spark, there was also a good helping of warm glow. At night, the inn hummed and thrummed with people coming and going, whispering in the kitchen, singing in the shower, yelling across the halls. By day, it practically vibrated as people jogged down the stairs, screamed at the television in the living room, drank wine, and danced on one of the large porches. Short-term guests bustled in and out, battering the walls with suitcases, and occasionally the house pattered with little feet or thumped with the bedroom activities of lovers on cheap getaways. It was my job as innkeeper to make sure that none of the darkness that swirled and twirled through the pasts and presents of our guests here threatened what we had: a big, beautiful, crazy home. And whatever was troubling Nick was gathering energy like a storm cloud around the guy's head. I needed to do something about it, soon, because I was headed out the door for an old colleague's funeral. Needham was only about an hour's drive away, but I'd booked a hotel for the night. I didn't want to leave Nick alone at the inn in his present state. My careful monitoring of my friend was interrupted by a rise in volume in the argument carrying on at the end of the table. "Bill?" Susan Solie called over to me. I'd been lucky enough to call Susan, a gorgeous blonde former FBI agent, my girlfriend these last couple of years. But she was currently in a standoff between Effie Johnson, the inn's unofficial handywoman, and fellow resident Angelica Grace Thomas Lowell, internationally best-selling novelist, vegan, activist, humanitarian. Susan had a hand on the ironing board that was acting as a bench dividing me from her and the other two inn residents. "If you don't step in here, Bill, you're never going to get your shirt ironed. You're going to end up at the funeral in a sweatshirt, or bare-chested." "Now, that would be awkward," I quipped. "There's a rule about that, I think. Don't wear white to a wedding. Don't go half-naked to a funeral." "Bill?" "Hey, I tried to avoid this altogether." I held my hands up. "I tried to iron the shirt myself. Before I knew what was happening, ironing experts pounced from out of nowhere like ninjas. I was overcome." The three experts in question each had a seemingly unmovable stance regarding the correct way to remove wrinkles. Angelica had command of the stark white dress shirt I'd selected for the funeral and was pinning it to the ironing board with her hand. Effie held the iron, but Susan had the iron's cord and was refusing to plug it into the wall socket. The shirt-ironing turf war between the three women had been carrying on for 10 minutes now, and no one had made or lost a square inch of ground. "I only offered my opinion because you were beginning with the collar," Susan said, turning her slim gold watch around and around on her wrist, something she does when agitated. "And that's not where you start, not even close." "Please, just let me explain my position," Angelica said. She tried unsuccessfully to swipe the iron from Effie. "I understand, Effie. You have some mysterious military or government or guerrilla warfare type experience that makes you think you know how best to iron a shirt. And I understand, Susan, that you have good intentions. But the fact is simply that this is not a uniform shirt. It's a man's dress shirt, and thus one must consider the garment's stylistic nuances in preparing it for wear. Oh, Jesus, I sighed. Effie, mute from a near decapitation sustained in the aforementioned mysterious personal history, slapped her free hand over her eyes in dismay. As research for my third novel, Angelica said as she yanked the iron from Effie's other hand while she was blinded, I spent 6 months living in Powai, serving as a house manager for a high-ranking minister in India's parliament. Angelica waited for everyone to be impressed. We weren't. It was my duty, she carried on regardless, one of my many entrusted duties, to ensure that the minister's substantial collection of house staff, including the staff who ironed and pressed his clothes, respected the... Angelica, I'm not plugging this iron in until you, Susan began, respected the deeply nuanced traditions of fabric care established during India's long and rich history of... Angelica! Angelica! Susan barked. We have 5 minutes to get this done. If Bill's not dressed and on the road by... Effie had wrestled back the iron from Angelica. I looked over at Nick again. The muscular black man continued dialing the unresponsive number. In the reflection, I saw that the contact's name was Dorich. Whoever Dorich was, there was only one reason for Nick to be calling him every 15 seconds. Because Nick was desperate. During the years that Nick had resided at the inn, I'd learned that his desperation preceded his fear, and after the fear stage, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump before my friend was either wading into the freezing waters of the bay, chasing ghosts, hunting perfect strangers with guns, or rambling on with stories about people coming to get him. I needed to break the cycle, find out who Dorich was, and why getting in touch with him seemed to be Nick's only priority. And that wasn't going to happen if Nick stayed at the inn with his demons while I went to Boston. I reached over and tapped the table near his hands. Nick was startled by the noise, the movement. Too startled. Hey, I said when I had his attention. Why don't you come with me? Where? The funeral, I said. Come on, it'll be fun. It'll be fun? Nick raised a thick eyebrow. Not the ceremony, the reception, the after-party. Nick looked unconvinced. You ever been to a cop funeral? I asked. We go all out. The bigger and better the cop, the larger the send-off. And these aren't just any cops. They're Boston cops, Boston Irish. I promise you, you've never been this drunk in your life. I don't think you're supposed to just bring friends along to a thing like that, Nick said, and went back to his phone. His voice was casual, but his eyes were dancing over the screen, his big hands trembly. I'll tell them you're my emotional support animal, like the dogs people take on planes. Nick gave a half smile. I was winning. Slowly, carefully, I pressed on. We'll stand at the back, I said. Or you hang out at a bar down the road while we get the boring part of the day done. Then meet me after. Man, you ain't going anywhere. Nick nodded at the 3 women still scuffling at the end of the table. Except a hospital, maybe. You'll be sitting in the waiting room an hour from now while Angelica gets a CT scan after Effie beats her brains in with that iron. Effie or Susan, I nodded in agreement, watching the vein in Susan's temple starting to tick. I know better than to argue with Susan when she's got something in her hands she could strangle me with. As you should. The doorbell rang. I spied another resident of the inn, Clay Spears, standing at the hallway mirror adjusting the tie on his sheriff's uniform. Clay, can you get that? I called. Yeah, Bill, Clay called back. I got up and tugged my unpressed shirt off the ironing board and whipped it over my shoulders. The women gave a unified gasp of horror and outrage. It's fine, really, I said. I'll keep my jacket on. Over the sound of their protests, I walked past Nick and grabbed a handful of his huge biceps before he could dial the mystery number again. You're coming to Boston, I told him, pulling him up. That's an order. Chapter 2. Sheriff Clayton Spears was having one of those mornings, directly following one of those nights. The previous evening had been spent in Manchester by the Sea, wining and dining a woman he'd met on an online dating app. Though she'd kissed him on the cheek and let her fingers trail across the back of his thick, hairy hand before she slid into the cab he'd hailed her, he'd awakened this morning to the inevitable, "It's not you, it's me," text. Clay was well acquainted with that text, the one that cited her hesitation at leaping back into the romance game after a long and serious relationship, her feeling that he was a nice guy but that they just didn't click, her need to listen to her heart or find out who she really was before getting serious with a man again. He'd known just by the length of it what the text was going to say. It sat like an angry green block of rejection on his screen, waiting for him to wake in his little room on the first floor. Now he looked at all 280 pounds of himself in the hall mirror, his wild sandy hair, his crooked nameplate and lopsided tie, and tried to access some deep reserve of courage and energy so that he could go out on duty in Gloucester. The town's head lawman was a brave man, a confident man, someone who shrugged off the fact that he was too fat, that his laugh was too loud, that he bored his dates into a stupor talking about the Red Sox, that everybody in town knew his ex-wife had left him for a male model she'd known for a total of 48 hours. Clay pushed his shoulders back, looked into his own eyes, and tried to be that man. The doorbell rang. Bill called for him to get it. Clay pulled open the door and saw the love of his life standing there on the stoop. She was a brunette beauty, bathed in that icy New England morning light that seemed to only want to dance upon natural, unspoiled things. Forest floors and ocean cliffs. She had girl-next-door freckles and doe eyes, which would have been exactly what Clay would have written that he was partial to in his online dating profile, had he been so bold. And she wasn't alone. Out of the corner of his eye, Clay also spotted, for a fleeting moment, a small blond boy about 5 years old at the woman's side. Both woman and child held backpacks. She held hers by the strap, and the boy clutched his blue backpack against his chest. Clay choked on a greeting and simply stood there, clutching the door frame in one clumsy mitt and his belt buckle in the other, and looking at the beautiful woman and her child. The woman took in the sight of Clay in his uniform, and her mouth dropped open like a mailbox door. "Oh," she said, I think we must have the wrong place." Clay realized his mouth was open. He slammed it shut with an audible clack of his molars. You don't," he said. The pair in the doorway paused, confused. "But we—" "The Inn by the Sea." Clay pointed to the awning overhanging the porch, where there might have been a sign if Bill had ever bothered to have one made. "This is it. You must be guests." "We are," the little boy grinned. "Are you the cops?" Well, I sort of," Clay stammered. Sort of a cop. The sheriff's department does a lot of the same, our jurisdiction is... Anyway, hello, welcome." "Hello," the woman said. "I'm April, and this is Joe." April stuck out her hand. Clay's brain spasmed, and he reached for the backpack in her other hand for some reason. There was a mid-air fumbling. April dropped the backpack, and Clay caught her hand suddenly and harshly like a kid trapping a firefly. His joy at feeling her skin against his clashed violently with horror at the bungled handshake. He pumped her hands twice and let them go. He chanced a wave at the kid. "We have a room booked here, I think," April said, as though the entire encounter thus far had left her believing nothing was certain in the world anymore. "You do," Clay said, stepping back. "I mean, I don't know if you do. I haven't looked at the book. I just heard the bell and answered the door." He turned away, grimaced. "Stop talking," his mind screamed. "I don't run this place. I just live here. Have been living here for some time, but it's temporary, Clay said. He looked into the dining room where it seemed a dozen people had been only seconds earlier. He found no one. Clay's voice boomed down the hall in the other direction. Bill? Nick? Someone? Anyone? April and Joe waited in the hall with their backpacks, watching him mess up the simplest of all tasks, something he had done a bunch of times, welcoming short-term guests into the inn. I'm hungry, Joe announced. Just wait, baby, April said and ran a hand over Joe's close-cropped hair. Clay noticed for the first time how tired they both looked. He grabbed up the ledger sitting on the hall table and saw her name written in Bill's handwriting. Leeler, April, plus kid. 3 days. Pay cash on arrival. Room 3. Okay, I've got this. Clay snatched the bags from the mother and son. Follow me. Room 3. It's right this way. Hooray! The boy skipped after him. Thank you so much, April said. Clay saw them to one of the 2 rooms Bill kept for overnight guests. It was the sunnier of the 2 rooms, which made Clay wonder if light simply followed April Leeler everywhere. If wherever she went, she would touch people with that golden warmth. The little boy swirled the dust motes caught in that sunlight with his hands, while his mother immediately went to the window and tried to open it. Clay thought about that, about how April's first concern in the room seemed to be how she could escape it, or open another portal out of it. Something fluttered in his cop brain, the deeply embedded intuition that had served him so well on the job. But he didn't have time to pursue the thought before the little boy was tugging on his sleeve. I'm hungry, Joe repeated. Do you have pancakes here? I need pancakes. Young man, you are a child after my own heart, Clay said. I need pancakes is on my family crest. What's a family crest? Let me show you to the kitchen, Clay said. I'd rustle you up something myself, but I'm headed out the door to serve and protect. But anything in the fridge is up for grabs. I'm sure we got fixins for... We're fine, April interrupted. She laid her hand on the little boy's shoulder and scooped him back against her legs. We just want to keep to ourselves. We've come a long way and we're tired. Clay's mind flickered again. Something is wrong here, he thought. He said his goodbyes and promised himself that he would find out what it was. Chapter 3. Norman Driver stood leaning against the steel fencing surrounding a building site. He could remember a time when the sight of a law enforcement officer's car pulling up anywhere near him would make the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Yet now he felt barely a rise in interest as a deputy sheriff's squad car pulled over to the curb, the officer eyeing him for a moment before popping the door. Driver had spent most of his 20s feeling the cold hand of Lady Disaster on his shoulder whenever an officer stepped into a diner he was sitting in, or when a police squad car stopped beside him at a traffic light. Pushing 60 now, he simply smiled and nodded. The jangling of equipment on the officer's belt was lost in the sounds coming from behind Driver. The ripping and tearing of sheets of cladding, the slam of hammers and buzz of saws. Driver lit a cigarette and tried to get a measure of the man. There wasn't much to go by. Tall, streak of Hispanic, all muscle in a tight-fitting uniform. Driver knew some of the Gloucester cops. This guy wasn't on his radar. What's the trouble, officer? Driver asked. You tell me, the guy said. Got a noise complaint. Resident nearby tells me you and your crew have been starting work early the past 2 days, making all that racket. 15 minutes to 8 or worse. No kiddin', Driver said. He gave another smile and exhaled smoke politely over his shoulder. I'm surprised the response isn't bigger, but maybe there's a chopper overhead that I don't know about. He glanced skyward. The joke paid off. The sheriff cracked a grin. You can't start making serious noise around here until at least 8 a.m., the deputy shrugged. Sleepy seaside town, you know how it is. I know how it is. You guys new in town? The officer eyed the nearest truck, the red lettering on the side. Driver Construction Services. Relatively, Driver said. Whose shut-eye were we disturbing? I'll make sure to send over a fruit basket or something. You know I can't tell you a thing like that. Just trying to be neighborly. Driver watched the deputy sheriff step off the curb. Saw him glance up at the house across the street. Driver followed his gaze over there and saw a lace curtain fall back into place. A mean quiver wanted to start in his lip, so he shoved his cigarette back in his mouth. Try to keep to the allowed times, the deputy said. He returned to the squad car and raised his hand in a wave. As the officer grabbed the door handle, Driver thought he was home free. Then the officer paused and came back, his face pinched with an afterthought. The resident also said she'd seen workmen on the site at night, the officer said, and cocked his head, curious. Driver hid his taut upper lip behind his knuckles. That's a strange accusation, Driver said. Pretty tough to do this gig by flashlight, and silently. That's just what I was thinking, the deputy said. So what would you guys be doing here at night? Beats me. Maybe that neighbor needs to get her eyes checked. What's all this about anyway? The officer leaned around Driver to look at the site. We're removing the cladding from this old house, replacing it with pine weatherboard. Suits the scenery better, Driver said. The two men took in the view of the little house, its exposed sides with its dark hardwood framing and pink insulation foam dusty with age. On the ground by the porch, guys in white suits and masks were folding shattered pieces of fiberboard into large sheets of black plastic. They watched as one of the men ripped a strip of duct tape from a roll and began sealing the package of fiberboard shards tightly at the seams. What's with all the protective equipment? The deputy smirked. They look like they're handling radioactive waste. It's not radioactive, but it's nasty, Driver said. Asbestos. You know much about it? Nah, man. My dad was a cop. I played with guns as a kid, not hammers. Well, you don't want to know much about this stuff, Driver said, and drew on his cigarette. It's an old building material from the 50s. Pretty popular because it was cheap. A lot of houses around here were wrapped in it, top to bottom, inside and out. It's not a problem if it stays intact. But maybe you scratch it, bump it, drill into it without knowing it's there. Maybe some gets torn down and scattered everywhere in a storm. Before you know it, the fibers get into your lungs and start eating their way through you like worms in an apple. Jeez. The officer took a step back from the fence. I think I've seen those late-night ads about it. Mesothelioma, Driver said. Right. Yeah, a single breath of it could be all it takes, Driver said. Anyway, you can go in and talk to some of the boys if you want, have a look around. See for yourself that there's no funny business going on here, day or night. No thanks, the deputy held his hands up, gave Driver a friendly tip of his hat. Really, I appreciate the offer. I bet. Driver shared a sarcastic smile. The two men parted. Driver even waved as the guy pulled away from the curb. The smile twisted as that evil feeling snagged his upper lip like a fishhook. The house across the street was still now, silent. Driver stubbed out his cigarette and headed across the road. Chapter 4. Nick was gripping the seatbelt with both hands, eyes fixed on the highway ahead of us, one long leg jangling up and down as I drove. He was wearing a powder blue dress shirt he'd pulled from his closet, immaculately ironed, and I figured it had probably been that way for months. The guy was all about control, order, process. Above the collar, I could see his jugular vein, taut and thrumming. So what's going on? I asked. Huh? He looked at me, unseeing, still captive to his thoughts. Who's Dorich? Nick gave a quick laugh, but there was no humor in it. Man, you were like some all-seeing eye, he said. I knew there was something hinky about this. He sighed. There is no funeral, is there? You're taking me back to the shrink. I really am your emotional support dog. Only you've tricked me into a ride to the vet when you promised me the park. There really is a funeral, Nick. Old boss of mine, Mark Bolger. He retired, kicked the bucket. I didn't like the guy, but I liked his wife, Shauna. She used to bring this amazing homemade soda bread with raisins into the station sometimes. That stuff could make grown men weep. How do you know about Dorich? I'm the innkeeper. Nothing gets by me. That right? Yeah, and you're lucky that's true, I said, because you seem to me like you're about to run off with the ghosts of your past again. So I'm your friend, and I'm here, and I'm asking you to talk to me. Tell me what's making you want to do that. I'm fine, Cap. Nick sometimes called me Cap, for Captain. He considered me a guiding and commanding force in his life, and had for some time. Come on, just give it to me. Who's Dorich? Why do you need to get a hold of him so bad? The forest scrolled past us, undulating hills of leafless winter trees. Nick's gaze was fixed on the horizon. Is Dorich real? I asked. Yes, he's real, Nick snapped. I let it go. We both knew Nick's schizophrenia had caused him to come up with imaginary people before, or to assign imaginary intentions to people. But there was no need to rub it in his face. He was my staff sergeant on my second deployment. Okay. So why isn't he answering your calls? I don't know. Have you talked to him since you came home? We check in now and then, Nick said. He tapped his phone against his knee. You know, say hi. I let the silence build in the car. When Nick didn't break it, I did. You're not giving me the full picture here. I know, Nick said. Why not? Because it's bad, Nick said. I looked over, and he met my eyes properly for the first time that morning, and what I saw in them was something dark and desperate, something only barely contained. It's bad, okay? Worse than you could imagine. It can't be, I said, because I know you, okay? I was a Boston cop for 20 years, for God's sake. I've seen some stuff. And you're not like that. Nick said nothing. He was listening to my speech, his jaw locked. So whatever it is, whatever you and this Dorich guy went through together, I continued, it's in the past. It's over. It's not over. Something's changed. How do you know? I asked. Because all these years since I've been home, checking in every couple of months with Dorich and Breacher and Master has been like my way of sniffing the wind for smoke, Nick said. And now you think that because he's not answering, it means a forest fire is coming? I said. Jesus, maybe the guy's on vacation. A man can't take a vacation? None of them are answering, Nick said. I gripped the wheel and tried to organize my thoughts. It seemed impossible to comfort Nick without being drawn into his terrible dark world, without him showing me the monsters he so deeply feared. All I had to offer were vague words of reassurance that he was safe, that whatever horrors he had seen weren't going to reemerge here, that New England was about as far from Afghanistan as a person could get, both literally and metaphorically. The words seemed empty, but I said them anyway. There's no forest fire coming, Nick, I said. I promise you. He shook his head. No, there's not. What's coming is hellfire. Chapter 5. The one thing Norman Driver had never been able to get right was a convincing smile he didn't mean. As soon as the young woman opened the door to the little house across the road from his construction site, Driver knew he was giving her a pretty flimsy smile, something completely lacking in warmth, something that failed to disguise the monstrousness in his being. A crocodile grin. She was unnerved by it. People usually were. She was a pretty young thing in her late 20s, just starting to play housewife, and the noise complaint, he knew, had probably come from her desire to fit into the perfect new mommy role. A good mommy made noise complaints. She called the manager. She spoke to the principal. She posted the review and comments. Calling and complaining and commenting spoke of care and vigilance, of self-respect and family pride. Driver smiled and leaned a thick forearm on the doorframe. "Morning, ma'am." "Can I help you?" The woman swiped her bangs in a way that was supposed to communicate that she was busy. There was laundry to be done, cookies to be made, Instagram posts to be scheduled. Somewhere in the house, a tub of toys was being emptied, the sound of small, hard parts cascading and clattering. "I'm from the site across the street," Driver said. "I understand we may have ruffled some feathers in the neighborhood by starting early this morning." "And yesterday morning," the woman said. "Yeah," Driver said. "We're so sorry to have disturbed you." "Well, disturbed you so bad, in fact, that you brought in the law," Driver said. He let the words hang in the air, heavy with menace. "We must have really punctured your beauty sleep for you to have done that. Breezed right by us and went direct to the sheriff. Didn't even think to just wander over the road and speak to us yourself." "There's no, I mean," the woman gave a nervous laugh. "Who's saying I'm the one who complained?" "Me," Driver said. "Call me psychic." Well, you're wrong," the woman said, and drew in a sharp breath, trying to steel herself. "I didn't appreciate the noise, but I would have just gone over there and told you guys how I felt, just like you said." "Good," Driver grinned. "Good. Because going to the law like that without even giving us a warning, without even asking for an explanation, it's almost, aggressive." "Right," the woman nodded. "And when people are openly aggressive with me," Driver shrugged, "I tend to get aggressive back. It's just in my nature." A fat toddler rounded the corner to the tiled living room beyond and paused in the hallway. The child was long-lashed, wild-haired, and full-lipped in a way that made it completely androgynous. The T-shirt stretching taut over its belly read, "Feeling cute, might throw a tantrum later." "Hey, little buddy," Driver said. The woman pulled the door closed a little, an automatic reaction, trying to protect her cub from the predator on the porch. "I didn't realize there were kids living on the street," Driver said. "We've kept an eye out, but I'll make sure the guys are aware. You know how construction sites can get. There's a lot of noise, a lot of distraction, a lot of big trucks backing in and backing out." Driver saw his words register in the woman's face. Her mouth puckered, her jaw locked. "You wouldn't want somebody small to go wandering," Driver said. "And one of the guys doesn't see. Those big trucks have terrible reversing vision." He bent and put his hands on his knees, waved at the toddler in the hallway. "You like big trucks, little buddy?" The woman shut the door on him. Driver's icy, phony smile turned genuine as he headed back to the worksite. Chapter 6. The plastic sheeting covering the doorway to the living room rustled as Driver shoved it aside. The precautions he and his crew had to take with the interior of the house were tedious. On the fold-out tables stretched along the length of the room, Pooney and Maris, two of Driver's crew, were suited up and masked, like the men outside, except these two were pouring an even deadlier powder into storage containers marked with labels. Driver liked accuracy, so he couldn't call what they had been producing fentanyl. That was a legal prescription drug, a thing made in medical labs, prepared with care and consideration. Whatever Pooney and Maris were making here followed a similar recipe, but tweaked with substitutes easily stolen from chemical storage warehouses or hardware stores. Every surface in the living room, the cook room, was swathed in plastic. It crumpled under his boots and the fabric booties of the workers. The danger was that if Driver's people left a single trace of their drug on a rug or counter, even just a few specks, it could bring down his entire operation. More than 100 times more powerful than heroin, their mix might be snuffled up by the curious and beloved family dog when the owners of the house returned after the job was done. It would not chew through the animal slowly, like a worm in an apple. It would make the creature shrivel up and die, like a spider in a flame. And then there would be questions that Driver couldn't afford to have answered. Pooney pulled his mask off and stepped away from the equipment on the tables when he noticed Driver. Pooney was a typical meth cook, hollow-cheeked and rail-thin, blessed with just enough intellect to cook drugs, steal cars, write bad checks, and say, "lawyer," and nothing else when he found himself in a police interrogation room. So many of the skinny drug cook's available brain cells had been exhausted learning those things, he was now hard-pressed to remember much beyond how to dress himself in the morning. He had taken up the position of meth cook after Driver's former employee OD'd on his own product. Maris, Pooney's narcotic sous chef, was a typical meth cook's girlfriend. The parasitic prostitute had lost enough body fat and teeth to the drug that the price of her sexual services plummeted, and she had to charm her way into the life of a man like Pooney, where she would remain, hooks embedded, until she sucked him dry. "One more day," Pooney said, before Driver could ask. He held his hands up in surrender. "Sorry, boss. It's the salty air around here. It's messing with the levels." "Let me ask you a question, Pooney," Driver said. "What did Klein do to you when you went over deadline?" Pooney thought about it. Driver waited. Across the table, Maris was picking at an angry sore on her neck. "One time he stuck my head in a car door and slammed it," Pooney volunteered. "You think I'd do better or worse than that, Poon?" Driver asked. "I don't know," Pooney said. "You want to find out?" "No, boss." Driver jutted his chin at the table, and Pooney and the woman masked up again and got back to work. Mitchell Klein was Pooney's former boss, the last drug kingpin in Gloucester. Klein had been a professional gangster until he was thrown off a building in Boston, or so Driver heard. Driver had been sniffing around the cute little coastal town, interested in its relative proximity to the Canadian border and the lack of serious monitoring of the ports around Cape Ann, and had found a bunch of deadbeats left over from Klein's reign, popping each other on street corners as they tried to decide who would step up as the new boss. There'd been almost a sense of relief when Driver arrived, like a pit bull arriving at a scuffle between chihuahuas. On his first night in town, his crew murdered 8 random dopers and dealers as a show of power. Once he'd made his display, Driver invited all Klein's former men to either join his ranks or scram. He kept his original construction crew for his inner circle team, the men who guarded him and the houses he was hired to reclad, which he used as cover for his pop-up drug labs. Driver tapped Klein's former guys for distribution and dealing, keeping them at arm's length until he got to know them. It wasn't an easy takeover, showing the local boys who was boss without the resident law enforcers knowing about it. Disappearing men while making it obvious where they'd gone to certain people and not others. But Driver had been doing this a long time. He had the sleight of hand down pat. Driver was considering making himself a coffee in the family's kitchen when Pooney suddenly pulled his mask off again, marched over to Driver, and puffed up his chest. "Boss, Maris and me, we have a proposal for you." He blasted out the words like he'd been building up the pressure of the announcement for some time. "Oh, Jesus." Driver turned away and headed for the kitchen. "Check it. We're doing pretty good here. You're happy with our recipe. The Skells are happy. People are buying like crazy. I know we're a little late on this batch, but that's our first slip-up since we started working for you, yeah?" "What do you want, Poon?" Driver rummaged through the family's cupboards for the coffee. He found a tin of matcha powder and felt hopeless despair. "You want a raise? You want the night off? You going to take your gal there to the drive-in, get a couple of malts?" "What's a malt?" Maris asked through her mask. "We want our own slice of the business, you know?" Pooney puffed his chest even further. He looked like an underfed rooster. "We want to hire a couple more cooks, train them up, expand the output, and take a bigger share of the profits for doing that." Driver rubbed his eyes. After the complainer across the street with the kid and the near miss with the sheriff's deputy, he didn't need this. He gave up on the coffee and locked eyes with Pooney. "Pooney," Driver said, "if you think I'm going to give you and that walking, talking tapeworm you call a girlfriend any more responsibility than you already have, you're out of your peanut-sized mind. I am honestly shocked that you haven't already brought this whole business to a grinding halt by screwing up the recipe and serving every addict in eastern New England with hot shots." "Boss!" Pooney tried to laugh off the insult, but his face was hangdog. Driver pointed to the tables. "If I was a zombie skell out there living off this stuff, and I found out you were the one cooking it, man, it would send me straight. It would send me so straight so fast I'd have a job within a week, a family, and a mortgage within a month, and a healthy 401k within a year." The two cooks looked at each other. Maris was trying to figure out how to respond to the tapeworm comparison, and Pooney just trying to follow Driver's multi-part sentences. "You just stick to your job, Poon," Driver said, and held out a reassuring hand. "Those guys clad the house. You two cooked the crank. I manage the business side of things. There's no need for anybody to start changing lanes." Pooney started nodding, which made Driver feel queasy inside. The meth cook had the look of someone with a plan, and Pooney with a plan was like a toddler with a handgun. "You just need a demonstration," Pooney said. "Well, we got one coming. We're going to show you how useful we are, Maris and me." "Get out of my face, Pooney," Driver said, finally seizing on a jar of coffee in a cupboard over the oven. "I can't afford to keep listening to you. I'm getting dumber by the second." Chapter 7. The lawn at the house in Needham was full of people. Newly widowed Shauna Bolger had to strain to remember a time the house had been this loud. Maybe at Henry's christening, more than 40 years earlier. She remembered being as concerned then as she was now about guests encountering dusty bookshelves or bare patches in the lawn, about cups running empty and not being refilled. She'd sat quietly this morning on the end of the bed in her funeral outfit, smoothing the coverlet, trying to think of everything that needed doing, everything she would be allowed to do. A couple of busybodies from her craft circle had taken over the kitchen and insisted on cooking everything, which gave her absolutely nothing to do with herself now that everyone had arrived at the house. Shauna had wanted to bury herself in jobs, to avoid all the earnest clutching of her hands, all the repetitions of, "I'm sorry for your loss," and kind words about her late husband, Mark. She stood behind the lace curtains at the window of the sitting room, literally hiding from them all, chastising herself for every second that passed. She saw Mary McKinnon out there talking to someone, pointing into a garden bed, probably at Shauna's wilted asters, or a weed that had slipped under her radar. When her gaze fell on Bill Robinson, Shauna felt a slight lift in her mood. Here was someone who might understand. She remembered that Bill had lost his wife to a terrible accident a few years ago, though the specifics escaped her. Memory was funny like that. Sorting, picking, discarding. For instance, Shauna couldn't remember where exactly she'd first met Mary McKinnon, or the name of the short woman in her knitting circle. But her mind was flooded with details about her late husband, Mark, his crimes. They'd all come rushing back to her as she sat rigidly in the front pew of the church during the funeral service, listening to speeches about what a hero the man had been. A female cop had stood and talked through sniffles about being taken under Mark's wing as a rookie, how he'd molded her patiently and gently into the law-enforcing dynamo that she was now. Shauna remembered that particular rookie, how Mark had spoken about her, how the girl had turned up late one night to bang on the front door of their house and argue with Mark in the driveway, throwing her phone at him. Mark telling his wife that the rookie's dramatics were over a case, and Shauna choosing to believe him because she had no choice. A superintendent talked to the church gathering about Mark being a stickler for his officers taking witness reports, how he spot-checked patrol cops' notebooks for the quality of their handwriting, smatterings of gentle laughter. Ah, Mark. Shauna recalled emptying the pockets of Mark's uniform and finding notes, scribbles made not on official police notebooks, but on scraps of battered and sometimes blood-speckled paper. How the content of some of those notes had made her stomach clench. Lists of debts, late payments, VIGs, names and ages of family members, maps without annotations, and once, just a single line on the back of a coaster. Berry girl under big tree, no flooding. Bill Robinson was in the doorway now, almost as though she'd called him in from the yard. Shauna had to shake herself out of her reverie to acknowledge him. "You okay?" "Sure. Yeah," she said. She beckoned him in, eased herself into an armchair by the window, tried to give him a smile. "Just trying to keep out of the way." "Out of sight, more like it." "Guilty as charged." "I don't blame you," Bill said. He came and took the armchair across from her, looked like he was going to reach over and do some of that awful hand-clasping. Shauna was grateful when he didn't. Who invented the funeral anyway? What a weird thing. Somebody dies, the last thing you want to do is have cake and talk to everybody you ever met about it. Shauna laughed. Her face felt stiff, tired. "Yes, exactly. But how are you? It's been years. You look like you have a woman in your life again." "How do you figure that?" "Somebody's been feeding you up and reminding you to get your hair cut," Shauna said. "Although it doesn't look like she insists on ironing your shirts." "Oh, wow, don't even go there," Bill sighed. "That's a story in itself." They looked out at the gardens, the sunlight on the lawn, the people laughing with their little plates held out between them. A tall, muscular man Shauna had seen arrive with Bill was perusing the cake table, loading a plate high with cookies and sandwich slices. "That service was such a crock," Shauna said suddenly. Her words seemed to fall out of her. She looked up in horror, expecting to see that Bill shared the mortification at her candor. But there was only understanding in his eyes. It was a look the two had shared silently before, back in the years when Bill was on patrol in the 6th, and Shauna would drop into the station while Mark was holed up at the station. Her big Irish-American husband had made captain and became too important to be out on the street, where he'd been happy roughing up criminals and bullying drug dealers. But the promotion had made him sloppy. He'd held meetings with crime lords in his own office. He'd harassed the female desk cops until they transferred out just to get away from him. Bill had been someone Shauna could trust, to intercept her on the station steps and tell her with just a look whether now was a good time to drop in or whether she should leave whatever she'd baked for the station staff and go home. "Everybody looks great in a eulogy," Bill said. "But listen, Shauna, none of that matters now. What matters now is you. What are you going to do? Are you going to have Henry move in here? He's got a new girlfriend, right? I saw them out there in the gazebo looking pretty friendly." "I don't need anybody to move in here," Shauna said. No, of course not. I'm just saying." "What? That now that I've done my last load of Mark's laundry, I'll need to find a replacement?" Shauna flared up, then sighed. "You're right. I'll get bored. Restless. I feel it already. It's been 10 days and I'm going out of my mind. But I can't go back to being a mother. Henry's in his 40s. He doesn't need me. And I can't go back to teaching. I'm too old. I guess I just have to figure out who I am now." "And that's a scary concept," Bill said. "You would know, I suppose. Shauna looked at him. You lost being a cop and being a husband all in 1 year. Yeah, I did. And you know what? By the time I figured myself out, I was the keeper of an inn full of lovable nut jobs, Bill said. I heard that, Shauna smiled. Rumor is you've got your hands full. It's a free-range asylum. What makes it so crazy there? Oh, you know, Bill shrugged. The house is a sort of vortex that sucks in trouble. We've had to deal with residents dying. There was a drive-by shooting, too. A dead body was dumped there, and a wild rat turned up to live with us as a pet. It's kind of the house mascot now. It wears a little collar so that we can tell it apart from all the other rats that are around. Shauna had no words. It's never boring, at least, Bill said. It was Siobhan's plan for me, for us. I was pretty skeptical at first, but to be honest, I've never been happier. So I'm telling you, whatever your future looks like, it's... Bill's words were interrupted by a squeal and a giggle from just outside the window. Henry! Come on, you can't talk about her like that! Shauna and Bill froze in their seats. I'm telling you, the old woman will be dead in 3 years. Chapter 8. I leaned out of my seat a little to look through the lace curtains hanging on the sitting room window beside us. Shauna Bolger had withered in her seat. We both knew who was standing out there in the garden. I could smell her son Henry's cologne through the window, and his new girlfriend's cackle was unmistakable. Without Dad around, she'll be hopeless, Henry continued. The man decided everything for her. She was like a little barnacle stuck to the side of a whale. Now the whale's dead, she'll float for a while, but eventually she'll sink. Oh, man, you're so bad, Henry. What? You know it's true. Maybe I should... I started to get up. Shauna flicked a thin hand toward me, locked me in place with her hard eyes. Sit, Bill, she said. I sat. We listened. In 2 years, Mom will be crazy, Henry went on. Inactivity messes with old people's brains. Starts flicking the light switches off one by one. I've seen it before. When she's crazy enough, we'll stuff her in a home and she'll be dead by Christmas. I felt my nostrils flare. My nails bit into the fabric of the armchair. We'll put a home gym in the garage, Henry said. This can be your studio. We'll have to leave the windows open for a while, get the old woman stink out. I shot up in my chair. Don't. Shauna shook her head at me. It's not worth it. The little prick's got some attitude on him, I managed. I just about had to cough the words up through my throat, which was tightened with sudden rage. He's just being an idiot. Shauna looked suddenly tired, her chin resting on her palm. Nobody's going to stuff me anywhere, Bill. I'll make sure of that, I thought. I made my excuses, slipped out to leave Shauna with her understandably dark thoughts. On the back porch of the house, I ran into Nick, who was balancing a stack of food on a plate that would have been a polite amount for 3 or 4 people. You were right about the food, Bill, he mumbled through a mouthful of cookies. Those Irish, huh? Come with me, I said. Nick must have understood my tone, because he put the plate down and was at my heels as I headed out and rounded the corner to the sitting room windows. Henry Bolger had his arm around a fish-lipped blonde girl with a tan no one could conceivably get in Boston or anywhere near it. I grabbed Henry and tugged him away from the girlfriend, just as Nick stepped in to distract her. Hey, Henry, look at you. Oh, grown up. Come over here, would you? I want to have a little chat with you. Henry grabbed at my hand as I gripped his arm. Oh, Bill, slow down a minute. I marched the jerk around the back of the house and slammed him into the wall of the brick garage. I gave him a slap upside the head that made him yowl with pain and humiliation like an angry teenager. Ow! What the fuck? I was just listening to you filling the girlfriend in on your little string of predictions, I seethed. Henry tried to push past me, but I shoved him hard into the bricks again. You were just saying your mom's lights are going to start flicking off one by one now that Pop's not around? Tell me more about that. Oh, shit, Henry said. He put his hands up, gave me his father's grin full of big square teeth. Bill, come on. I was only joking. That's good. That's good, I nodded, because I'd hate to have to put your lights out. And believe me, that's exactly what I'd do if I believed what you said back there. Those weren't the words of a loving son. You sounded more like a vulture, circling above a wounded deer, waiting for it to roll over and die. Jesus! Henry's grin was ugly and hard now, his eyes everywhere but on mine. Look, man, I'm here with my new lady. I was trying to impress her. Yeah, she looks like a real catch. Better keep an eye on that one. We looked over to where Nick was distracting Henry's girlfriend from our little meeting. Nick was pointing to the trees at the end of the long driveway, sweeping his hand over the horizon. The girl was nodding, now and then glancing at Nick's biceps straining against the sleeves of his shirt. Bill, I'm just emotional, okay? Henry put his hand on my shoulder. I slapped it off. My dad just died. I didn't mean any of that stuff. There's no need to spread this around, okay? I'm just talking trash. And this girl's different from the rest of them, okay? She's an artist. Henry, let me just leave you with a prediction of my own, I said, and poked Henry hard in the chest. Right now, your priority is charming the kind of woman who'd let you talk about your own mother like that, like she's an old dog you're getting ready to abandon on the side of the highway. Well, guess what? You keep going down this path, and you're going to arrive in a world of hurt, my friend. I saw the truth of my words flicker behind Henry's eyes. All his arguments and defenses faltered on his lips. Let's see if I'm wrong, huh? I said as I walked away. Chapter 9. There were people singing in the kitchen of the inn when Sheriff Clayton Spears got home from duty. The setting sun made rainbow patterns through the stained glass panels in the front door as he pushed it open, and his ears were filled with Love is in the Air by John Paul Young, coming from the back of the house. The inn's residents always sang in the kitchen. Bill's wife, Siobhan, had been the worst offender. Maybe, after her death, there was some unconscious effort to honor her by carrying on that joyful practice. Clay had passed by and seen even the grumpiest of residents participating. Even ex-criminal overlord Vinnie Rabetti, sitting in his wheelchair peeling potatoes and humming Sinatra. Susan and Angelica got to the big bursting chorus just as Clay came in and dumped his bag in the corner. Vinnie was at his usual station at the little table and chairs, chopping carrots. You want to sit here? You gotta work, Vinnie said, pushing a chopping board toward the sheriff without looking up. Can I join the choir? Clay asked. No, any more of this and you'll get my ears bleeding. Clay took up a knife reluctantly and started chopping. Susan put a beer in front of him. How's crime in Gloucester? Susan asked. Anything you can give me to beef up my contribution to the local rag? I'm sitting on a wild story about the anniversary of a flagpole installed in the town square. It's quiet, Clay answered. Just how I like it. Tonight's game night, and for once it's my night off. So everybody get out your lucky turtle's foot or touch wood or drink holy water or do whatever it is you do when you want the universe to behave itself. Because if I get called out to a major case before the seventh inning stretch, I'm gonna... Everyone waited for Clay to issue some violent threat. He searched his mind for something these people might believe him capable of, but nothing presented itself. Everyone knew he had been violent approximately once in his entire life, and that was in response to two men trying to kill him and bury him in the woods. Well, I'm gonna get really upset, he said eventually. Can we go back to the turtle's foot? Susan paused by the oven, a saucepan in hand. You mean rabbit's foot, right? Whatever, Clay said. In Lithuania, particularly in rural households where tradition holds strong, it is forbidden to whistle indoors, Angelica proclaimed as she delicately peeled an onion. It's bad luck. Okay, so no whistling. Not until the game's over, Clay said. The practice is said to summon demons, Angelica went on. I know this because... You're doomed, pal, Vinny said and nudged Clay. You can't go an hour without whistling. You whistle in the bathroom like a goddamn canary. A dozen canaries, Susan agreed. Because as a young girl, I spent my formative years and we got bird watchers scaling the side of the house with binoculars, trying to get a look in at all these goddamn canaries, Vinny smirked. I was enrolled in a school in which... Susan was reddening with giggles. They're all like, holy crap! It's a flock of rare endangered Bostonian canaries all converging on this one modest bathroom. I don't whistle that loud, Clay sighed. Yes, you do. You actually really do. The school in which There's whistling to yourself, like you don't even know you're doing it, Vinny said. And then there's what you do. You whistle like you're trying to call ships in from the sea. Like you want people to notice that you're whistling and comment on it. Like, Jesus, can this guy whistle or what? Susan was laughing hard now. Is he classically trained? Did he study for that? Doesn't anyone want to hear about my experiences in rural Lithuania? Angelica roared. The room fell silent. It was in the hush that Clay noticed the boy Joe standing in the doorway. I'm hungry, the child announced. Come here, kid. Clay pulled out the third chair at the little table. Take a seat. We'll get you a snack. You want to sit here? You gotta work, Vinny said, pointing his knife tip at the child. You can keep us entertained with conversation, Clay said, and put a hand on the tiny boy's shoulder. That can be your work. Where's your mom? Still sleeping. Joe kicked his legs under the table, his blue eyes following Vinny's gnarled, scarred hand as he moved the blade. We've been driving a long way, sometimes at night. She's tired. I bet. What are you guys making? Joe asked. Personal pies, said Susan as she fished around in the cupboard, examining boxes of crackers. She put a stack in front of Joe. We've counted you and your mom in. What's a personal pie? The boy asked. Once a week, somebody's in charge of making dinner here, Clay explained. Susan makes these great beef pies. Only, when she did it for the first time, she figured 3 big pies would be enough for all the residents to share. But it's nearly impossible to divide a circular pie equally, Angelica sniffed. Particularly 3 large pies being divided between 7 people by someone with an obvious bias toward male diners and diners toward whom she has an established romantic affection. So now everybody gets their own personal pie. Susan rolled her eyes. No dividing necessary, no bias possible. It's a lot more work, but a lot less drama. I bet they teach you in school how important it is to share, don't they, Joe? I don't go to school anymore, Joe said. Oh? Why not? Clay asked. School is stupid and boring. He gave a wide grin. It sucks big time. A wave of laughter swept over the room. Vinny pointed his knife at the child again. I like this kid. What'd you say your name was? Joe, the boy replied. You can call me Joey if you want. Zoe, was it? Vinny tapped the blade against his ear. Joe, Vinny, Clay said. It's Joe. I can't go back to my school because there's no time, the boy continued. We're going on an adventure now, and we're miles and miles away. It would take so long to get back. Probably school would be over by the time I got there, and all the teachers would be going home. Where did you come from? Angelica asked. The boy tucked his chin into his chest suddenly, stared at the floor. Behind his back, Angelica shrugged at Susan. So you're on a road trip, Susan said. A vacation. That's exciting, right? Kind of, but it can be scary sometimes, Joe said. Scary? Vinny squinted. You kidding? What's scary about a vacation? Maybe you'll get some fresh air and sunshine. Maybe you'll make a friend. How terrifying. Joe shrugged. It's fun if no one's following you, but maybe, maybe someone is. So you've got to keep a lookout. You've got to be careful. There was a heavy pause in the room. What are you talking about, buddy? Clay asked. Who would be following you? Nobody. Joe stopped kicking his legs under the table. Then why did you say someone might be? Susan asked. I don't know. Joe shrugged again. Joe! Came a voice from the hall. The child's head snapped up, and he flew off his chair and disappeared through the door. The silence that lingered after him hummed with tension as the residents returned to their work. Chapter 10. The clock chimed midnight somewhere out there in the house. Shauna Bulger stared at the ceiling and counted the bongs echoing up the hall. There were so many new night sounds that registered with her only now, since Mark was gone. She'd worn earplugs at night to mask the sound of her husband's snoring since she was 40. He'd been 2 days dead before she realized she didn't have to do that anymore. Some of the night sounds she liked: the patter of rain on the roof, the rattle and groan of hot water pipes. But there were others that she couldn't identify, pops and creaks and whispers that made her huddle under the blankets. She refused to sleep with a light on, though her mind screamed for her to expel the blackness that swirled in every corner. She also refused to indulge her impulses, to double-check all the window locks, to rattle the deadbolts on the front and back doors. She forced herself to ignore the mystery sounds. They gave way only to icy, ringing silence. It was in the silence that her mind drifted, and she wondered how long she would be able to defy Henry's plan for her. She told herself that if she was stuffed into a home, there would be plenty of noise from the other residents at least. Friendly, identifiable sounds. People shuffling about in their rooms, chatting, visiting, playing music. Nurses knocking on doors. Phones ringing, life sounds. She would be enveloped in a community. Safety in numbers. Life in a nursing home seemed like it could be comfortable and predictable. There would be routines, of course. Wake-up times, lights-out times. Familiar carers and staff who would listen patiently to her stories and requests. Shauna would be able to adapt easily to the new identity. Would probably have one assigned to her on arrival. She would be Mrs. Bulger of Room 17, Pleasant Meadows Nursing Home. Knitting enthusiast, avid reader, permanent resident. A nursing home and then a grave, Shauna thought. That's all that was left in her future. She was just beginning to turn wilder fantasies over in her mind when she heard the sound. She was imagining herself selling the house and buying a yacht, running breakfast tours along the coast, something like what Bill Robinson was doing. Except her patrons wouldn't be the weirdos and dropouts Bill described as populating his inn. They'd be adventurers, full of stories, foreigners, wistful people drawn to the horizon and the salt air and rumors of good food and coffee. A boot squeaked on the floorboards in the hall. Her mind identified the sound perfectly and immediately. A footfall in her empty house. Shauna sat bolt upright and looked at the depthless black outline of the open doorway. She watched the shape widen, then split as 2 people entered her room. She was blinded by an explosion of light. "Get up, bitch," a voice said. Chapter 11. Shauna was grabbed by the back of her neck and yanked out of the bed. She hit the floorboards in a painful heap, elbows and knees and shoulders knocking, her nightgown slipping humiliatingly up over her hips. There wasn't time to scream. She rolled over and a boot clamped down on her chest, pinning her, and that searing light whipped up again into her eyes, bursting blood red through her scrunched eyelids. "Where's the safe?" Help! She cried. It was barely enough for the two intruders to hear, she was sure. A frightened rasp. The boot crushed down for a moment and then eased off. Chill, chill, chill. She's pretty old, babe. Let me go. I've got this. A man and a woman. It was unmistakably a man's hand that encircled Shauna's thin wrist and dragged her up, shoved her down again on the floor by the end of the bed. She noticed blood on her fingers as she tried to push herself upright, but she couldn't tell where it was coming from. Tell us where the safe is, old bag. Quick, so we can get out of here. The what? Shauna managed. A kick to the chest. For a second, she was lifted completely off the ground from the force of it. The pain made her eyes bulge, seized her breath. She saw slices of the intruders in the green and red clouds that were exploding against her vision. Skinny, both of them. Sharp-angled faces hollowed out around the eyes, cheeks, and mouth. Skeleton people. In the terror swirling through her brain and limbs, Shauna tried to understand what they wanted, but she was flailing through darkness, emptiness. The woman grabbed a chunk of Shauna's hair. Shauna smelled cigarette smoke in the hot breath on her face. A cold metal edge touched the corner of her mouth, then jammed into her cheek. Shauna couldn't bear to look at the weapon. She felt it shudder as the hammer clicked back. Don't be stupid, bitch! I really don't know what you're talking about, Shauna said. The words were suddenly there, and she felt a surge of confidence. She could talk her way out of this, reason with them. There's no safe. There's money in my bag by the door. You can take the jewelry. I'll show you where it is. The safe, the fucking safe. That's what we want. There is no safe, Shauna pleaded. I will put a bullet in your goddamn knee, woman. Don't, Shauna cried. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There is no safe. Silence. Shauna wiped the blood dribbling from her mouth on the sleeve of her nightgown. Her breath was rattling in her throat. Babe, the woman ventured to the man, maybe she doesn't know about it. She fucking knows. But go take another look around, the man said. I'll stay on her. All right, but just chill, okay? Don't tell me what to do. You kick her again, and you'll probably kill her, Poon. Shauna looked up. They were turned toward each other. The male one, Poon, was holding a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other. The woman was standing closer to Shauna, her revolver gleaming in the light. Shauna could see the frustration in their eyes, the fear. Their plan had unraveled. If the old woman knew where the safe was in the house, she'd have given it up as soon as that steel-capped boot collided with her birdcage chest. They were restless on their feet, poised to give up and run, locked in a wordless negotiation in which they weighed the merits of a full house search, more torture of the old crow on the floor, the possibility that a neighbor might have heard the commotion and called the police. Flicking over to Plan B. Shauna knew this was her moment. She slid a hand under the mattress on the bed beside her and gripped the handle of Mark's shotgun, lying there as it had been for years, a sleeping snake that she tugged out of hibernation by the tail. Shauna lifted the gun and pumped it once. The intruders turned at the sound. Shauna blew the woman's head off. Chapter 12. The confrontation with Henry Bolger at the house in Needham brought a tension into my neck that lingered all the way through the rest of the wake and into Boston. I carried it through 2 pubs and into a third, Dirty Nellie's, the Black Rose, and Biddy Early's. No amount of stretching or rubbing the muscle would ease it. For some officers of the Boston PD, my murky involvement in my partner's rip-off of a drug dealer and his spectacular death from a high-rise building in the company of yet another drug dealer was a passing and forgivable curiosity, trumped by pity over my wife's death. I was granted leave to stand at the edge of small groups of men I'd once known well, while surface-level conversations played out. There was shop talk that flew right over my head. Policy and management changes I hadn't kept up with since I left, bitching about hopeless young rookies I'd never meet. I felt stressed and tired and excluded, staring at colorful lanterns behind the cluttered bar and the old dark wood finishing of the poky little bar by the water. Nick wasn't helping my stress levels, still obsessed with his phone and too jumpy for my liking. Around midnight, I was starting to reach my limit with the sidelong glances I was getting from certain former colleagues of mine. Boston had a long history of cops bending and twisting the law, and the man of the hour, Mark Bulger, had certainly outshone me in that department. But for others, it was an opportunity for a bit of teasing. I was squeezing past a group of men playing darts when a guy I'd known in the academy, but whose name I couldn't remember, reached out from the huddle he was in and grabbed my arm. "Next round's on you, huh, Robinson?" He grinned. The guys standing around him, none of whom I recognized, had eyes bright with mean-spirited intrigue. "Is it?" I asked. "Sure," the guy said. "You can afford it, right? What with all your extracurricular activities over the past few years." "Oh, yeah? And what activities were those?" I asked, turned square to him. The huddle of men stepped back, anticipating a swing, maybe a shove, something to light up their evening. Around us, men were singing and spilling beer on the peanut shells on the floor and yelling at the Red Sox game playing on a set behind the bar. The muscle in my neck was taut as a wire. The guy sized me up and seemed to lose interest in the idea of a fight. You've been running a hotel or whatever it is you do now." The guy swirled his beer dismissively at me. "Forget about it." "Yeah," I said. "Let's hope I just forget about it." At the bar, I pulled out my phone and saw Susan was already calling me. Synchronicity. I slipped through a door into the alleyway and stood looking up at the gold lights of apartment blocks reaching for the sky. "I know exactly where you are," I said in answering. "Oh, yeah?" she said. I could hear the smile in her voice. "Tell me." "You're in that bed of ours," I said. "Only you're on my side because you like the smell of my pillow. You got all the blankets piled up, even the gray one from the cupboard. Soon you'll get too hot and dump them all on the floor. You got your book, laptop, glass of wine, bag of chips. You started in on the book, but you got bored and Netflix lured you away, so instead, you've been watching bad reality TV shows." She laughed. I pictured her in the attic room we'd renovated together, the one with the round window looking out to the sea. The window had been boarded up when we moved in, Siobhan and I. Breaking it open had been a big step for me. Lying there that first night with Susan and not with my wife had felt less like a betrayal than I'd imagined. There was a rightness and an easiness to being around Susan, a security, the kind a boat feels when its anchor hooks onto a big, steady rock. I tried. I really tried. I heard the thunk of her tossing the book onto the nightstand. I want to be literary, but I'm just not. I'm on page 200 and nobody's dead. No grisly injuries even? Not so much as a stubbed toe. Might as well be reading a gardening manual. How's the crowd? Have they sung Body of an American yet? Only 56 times. And Nick? She asked. The guy's still worrying me. I looked through the bar's windows. Nick was leaning against a pillar, pretending to listen to a woman who was jabbering at him animatedly and waving a Budweiser around. There was no mistaking it. My best buddy was a good-looking man. Women got sucked into his presence, clung to him sometimes like lint on an old mohair cardigan, particularly in bars. He looked like he worked out for 3 hours a day, every day, because he actually did, and the scars and the soulful eyes did all the right things to drunk ladies searching for a fixer-upper. But this woman was getting nowhere with him. She gave up and walked away. I'm watching him right now completely ignore the third woman tonight who's tried to get eye contact with him, I told Susan. Maybe he needs to see somebody, she said. You're telling me. He hasn't had a proper girlfriend in all the time I've known him. No, I mean a better psychologist, Susan said. Somebody big city. Nobody in Gloucester has the resources to deal with what happened to him. It might help if we had any idea at all what that actually was, I said. I left a pause for her to fill with information, but all I got was a gentle sigh. Come on, I said. I know you used your contacts at the bureau to screen everybody in the house before you moved in. You must know Nick's story. I know he served. I don't know what went so wrong over there. So look it up, I said. You say that very casually, Susan said. Her words were getting short, clipped, defensive. But it's not a casual thing to do. My departure from the bureau was problematic, and I have my own reasons for not going further into that. But Bill, I only looked up everybody in the house because I wanted to protect myself. It was wrong, and I won't be doing it again. I can't just fish around in someone's past for my own entertainment. It wouldn't be for your own entertainment, I said. It's to help him. Nick's on the edge. He thinks people are coming for him. If we knew who these people are and why he thinks that, maybe. No, I'm not doing it, Susan said. I love you, but I'm not doing it. Nick will be okay. With some help from a professional, I promise you, he will be okay. I didn't have a chance to respond. The door to the bar beside me burst open, and a guy flew out so hard he hit the street between two parked cars and rolled twice. A taxi that was cruising for patrons had to swerve to avoid hitting him. Nick came storming out after the guy, his fists balled and murder in his eyes. Chapter 13. I dropped the phone and went after my friend. It was a mistake. My body reacted without thought, without reason. I reached for Nick, forgetting the painful education I'd already had of how he operated in this state. Over the 2 years I'd known him, Nick had been episodic a bunch of times. When he was in an episode, he was psychotic, and I seemed to him just as likely an enemy as a friend. I didn't know if Nick was imagining he was in a battle, or on a distant army base, or on the mean streets of Baltimore where he grew up. He could have been imagining he was on the moon for all I knew. But it was immediately clear that whatever fantasy we were in, as soon as I grabbed Nick's shoulder and tried to drag him off the guy on the asphalt, I marked myself as a threat. Nick whirled around, his hand as wide and lethal as a grisly paw, as it smacked me sideways and onto the ground. My head hit the pavement. I saw black for an instant, heard a buzzing sound between my eardrums. Nick dragged me up and threw me against a car and pinned me there by my coat. "Whoa, Jesus, Nick!" I yelled. "It's me! It's me! It's Bill!" "Where is it?" Nick roared, his fist bunched and raised behind him like a hammer lining up a nail. "Where's what?" "The microphone! I know you're wired up, you traitorous piece of shit!" I scrambled to collect my thoughts. I knew it was better to go with the fantasy rather than try to counteract it. I fished desperately in my pockets and handed him the first thing I found. "It's here! Take it! Take it!" Nick snatched my car keys, threw them on the ground, and crushed the key fob under the heel of his boot. People were gathering around us at a safe distance now, officers from the bar spilling out to see what all the fuss was. The guy Nick had thrown out the door was scrambling to his feet. "Hey, Bill, what the hell's wrong with this dude?" Nick crouched at my feet and started to gather up all the pieces of the crushed key fob carefully in his palm. "This should do it," Nick was muttering. "As long as there isn't another copy, we'll be fine." "The guy's crazy," someone in the crowd said. "He was talking all sorts of weird stuff in the bar about conspiracies and recordings." "He's just, I shook my head. He's unwell, okay? He didn't mean anything by it." "I didn't even say anything to him. He just walked up and started swinging," the guy from the street said. "I'm sorry." I put my hands up. "I'm sorry on his behalf, all right?" My face and neck were burning. Nick was muttering to himself, examining little crushed pieces of a plastic keychain with a Boston Terrier on it that Susan had given me for my birthday. "Just everybody go back inside," I told the crowd. "I'll handle this." I crouched beside Nick, hearing murmurs from the men and women around me. The words psycho and lunatic drifted on the wind. Nick's eyes were wild, his hands shaking as he swept the asphalt for more pieces of cracked black plastic. "There can't be any evidence left behind," he said. "If we can just contain it, then maybe no one will know." "Know what?" I asked. "We've lasted this long," Nick said, ignoring me. "We can keep going." I slid down against the parked car beside us and watched my friend. When Nick's phone started ringing in his coat, he seemed not to even notice. I saw the device poking out from the pocket, the screen flashing, and despite the danger, I reached forward and pulled it out. The name of the caller was Breacher. It took all of my resolve not to answer, but Susan's voice was ringing in my head. Her words about diving into someone else's past uninvited, opening locked doors with stolen keys. Maybe, whoever Breacher was, it was better for Nick that they didn't get in contact. Maybe, despite what he'd said, speaking to this person wouldn't make matters better, but worse. I took the phone and slipped it into my own pocket, and Nick stood and brushed himself off. For the first time that night, he looked down at me with clear, calm, familiar eyes. "Bill, what are you doing down there?" he asked. "Is your head bleeding?" I swiped at my temple, looked at the blood on my fingers. There was asphalt in my hair. I thought about telling Nick the truth about what he'd done and the call he'd missed, but it was late, and we were far from home, and all that had happened made me exhausted at the thought of pursuing anything more than a shower and a clean hotel bed. "I fell," I lied. "You going to help me up or just stand there looking pretty?" Chapter 14. Shauna swung the gun toward the other intruder. He dropped his pistol and cowered. "Oh, Jesus, no! Please, 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 no!" "Who the hell are you people?" Shauna snarled. Her own voice sounded completely unfamiliar to her, as if someone had entered her body and was moving her mouth like a puppet. "What do you want?" "Oh, God, don't kill me," said the one named Poon. He was sobbing openly now, his head on a swivel between his partner's crumpled body and the gun pointed at his face. "I don't want to die. I don't want to—" "Who are you?" I'm Peter Sollers. People call me Poon. And that was... She was... Oh, she's dead." "What are you doing here?" "We were just trying to..." The doorbell rang. Shauna was caught off guard by the cheerful melody bellowing out from the hall. When she looked back, Poon was gone. She heard the window in the ensuite bathroom grind open, and then silence. Shaking from head to foot, Shauna put the gun on the bed and took her fluffy robe from the hook on the door. She wrapped it around herself and looked in the mirror. Blood was running from her nose and mouth. She had to step over the body of the woman whose name she had never learned as she went to the ensuite to get a hand towel. The doorbell rang once again, and then the knocking began. Shauna stepped in a chunk of something warm and wet as she crossed over the body again, a piece of brain or face or who knew what, as she made for the front door. She put her hand on the knob, seeing the familiar outlines of her young neighbors, Kylie and Don, on the other side of the frosted glass. It was as she stood there preparing to let the tears and sobs of horror take control of her body, to finally release the death grip that adrenaline had on her soul, that she realized something else was taking the place of survival mode. It was a white, hot rage. The voice pounding in her brain wasn't her own cries of mortification. Instead, her son's voice rang there in the gaping darkness. "The old woman will be dead in 3 years." Shauna pulled the door open a crack, standing back so that her bloody feet weren't visible. That voice still pounded in her head. We'll stuff her in a home. Oh, my God. Mrs. Bolger, are you okay? Kylie was hugging a big, fluffy pink jacket around her small shoulders, her hulking husband shivering in a t-shirt and boxers. We heard a massive bang. What happened? A bang, Shauna murmured. She held a hand up against the moonlight. Oh, She looked behind her at her own bloody footprints on the floorboards. She thought of the blood in the bedroom running down the walls in rivulets, spattered on the ceiling. She saw herself sitting wrapped in a blanket in some blaringly lit hospital, having her vitals taken just in case. Henry murmuring to his girlfriend that it was clear now his mother couldn't handle herself, shouldn't be left alone. She'd overreacted, panicked, killed someone. She couldn't be trusted with guns, knives, flames, her own credit card. She needed to be stuffed somewhere immediately. Had she slept in her own bed for the last time? Made her last adult decision without even knowing it? She looked at her big-eyed neighbors and made a decision, because she still could. Mark's car, Shauna said, straightening. I was lying awake thinking about it. You know, I'm having trouble sleeping since he's been gone. You have to run the Corvette every now and then. Just turn the engine over, keep everything lubricated. It hasn't been run since he died, so I decided to switch it on. I guess it must have backfired. You guess it must have, Don grinned, threw Kylie a look. Damn, the sound of it shook our house. Oh, well, you know, my hearing's not great these days, and I was inside the car. Shauna gave a thin smile. I thought I heard something, now that I recall. But everything's okay? Kylie's eyes were huge and earnest, the girl desperate to help in some way, probably so she could report what a good person she was to her thousands of friends on social media. Do you need us to come in and sit with you? Can we make you a cup of tea or something? I can make my own tea, thank you, Shauna said. Sorry to have made a racket. She shut the door. The words had given her a giddy feeling, a kind of lightness, like all of this wasn't real, like she was reading lines for a play. She went back to the bedroom and looked at the headless body on the floor. Then she went to the laundry and pulled out a bucket and mop. Chapter 15. I woke Nick up by throwing a cup of cold water in his face. The big guy was sprawled diagonally and face up over the bed in our small hotel room, one leg hanging over the side, foot flat on the floor. He leapt up when the water hit his face and yowled in shock. What the hell, man? Least I could do to pay you back for bopping me in the head last night, I said, pointing to the giant lump at my hairline that had come from my skull bouncing off the road. Get up, get dressed, we're going back to Gloucester. Did I? Nick began, his face filled with dread. Yeah, you did, I said. He shook his head the way he always does after an episode, full of anger and resentment, like his body had been stolen for a night by a serial possessor, which I guessed was kind of what it was like. Damn, I thought I had it all under control. Nope, I said, so I've done something. You've done something? Yeah, I tossed his bag at him. I texted Breacher last night while you were asleep and set up a meeting with him for today. She answered? Nick's eyes were wild. Breacher's a lady? I asked. Yes. Well, yes, I said. She answered. We're meeting her at an IHOP off the highway in half an hour. Better hurry. The parking lot of the roadside restaurant between Gloucester and Boston smelled of pancake batter and the almost sickly sweet tang of flavored syrup. A weird little part of my mind told me that Nick jumped out of the car and went trudging off toward the door to the IHOP because he could smell pancakes. The guy loved them. But when my friend tore open the door and rushed inside, with me at his heels, he made a beeline for a lean Hispanic woman wearing a black ball cap. She was sitting in a booth by the windows. The woman got up, and she and Nick fell into each other's arms. I stood awkwardly by as she cried, her face buried against his shoulder. When he released her, she gripped his face in both her hands, and I saw them exchange a look that only two people who have been at war together can ever share. It was a look of love, anger, regret. I didn't understand it, but I could feel it, the rawness passing between them, countless terrible memories exchanged in a single glance. "Dorich is dead," she said. Chapter 16. Nick slid heavily into the nearest booth. I got in beside him, the woman named Breacher numbly taking the seat directly across from me. She looked at me with the detached aloofness I'd seen in Nick plenty of times when he met new people, a distrust born of the scars of war. "You weren't there. You couldn't know." "Who the hell is this?" she asked Nick. "I'm Bill Robinson." I put out my hand. Her shake was hard and fast, non-committal. "Nick's buddy. Carly Breacher." "You should know I'm former Boston PD," I said. Breacher glanced at Nick so quickly I might have missed the gesture if I hadn't been looking for it, but Nick was holding his head in his hands. "Jones didn't tell me he was bringing a friend," Breacher said. "It was me texting you last night. I used his phone to set this up," I said. "But let me save you some time and concern. I don't know what happened over there between you two and Dorich, but Nick's got some worries that whatever it is, it's about to blow up, big time. And that's a problem, both for him and for me." "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah," I went on. "Because while you Army people have got your policies about looking out for each other and leaving no man behind, us Boston cops have similar ideas." "I thought you said you were a former cop," Breacher said. "It never really leaves you," I said. "I know the feeling." Breacher gave her first smile of the meeting, a small, careful one. I could see from the way her cheek dimpled that her usual smile was broad and generous. I had a desire to see more of it, and I got the feeling most people who met her did. "Look, no offense, Bill, but you being a lawman doesn't give you the right to just barge in on our business." "Maybe. Let me tell you a little story," I said. I could feel Nick's eyes on me now. "My best buddy in grade school was this kid named Max. He lived 3 doors down. We used to ride our bikes to school together every day, take a detour to throw rocks off a bridge. This was Revere in the 1960s. Not the best neighborhood in the world, but not the worst. The waitress came and put down mugs and a coffee pot for us, unnerved enough by the weird vibe at the table to forego pouring the drinks. She practically flung the menus at us as she turned away. "Max's dad was a real deadbeat," I continued. "There'd be bruises on Max and his mother now and then. I'd see them, but I wouldn't say anything because my dad was a cop too, and I knew it would cause trouble. Maybe my folks would stop me going around there. Anyway, this one day, Max gets on his bike, but he doesn't want to go to the bridge like usual. We go to the general store instead and buy a bunch of comic books. When I asked Max where he got the money, he went all quiet. And he stayed quiet all day at school, distant, troubled, couldn't focus, wouldn't tell me what was up. We went to the bridge after school that day, which we never did, because we were always starving and my mother would put cookies and juice out for us. We stayed out until it was dark. He didn't want to go home." Breacher and Nick were watching me. I poured the coffees and held mine, let it warm my hands. I was a kid. I couldn't put the signs together and predict what was going to happen that night after Max got home, I said. I tell myself that, and I believe it. But I don't really feel it, you know? "What happened?" Nick asked. "Max's dad beat him to death," I said. "He told the court it was just supposed to be a regular old whooping because Max stole money out of his wallet. But Max hit his head on the coffee table accidentally, and he just never woke up." "Jesus," Breacher said. "The dad did 3 years, got out on good behavior." "Man," Nick said and shook his head. "The thing that sticks with me about it all is that Max stole $5, I said. I had $5 I could have given him to cover for what he did. My grandmother had just given it to me the day before for my birthday. My point is that I knew my friend had a problem, and I didn't get involved. I could have pushed for answers, but I didn't. And Max didn't want to tell me what was going on, probably because I was pretty rigid about that sort of stuff, stealing and lying. I was from a family of cops. Max probably thought I would think less of him. I turned to Nick. Sound familiar? You wouldn't think less of me if you heard what we did, Nick said. You wouldn't think anything of me at all, Bill. I'm not a kid. I didn't steal $5. We can't tell him. Preacher reached over and gripped Nick's hand. We just can't. Nick and Breacher watched each other. Is it what I think it is? Nick asked her. With Dorich? She nodded gravely. I waited, but they still wouldn't let me in. Listen, you're in trouble, I said finally. I can see it in your eyes, both of you. You need an ally, and I am one. Whatever it is, however bad, I'm with you on it, okay? They struggled in their own way, each of them. Breacher was focused on her hands, her mouth twisted. Nick was watching the waitress making her rounds, his eyes hollow. Silence enveloped us. Nick put his hands flat on the table, his decision made. He's right, Nick said. We need an ally. We've tried to do this alone, and I, for one, can't carry it anymore. Breacher, we need to get some help on this thing. Breacher looked at me, defeated. The diner bustled with noise and warmth and smells all around us. Happy people enjoying their breakfast, going about their business, immune to the darkness we were dealing with at our table. Nick and Breacher seemed to decide wordlessly who would give me the key to Pandora's box. It was Nick who spoke. Nick who, with his words, tore to shreds the image of the man I thought I knew. We killed a family, Nick said. A big, innocent family. Chapter 17. I sat back in my seat and let it wash over me. The story Nick told me about the night in the desert. The little house 2 down from the goat pen. I saw Nick crouching in the dark while Dorich smashed in the door. The gunshots pulsed in my ears. I saw children sitting on the floor, mixed in among the adults. 3 generations of a family lounging together, reading, talking, safe and secure in their home in the desert until they were unceremoniously blown apart, all 8 of them. The IHOP waitress avoided us, and no one moved in our booth as the story trailed off. Dread weighing heavy on us, keeping us still and silent as the diner buzzed and bustled with activity. I knew Nick and Breacher were waiting for a response from me, but for a long time, I didn't have one. I had to swallow the horror and disgust that captured my mind first, because I knew those feelings were valid, but not useful to me right now. I needed to know more. During my time as a cop, I'd sat with dozens of confessed killers around tiny tables like this, trying to set aside my human response before it interfered with my real job. I was the investigator, the listener, the consumer of secrets. I would decide what to do with what I was hearing later. It sounds to me, I said carefully, drawing both their gazes, like Dorich and Master killed a bunch of innocent people, not you 2. Doesn't matter. We were there, Breacher said. Yes, but the way you tell it, I said, you couldn't have stopped those 2 from... There's no putting a good spin on this, Bill, Nick said. We were there that night, and we kept quiet about it afterward. We're complicit. But you didn't know, I insisted. I knew something wasn't right about the situation, Breacher swallowed hard, and I went along anyway. You knew the whole thing was off as well, right, Jones? It was very out of the ordinary, Nick said. How it was planned, how we got there. You don't just suddenly dump your routine patrol for a side mission. And we would never have been sent to do something like that alone. So, the story about the missing piece of drone and the 2 kids who'd stolen it, I said. Romeo 12, was it? Yeah, Breacher said. Was that all a lie? Not completely, Nick answered. Some local kids really did hold up another company that was on a mission from our base. They did steal a piece of drone from them and some weapons. But nobody ever found those kids. They disappeared into the hills. So why did Dorich and Master cook the story up? Why did they kill that family? I asked. And why did they sucker you two into coming along? Man, isn't it enough just telling you this? Nick suddenly snapped. The tables around us fell into shocked silence. He lowered his voice to a growl. You want to know more? You want me to draw you a goddamn sketch? You're right. I put my hands up. You're right. I'm trying not to overwhelm you. I'm a little overwhelmed myself. All you need to know is we killed a family. Nick's eyes were fierce, full of tears, skewering me in my seat. Yeah, Master and Dorich pulled the triggers, but Breacher and I, we covered it up. We were scared, Breacher said under her breath. That night, it all unfolded so quickly. We just did what Dorich and Master told us to. But then the next day, we didn't come clean to our superiors about what really happened. And then we still didn't the day after that. And now, if anybody finds out about this, we're going to prison for the rest of our lives, Nick said. Master and Dorich for doing it, Breacher and me for protecting them. There, are you satisfied? Are you involved enough now, Bill? I'm sorry. I shook my head. I just don't know what to say. There's nothing you can say, Breacher said. I wasn't there, I thought. I couldn't know. We fell silent again. I remembered Nick from last night, his paranoia about being betrayed, recorded, about someone finding out what he had done. What happened to Dorich? I ventured carefully. Suicide, Breacher said. Why? I asked. Was he depressed? It's worse than that. She took out her phone and put it on the table in front of us. Dorich called me the night before he killed himself, Breacher said. My phone was in the shop, I dropped it, and the microphone was broken. When I didn't get back to him by morning, he left me a message and ate a bullet. For the first time, I saw Breacher's hard exterior crack. Her lip trembled. I'm kicking myself. The one night that I wasn't available? Maybe I could have talked him out of it. Play the message, Nick said. Breacher woke the phone screen, found the message, and put the phone on speaker. The recording was silent for a few seconds, like the caller was thinking about what they wanted to say. We all leaned in. Breacher, it's me, a deep male voice said. I need to talk to you. They know what we did. Okay? Somebody knows, and they're coming for payback. Chapter 18. The waitress couldn't hold off any longer. We all ordered something we knew we wouldn't eat, and with the weight of all that I now knew hanging on my shoulders, I hardly noticed Nick leave to get some air. Carly Breacher and I sat ignoring each other and our coffees, taking some solace in watching two small kids racing each other up and down the aisle beside the booth in which we sat. Nick said you guys were checking in with each other every couple of months, I said eventually. Right, Breacher nodded. That was something Master and Dorich insisted on. They wanted to make sure no one was going to talk. After a while, I found myself checking in on them, too. Why? Breacher eased air through her lungs. Because they were my teammates, she said. Yes, they did a terrible, terrible thing, but I can't just shake off what we went through together. It does something to you, fuses you together. I don't know, maybe I wanted to understand what they did or see if it had any effect on them. She held her head the same way Nick had, like the sheer burden of her troubles was weighing down her skull. I guess I just didn't see that Dorich was on the edge. What do you think his message means? I asked. Who do you think he means has found out, and why didn't he give Nick a heads up too? I don't know. And it could be anyone, Breacher shrugged. A journalist, the New York Times is always looking for stories like this, trying to undermine the whole deployment. This would be an international sensation, and then the trial. A trial would be... Words failed her. But maybe it's someone inside the army, or maybe one of the relatives. How did the killings play out to the people over there when it happened? I asked. Surely something like that didn't go unnoticed. We made the whole thing look legitimate, Preacher said. Dorich and Master instructed us on what to do. After the family was... When there was no one left alive, we took the farmer's old rifles and shot up our own vehicle. Then we fired on the house from the outside. When it came to explaining what had happened, we told our superiors that 2 men from the house had fired on us out in the desert. We said it was a random act, unprovoked. Preacher paused to wipe at her eyes. We told them we did what any other company would do, what we were trained to do, she continued. We pursued the men to a small farmhouse and engaged them there. We said we didn't know there was a family inside until it was too late. I don't understand. I shook my head. Why would Dorich and Master do something like this? Was it for kicks? Was this a game to them? Why did they take you 2 along? They must have told you something. Preacher wouldn't look at me. I gave up on getting an answer for now, while everything was so raw. Her face had become aloof and stiff again, like a wall. Where's Master? I asked. He might know what Dorich was talking about in the message. He's not answering his calls, Preacher said. I went to his house and it's locked up tight. If he knew we were in danger, he'd have told us. Rick probably heard Dorich was dead and did what I did. Went to ground until he could figure out what the situation is. I was hoping Nick would know more, or be able to help me track Master down so we could ask him together. I saw Nick through the glass front doors of the IHOP, standing with his back to us, watching cars roll in and out of the lot, his breath making mist in the cold air. What's his situation like? Preacher asked, nodding toward my friend. It's been a few months since Jones and I talked. He sounded strange last time, like he was distracted. He's been surviving, I said. Jones told me he's had some mental health issues, Preacher said. Last year, starting to hear voices, get paranoid. It's probably natural for us all to feel a little paranoid, knowing what we did. But is it serious? I explained a little about how Nick had fled Baltimore, wanting a reprieve from violence in his life. I talked a bit about the inn on the sea, the town of Gloucester, how I watched out for Nick, tried to read his moods and head off any episodes. I held off on the more serious details of Nick's mental health, his violence, his delusions, his ability to lose all sense of time and place, finding himself lost in memories or newly created dreams, and waking with no recollection of his behavior during those times. Those were not my tales to tell. When Nick starts to flounder, me and the other people at the inn, we help him out. What's he been doing for work? Preacher asked. He has his benefits, I said, and I pay him to fix things around the inn now and then. So that's all he does? She asked. He's just been hanging around, living on his benefits? Yes. I felt an awkward flutter in my chest. Why? Are you worried about his financial situation? Has he said something? No, Preacher said, and shifted in her seat as Nick slipped back through the doors of the IHOP and headed toward us. I just want to know he's okay. He's not the most forthcoming guy in the world, as you can imagine, and I think he's better when he's busy. We all are, veterans. We need a mission. We should go, Nick said when he got to the table. He flopped a couple of bills onto the table for the uneaten food. We can sit here and talk about this all day long, but the reality is that we're not safe here, and until we figure out what's coming for us, we need to do the smartest thing we can in a situation like this. What? I asked. Return to base, Nick said. Chapter 19. Norman Driver stood with 2 of his men at his side, his arms folded against the wind, and his chin tucked against his flannelette jacket, listening to Pooney, who was staring at the gravel at his feet. Beyond their little pocket of solitude, bounded by boat sheds and their trucks, the marina was loud with early morning life. Fishermen were bringing in catches made in the darkness before dawn. There was sawing and grinding coming from the dry dock, and the distant whistle of boats passing the breakwater. Half of Pooney's face was still dusted by a fine blood mist that looked like brown freckles. She came out of nowhere with this gun and just... Pooney struggled, running his hands through his greasy hair and gripping at his throat as though to wring the words out. She's dead! I can't believe Maris is dead. Oh, boss, we were just trying to do a good thing. Did she tell you where the safe was in the end? Driver asked. No, I ran, man. I just got the hell out of there. What's your best guess? Is she alive? You said you kicked her pretty hard. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Driver closed his eyes. He'd been angry in his life plenty of times. Sweating, seething, shakingly mad. Murderously so. But there was a rare kind of fury Driver sometimes felt that was so deep in his core, so dark, it created only stillness and silence as it spread throughout him. Because as he stood there, Pooney before him, quivering and quaking and blubbering like a pathetic, emaciated child, Driver's mind was hopping from one aspect of this disaster to another, and never finding an endpoint. His secondary drug cook was dead. Her phone was at the crime scene, a phone that almost certainly contained all manner of incriminating messages and calls that directly identified Pooney and Driver and his men and everything they had been building since they arrived in Gloucester. And nightmare of all nightmares, the safe. If Mark Bolger's widow had survived the attack, she now knew what Pooney and Maris had been after when they broke into the house. And if she didn't already know about Mark Bolger's precious little collection, his private box of secrets, she would soon. And so would the cops who responded to the incident and conducted a search of the house. Driver pinched the bridge of his nose and felt the quiet fury consuming his insides like a fast-acting acid. Get down there, he finally said to the man at his side. I'll call ahead and try to get some Boston cops I have on the hook to weasel in on the crime scene. Maybe we can head this off. If we can just get a hold of Maris's phone, we can protect the business. If we got the contents of the safe, that would be even better. But that might be too much to hope for. See what you can do and keep me updated. What about him? The guy nearest to Driver pointed at Pooney. Driver just waved the men away, and they turned and went, because they had enough brain cells to rub together to know that a boss like Driver wasn't someone you stood around questioning. Driver took Pooney by the arm and led him over to Pooney's pickup truck. A pair of curious seagulls fluttered down and stood on the gravel watching as Driver guided Pooney silently into the driver's seat. Listen, boss, Pooney said as Driver rummaged in the back of the cluttered, dusty truck. I was just trying to make an impression, you know? I was trying to show you how valuable I can be, so that maybe you'd trust me with a bigger stake in the business. When I heard Mark Bolger was dead, I remembered what you told me about his collection. I thought maybe this was a chance for someone to step up and... See, that's the problem, Driver said calmly. You thought. You heard Bolger was dead, and you thought. You made a plan. You made a decision, and that's never been good for you, Pooney. If you had just told me that the man had died, I might have sent someone capable down there. Someone whose mind isn't so addled by drugs he can hardly string a sentence together. Driver found what he was looking for. He ripped a strip of duct tape from the roll and wound it around Pooney's hands. The drug cook sat numbly in the driver's seat as Driver bound his hands to the steering wheel. He was too paralyzed by fear, or too shell-shocked from the night's events, to conceive of what was happening to him. It's my fault, Driver said as he bent and jammed the roll of tape under the brake pedal. When you said you were planning something, I should have known then that there was only trouble on the horizon. Boss, Pooney pleaded. He was starting to struggle now, the numbness wearing off. Boss, wait, just to hear me out, just... Don't worry, Pooney, Driver said as he rolled down the window. He reached over, put the car into neutral, and let off the handbrake, then leaned back and slammed the driver's door. You don't have to think anymore, Driver said. He went to the front of the vehicle, put his hands on the bumper, and pushed. The car rolled backward down the boat ramp into the icy water, gathering speed as it went. It slid gently under the surface, the freezing waters of the bay swallowing Pooney's screams as the gulls took flight again. Chapter 20. The dead woman's phone rang 6 separate times. Shauna had counted them off as she worked through the wee hours, scrubbing, brushing, bleaching the mess in the bedroom of the big empty house, scraping up bits of human from between the old floorboards and from the cornices. The phone's ringtone was the mock sound of an antique telephone, high and musical. It pealed, and in the silence that followed, it rattled Shauna's frantic mind. She eventually put the device on silent and slipped it into her handbag. She knew the dead woman's phone would be full of clues pointing to where the intruders had come from, who they had been. But there was time for that, later. When she was done with the mess, and she had swaddled the pale, headless body in bedsheets, Shauna went to the kitchen. She opened the fridge and took out one of the food platters lovingly wrapped by the bossy women of her knitting circle. She brewed herself a strong coffee, then sat at the counter and ate 7 sandwich fingerlings in a row, end to tip, like she was chain-smoking cigarettes. The food gave her strength. The shaking that had infected her body finally stopped. And all that was left, after the break-in, the beating, the murder, and the cleanup, was pure exhaustion. The sun rose, yet Shauna pushed on, showering and scrubbing the blood from under her fingernails. She surveyed the huge red and blue marks blossoming everywhere on her body, the split lip, the grazes on her elbows and knees. She dressed, ignoring all of them. She went to the cupboard to get a suitcase and spied her summer duvet on the top shelf, sealed and shrunken into a wrinkled pancake in a vacuum-sealed storage bag. By the time she'd rolled and wrestled and crammed the woman's body into the vacuum-sealed bag, then into the zippered suitcase, Shauna was ready to collapse into the bed. She spied a silver necklace on the floor, covered in the woman's blood. She rinsed it and put it into the pocket of her coat, deciding she would get rid of it later. Sleep was barreling into her, sucking her downward into a black and silent sea. She woke on the bed after only an hour. She rose around 8, gasping for air. She wheeled the suitcase to the hallway outside the garage, where the Corvette, Mark's pale blue truck, and her own Honda stood waiting. She chose the truck. As Shauna was pulling down the tailgate, she realized she couldn't lift the suitcase high enough to get it onto the truck bed. As she considered making a ramp out of some of the 2x4s Mark kept stacked against one wall, she heard a man's voice. She left the suitcase where it was and tucked herself into the small space behind the open door to the hall. "Boss, I don't know what to tell you. We're seeing nothing. No crime scene, no squad cars. There's just nobody here. It's quiet as a goddamn graveyard." Shauna gripped the door handle in front of her, listening to 2 sets of footsteps on the driveway outside the automatic garage door. She saw shadows pass on the polished concrete at her feet as the people moved around the side of the garage to the windows there. "Yeah, of course," the man said. Shauna knew from the intermittent silences that he was talking on a phone. "But we've looked in every window of the house. There's no body in the bedroom. There's no old lady. If she was here, she's gone. Or Poon was tripping on some pretty good shit. There are 3 cars in the garage. I'm taking a picture of them now." Shauna looked down, saw the tiny hairs on her arm rise. "Do we go in?" Shauna held her breath. Okay, sure. And this safe, do you know what it looks like?" Another mention of a safe. What safe? Was Mark keeping a secret from Shauna? Shauna almost screamed in surprise when the doorbell at the other end of the house chimed down the hall. She clapped a hand over her mouth. "Mrs. Bulger, are you there?" Hang on. The man on the phone dropped his voice so low Shauna could barely hear it. "We got visitors. We gotta pull back." Shauna waited until she heard the men's footsteps receding, then slipped out from behind the door. She walked to the foyer and saw the familiar outlines of Kylie and Don, the young do-gooders from next door. "Mrs. Bulger! Oh, wow!" Kylie said. Her hands flew to her mouth when Shauna opened the door and revealed the bruises that had been too dark to see the night before. "What happened?" I slipped in the shower. Shauna leaned forward and glanced toward the garages, but saw no one. No shadows, no movement. It's fine. Come in, come in. You look awful. Thank you so much, Kylie. Does it hurt? I'm fine, honey. Stop fussing. You really need somebody to come stay here with you, Mrs. Bulger. Kylie's prattling began before she'd even stepped over the threshold. Her tone was of a mother chastising a child. Your son should be here. What's his name, Harry? Why isn't he here doing things like starting the car for you, making sure you don't slip and hurt yourself like that? Jesus, that's some bump. Dawn, take your shoes off, goddammit. This is a nice place he's got here. Shauna shut the door behind the youngsters and followed them as they made their way toward the kitchen like they owned the place. I'll make coffee, Dawn announced. Is there any food left over from the reception? I call dibs. You two go right ahead. Make yourselves at home, Shauna said. I'm just fixing up a few things in the back here. She went to the bedroom and looked out the window at the garden shed. She tried to keep her breathing regular, but every sound, every movement outside the house twisted the ball of tension growing in her chest. If the people she'd heard were still out there, they were well hidden. There was no point in alerting her young neighbors to the danger. Even if she managed to convince the couple that the voices she'd heard weren't concoctions of her defective ancient brain, the people would be gone, probably regrouping for another attack. Shauna needed to find this safe they were all so determined to discover, assuming there was one, before they came back again. From the corner of her eye, Shauna saw the huge pink fluff ball of Kylie's furry jacket in the doorway. There you are, Kylie said with the relief of a mother having momentarily lost her toddler in a forest of department store clothing racks. What are you doing, Mrs. Bulger? Can I help? No, Kylie, I'm fine, really. Shauna nudged past her and walked into Mark's office. She went to the filing cabinet and pulled open a drawer. Hundreds of meticulously organized hanging files rattled on their rails beneath her fingertips. She scrolled through the labels. Plumbing, electrical, certificates, medical, insurance. In the distance, Kylie was blathering about her well-being, a parade of shoulds. Shauna should sit down. She should drink water. She should call a doctor. She should let Kylie take a look at her face, put ice on it maybe. Shauna found the folder she was looking for, marked Renovation Maintenance. She emptied the contents onto Mark's desk and leafed through the documents. There were quotes and receipts for the knockdown and rebuild of the garage, and for the replacement of 2 rotting window frames at the back of the house 5 years earlier. Shauna pushed aside a design sketch for a pair of gates they'd had installed in the driveway. Then she found what she was looking for, a quote from a company called Davis Security that had been filled in by hand. 1 Davis Model 488 combination safe. 1 in-ground installation, external shed, concrete floor. All labor, $5,200 plus tax. Shauna smiled. She might be old, but she wasn't befuddled. She knew her husband, knew his capabilities, his patterns, his logic. She'd been right that Mark would never have attempted to install something like a hidden safe himself, and that he'd have stowed away the quote and receipt because he was a lifelong pack rat for paperwork. Shauna also bet that when she found the safe, which she now knew to be hidden in the floor of the garden shed, she would discover that the security code was her own birthday. A lazy choice. It was Mark's code for everything. She puzzled momentarily over the date of commencement of work written on the quote. It was the week that Mark had taken her to Florida for their anniversary. Don appeared in the office doorway, armed with a brownie and a mug of coffee. Dawn, for God's sake, can't you use a plate? Kylie said as she snatched the snack from his hand. What's with the suitcase? Don asked, inspecting the suitcase in the hall by the garage door. You going somewhere, Mrs. Bulger? I am, as a matter of fact, Shauna said. I'm off to Gloucester. Chapter 21. Nick didn't speak our entire ride back home to the inn. Neither did I. We'd left Carly Breacher with strained goodbyes, promises to be in touch when we'd had time to think. Thinking about what my friend had told me, about what it could possibly mean for him, me, the people of the inn, sent me into a daze. The highway before me melted away. I played Dorritch's message over and over in my mind. They know what we did. Somebody knows. And they're coming for payback. Our best-case scenario was that the somebody Dorritch was talking about was a journalist who had a tip about the massacre of the family in Afghanistan, that had been planned and brutally carried out and was not a legitimate response to an act of aggression. In that terrible but nonetheless best case, Nick and his team would be exposed to the world as war criminals. There would be trials, inquiries, the great military justice machine churning into action. I saw camera crews surrounding the Inn by the Sea. Nick, grim-faced, wearing his dress uniform in a courtroom, trying to explain why, in the years since, he hadn't spoken a word about what happened. Trying to convince the world that, in spite of that incriminating silence, he was not the monster that he seemed, but a good man and a faithful soldier tricked into witnessing and then covering up something obscene and reprehensible. The worst-case scenario was that it wasn't justice for the crime someone wanted, but revenge. A relative of the murdered family, perhaps, who had tracked down the men and women involved in the slaughter. I knew that the likelihood of this scenario was tightly bound to whatever the reasons were that Dorritch and Master had killed that family in the first place, why they'd chosen to trick Nick and Breacher into participating. My experience as a cop in Boston told me that mass killings like this unfolded for three possible reasons. First, that the perpetrators were sick, twisted psychopaths who enjoyed senseless murder on a grand and violent scale, the work of active shooters and spree killers. Then there were the gangs who killed as a show of power, massacring whole families to establish their territory or make a revenge statement with intentional collateral damage because someone had ratted them out, or because there was a stash of drugs, weapons, or money in the house. And finally, there were those killings that occurred because the shock and horror of all family murders was meant to disguise something far more mundane. I just made detective when I responded to a case like this, where a jealous teenager had wanted to punish his girlfriend for carrying on with another man. So he and a friend had donned balaclavas and come at the family with baseball bats. They'd tried, unsuccessfully, to make the crime look like a robbery gone wrong. Was the massacre in Afghanistan the work of two monsters, two criminals, or two masters of deception? The hardest part in answering this question, I knew, would be summoning the patience required to get all the answers from Breacher and Nick. Nick was staring out the car window at the pine trees and the sea beyond as we pulled up outside the house. "I bet you feel like a ton of bricks just fell on you," he said. "Yeah," I nodded. "Exactly." "You have to decide what you're going to do now," Nick said. His eyes followed a fishing trawler making its way slowly across the bay. "This is now your secret, too. You asked for it, and you got it. So you can decide to keep that secret, or you can turn us in." "Keeping it to myself makes me complicit in what Dorritch and Master did," I said. "Yeah. But turning you all in would mean losing my best friend. It would mean destroying your lives. You, Breacher, Master. It would mean disgracing Dorritch's memory." "Maybe not Breacher," Nick said. "It would be tough, but she wouldn't take it as hard as the rest of us. Her dad would soften the blow." "What do you mean?" "Her father is a command sergeant major," Nick said. "That's half the reason she got to the front line. Not a lot of women make it there, but she passed the training and her dad gave her a nudge. I've always thought that's maybe why Master—" "Why he what?" "Never mind," Nick said, waving me off. "I'm tired, man. Whatever you decide to do, I can't hear it right now. I feel like if I don't get some shut-eye soon, I'm going to lose my head." "Go." I nodded toward the house. "We can talk later." Nick hung back at the passenger side door before he closed it. "You wake me up by throwing more water in my face? I'll make you sorry you were born, Cap," he said. "Try it." I managed to smile. The exhausted veteran slunk from the car toward the house. I exited the car to the sound of gentle rumbling waves and took a few steps into the bed of pine needles beyond the parking area, to look out at the gray slab of water and the harbors to the south. I didn't realize how hardened my facial expression had become until I turned at a sound and felt it crack into another smile. A small blond boy was approaching me, with some caution, a brown bundle of fur clutched in his small hands. "Oh, hello," I said. "Hi," the boy said and lifted the creature so I could see it. "I found this big mouse." I recognized the fat rodent as Effie's pet. "That's actually a rat," I said. "His name's Crazy. He belongs to one of the residents here." "He might not be a rat. He might be a mega mouse." "Ah, well, that's a good point," I laughed. "Could be. I'm not an expert." I went over and straightened the tiny purple collar that Effie had fashioned for Crazy the rat, so that the little bell, no bigger than a ball bearing, hung at the rodent's throat. "Where'd you find him?" "He was sleeping in the big room with all the chairs." The child and I stroked Crazy together, one fingertip each, until the rat clambered up his arm, making him giggle as it settled on his shoulder. "Crazy likes it in the sitting room," I said. "It's the warmest place in the house." "You're a brave boy to just pick him up like that. Some of the people who live here are afraid of this little guy." "Well, I have a hamster at my house," the boy said. "So I'm not scared of little animals. I really like birds. One time, me and my mom saved a bird that got too wet in a storm. Its feathers got all spiky, and we had to dry it off. We put it in a box, and we gave it some water, and in the morning, it felt all better." "Aren't you nice?" I laughed. The boy stifled a smile. "I guess. You and your mom must have gotten here yesterday morning. Is that right?" I asked. Yeah. This inn is my place. I'm sorry I wasn't here to welcome you." "That's okay. What's your name?" The boy tapped a finger on his chin thoughtfully, the mock detective pondering a clue. "Today I'm going to be Shannon." "You have different names on different days?" I said. "That's a fun game." It's not a game," the child frowned. "It's very serious." "Okay," I said with a nod, trying to look stern. "So what's my name for today, then?" Shannon said. He considered me, then took the rat down and cupped it in both his hands. He began laughing at his own joke even before it had left his lips. "Mr. Butthead Man." "Mr. Butthead Man!" I roared in mock outrage, rising to my full height. "How dare you!" The boy took off toward the house, repeating the nickname and leaping up the porch steps. He almost slammed into Susan's legs as he went through the front doors. Susan recovered and headed down the steps toward me. "Have you come here to insult me as well?" I asked as she put a mug of coffee in my hand. "If that's what you want, although I think Mr. Butthead Man has a certain ring to it." "Cute kid." "Very outspoken," Susan nodded. "He just finished telling me that my hair is all wrong. I'd be better as a brunette." "I don't see it." "Not sure where his mother is," Susan said. She pulled her silky blonde strands up into a ponytail and secured it with an elastic band. "The child just seems to have free rein. I saw him helping Effie change a tire earlier, and then I had to rescue him from hearing all about Angelica's brief but nonetheless illuminating foray into trading rare discontinued shades of oil paint across Southeast Asia." "Wow." "Yeah, I think Angelica's got writer's block. She's been at least 15% more insufferable lately." I sighed. Susan patted my hairline, where the bump Nick had given me was receding. "Trip was that good, huh?" "I'll tell you about it later," I said as we headed toward the house. "Right now, I'm going to finish this coffee, and then I think I need to lie down." "Got a hangover?" "More like existential dread, I think." "Well, you've got half an hour. Shauna Bolger's on her way over." "What?" I stopped beside her at the bottom of the stairs. "She's coming here?" "She just called." Susan shrugged. "Said she needs your help." Desert outside Bagram, Afghanistan, 2010. Nick might have looked at the bodies on the floor. The children. The women. He wasn't sure. Later, visions of them would come, pushed their way into his brain in the cold hours of early morning, but they were always different. Sometimes, in his visions, they were so perfect it was like they were all huddled asleep on the earth floor. Other times, he saw the deaths in all their gory specificity. Eyes wide, blood coughed like black stars onto faded fabric. He was only in the room for seconds before Roger Dorritch dragged him out of the house and slammed him into the warm brick wall of the little house, his rifle shouldered and 2 hands clutching Nick's tactical vest. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Oh, my God! You—" "Shut up, Jones! Shut up! Let me talk! You killed them! You killed them! You killed them!" "Jones!" Dorritch snarled, grabbing Nick's jaw and shoving his head into the wall. "There's no time for bullshit. We've got to move fast." Rick Master was there, leading a stiff-legged and gasping Carly Breacher out of the house. Master was carrying a battered old farmer's rifle with duct tape wrapped around the stock. "Listen up," Dorritch said, as Breacher was thrown against the wall beside Nick. "What just happened, happened. Everything's under control. All you have to do is follow our lead. The scouts will have picked up the gunfire. There will be teams on their way here any second. We need to set this up properly and call it in." "What the hell is this?" Breacher was huddled into Nick's side, her rifle gripped against her chest. "What are you doing?" "It's what we're doing," Master said. "Look, everything's going to work out. Just fall into line. Jones, you're going back up to the edge of the slope and fire on the house and car. Breacher, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to be the one who takes the hit." What do you mean?" Breacher asked. Her voice was quavering badly. Dorritch reached forward and grabbed the shoulder of her vest, pushed her sideways. Nick reached out to scoop her back against his side, an automatic reaction, but the shock had slowed him, numbed him. He would remember the sight of her there, silhouetted against the light of the house's interior, bent slightly, as though bracing, as though she knew what was coming. Master stepped back, actioned the farmer's rifle, and shot her in the stomach. Chapter 22. Shauna Bolger stopped just outside Gloucester, on a forested strip of side road dappled with sunlight. She waited 10 minutes, her eyes on the rearview mirror, anticipating with dread the appearance of the 2 men in the battered truck she had spotted outside her home in Needham. She'd hopped into Mark's pale blue truck, leaving soon after she saw Kylie and Don off. She'd driven quickly past the 2 men, hoping against hope that they'd head into the house looking for the contents of the safe instead of following after her. Just in case they did, she had made a twisty, turny route through the suburbs as she headed for the highway. Nothing. They didn't appear now, but they knew what the truck looked like. She'd need to get rid of it. She got out and went to the back of Mark's truck. She looked at the big suitcase lying on its side at the head of the truck bed, strapped into place between 2 similar suitcases loaded with Mark's clothes and shoes. There was no blood seeping from the middle case, no ominous stains, nothing to indicate what terrible cargo was curled within it. Shauna got back into the truck and picked up the dead woman's phone. It didn't need an access code, which was an unexpected blessing. The device told her the flood of calls that had come in that morning were from a contact named simply D. There were no messages from that number. Shauna flipped through the recent messages in the lead-up to the intrusion at her home. "Yo, Mar, you bringing some of that good shit to Frank's party on Sat? We'll pay. We need re-up at Smithton House, 50 caps." Shauna had spent enough decades as a cop's wife to know what re-ups, caps, and bringing good shit to parties meant. It meant the female intruder and the one named Pooney were drug dealers. Shauna could have guessed something like that from their faces, their jittery movements, the terrible planning surrounding the break-in. All Shauna had to do now was find out who their boss was. She wanted to find the man who had sent them, the man who had set in motion this runaway train on which Shauna was now trapped, barreling down the side of a mountain. She again scrolled through the messages, each contact labeled only with a single initial. She stopped when she discovered texts from P, which she supposed must have been Poon. "Where you?" the contact labeled P asked. "Donkeys," was the reply. "I hate to wake up and you not here." "Well, I'm bringing breakfast home, so stop your complaining, Poon." "We need to get there early. We at least 1 day late on batch. Driver gonna kill us. Get your ass home." Driver. Was that D? Shauna went back to the list of messages, but found none under D. Only brief or unanswered calls in the recents list. She put the phone down and lifted the small plastic tub she had retrieved from the safe in the floor of her garden shed. She was right about the combination code. She set the tub on her lap. This was it. This was what they had come for. What these people were prepared to beat, degrade, and humiliate her for. Possibly what they had planned to kill her for. It was also something her husband of almost 5 decades had wanted to keep from her so badly, he'd constructed an elaborate plan to ensure she never found out about it. The safe. The secret commissioning of it. The weekend away in Florida. It was all for whatever lay in the box on her lap. There were 5 unsealed manila envelopes standing upright in the plastic tub. Shauna lifted the first one and peered inside. A small gray device lay blank and silent, its screen dark green, lifeless, and marked with scratches. A single piece of paper was wedged between the device and the side of the envelope. Shauna slipped it out and recognized Mark's handwriting. Michelle Dunbar, 1991. Richard Hanoi. Shauna turned the envelope this way and that, but found nothing else inside. She picked up the device, examined it. It was not a phone, but she didn't recognize what it was. She picked up her own phone and Googled the names and date from the slip of paper, clicked on the first story to pop up. The family of missing teenager Michelle Dunbar have expressed their dismay at police mishandling of the case, claiming a Palm Pilot belonging to the teenager has gone missing from police custody. The personal electronic organizer, they claim, was recovered from Dunbar's body and may hold the key to finding the girl after 2 years of investigative dead ends. Lead detective Mark Bolger refused to comment on how the crucial piece of evidence in the case was misplaced. Dunbar's boyfriend, Richard Hanoi, was released from police custody without charge yesterday, following exhaustive interviews in which... Shauna sighed. Oh, Mark. While she was tempted to scroll further through the story, to look at the images of the missing girl and the strained, grief-stricken parents, Shauna decided not to torture herself with further evidence of how twisted and manipulative her husband had been. Shauna had known deep down in her soul that there were probably cases out there that went unsolved because bringing them resolution would in some way disadvantage Mark. He had been that kind of man, that kind of cop. She flipped to the next envelope, which contained a pair of black lace panties and another set of names. In the third envelope was a flick knife. In the fourth, a leather-bound diary. Shauna lifted the final envelope and reached inside. She found a dusty builder's glove made of white cotton with protective plastic molding on the inside of the palm and fingers. On the back of the wrist was a reddish-brown stain that could have been old dried blood. Shauna took the slip of paper from the envelope and read the names. Georgette Winter Lee, 1989. Norman Driver. Chapter 23. When I saw how frail Shauna Bolger looked as she exited the pickup truck just beyond the reach of the inn's porch, my natural instinct was to run over and catch her. Susan had told me Shauna needed help, but the woman I had seen only a day earlier at her husband's funeral seemed physically degraded, as though whatever had happened in the last 24 hours had deflated her, wrung her like a rag. There was an angry blue bruise spreading up her jaw and a split in her lip, and she walked slightly bent, nursing an obviously battered frame. "Jesus, Shauna," I said to her as I went and took her arm. "What happened?" I'm fine, she waved me off. "I fell, that's all." Are you hurt? Just my ego. I walked her to the porch and sat with her on a bench there. Effie came striding around the side of the house, toting a garden rake in one hand and garbage can in the other, and took in the sight of the truck and the suitcases strapped in the back as she passed. You said you needed my help? I said. I'm glad you're here, but you should have called me earlier before you drove all this way. I could have stayed in Boston. Oh, it's not like that, Shauna said. I've just been rattling around the house, trying to make myself useful, and I needed a change of scene. The grief makes you restless. You can probably relate. I remember, I nodded. I couldn't sit still after Siobhan. I lost a few pounds just walking around. Well, while I was trying to keep myself busy last night, I started going through all of Mark's clothes, she said. I thought I'd donate them to Goodwill. She gestured to the 3 suitcases on the truck. I loaded them up on the truck myself. Guess I overdid it and fell. Then I decided maybe I'd been overzealous with the packing. Too brutal. Perhaps there are things within those cases of Mark's that I'd like to keep. And then I drove here. Geez, I said, you're a bit muddled up, aren't you? Shauna nodded, gazing at the sea beyond the horizon, and I noticed her mouth twitch just a little. I regretted my words immediately. The last thing she needed right now was to be patronized. I expected there would be plenty of that from her son, her friends and neighbors, the people who had been around her when Mark died. She'd come to me, I guessed, because she'd seen in me a friend, just the way that Nick had, someone who would trust her judgment and not question her or try to direct her. As a widower myself, I was someone she could trust not to mishandle her grief. What can I do? It's the truck, Shauna gestured to the vehicle. It's a stick shift. I'm just not great with those. My little Honda is in the shop, and the Corvette is too fast for me. No problem, I said. You can borrow my car. I'll drive the truck back, and I was thinking of staying at the beach house. Shauna put a hand up. It's just too painful back home without Mark there. There are so many little reminders of him. I need fresh scenery. All right, I said. Sure. You guys kept that place at Manchester by the Sea, huh? We did. Mark hosted a Christmas party there one year. I nodded, remembering. If there are too many reminders of him at the beach house, you're welcome to come stay here. No, I couldn't possibly impose, but thank you. The Manchester house is my happy place. I chose it. I decorated it. It really has my stamp rather than his. Nice place. Yes, too nice for his salary. I'm sure he lied to me about the price. Shauna gave a mirthless smile. I didn't say anything. Her husband's obvious corruption lingered between us, silently, the ghost of sins neither of us wanted to imagine. I don't know how to thank you for this, Bill. It's nothing, I waved her off. It's a car, it's fine. With so many people living here, we have more cars than we know what to do with. I'll just get Susan. No, don't, Shauna said. She put a hand on my arm, and I noticed scratches and bruises on her knuckles. Don't bother her. Don't bother yourself any further either. If you just lend me one of your cars and toss the truck somewhere in a garage, or whatever you have here, I'd be so grateful. What about the suitcases? Want me to give them to Goodwill for you? I think I'll need more time, Shauna sighed. Could you just leave them in the truck where they are? Of course, I said. I'll move your truck to the garage around the back. Stay here. Take a load off. I jogged down the stairs just as Effie walked up to Shauna's truck, her hand reaching toward the truck bed's hatch. She's not a guest, I told Effie. No need to unload the bags. We're just going to park the truck in the garage. Will you give me a hand? Effie nodded and pulled open the door beside me. I felt something hit my boot and looked down. It was a small silver chain that had apparently been caught up in the door jamb. I reached down, picked it up, and walked it back to where Shauna sat on the porch. I was heading up the steps, the chain hanging from my fist, holding it out to show my old friend, when I looked into her eyes and saw an expression that stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a look I'd seen 1,000 times or more across my career, so familiar and so distinct that I felt my soul arrested in my body. It was the look a person gives when they're caught. The shocked, vulnerable, slightly frightened gaze of a perp cornered, presented with inescapable evidence. The cage door shut, the lies exposed. "This fell out of your truck," I said. Defiance flickered through Shauna, and her features fell into neutral. I laid the silver necklace on Shauna's outstretched palm. We both looked down at the pendant hanging from it, a single cursive letter fashioned from scratched and worn silver. It was the letter M. "Oh," Shauna nodded, closing the necklace in her fist. "That's Mark's." "Is it?" I asked. My incredulity must have shown in my voice, because Shauna gave a forced laugh. We both knew the letter on the pendant was so curly and delicate it was obviously designed for a woman. And the chain itself was so thin and small it was ridiculous to suggest it might have gone around the neck of the great hulking man that we both knew as Shauna's late husband. And yet, Shauna sat there and lied to me, holding the necklace in her fist, her eyes locked on mine. "Not his. I mean, mine, but given to me by Mark. It's a long story," she said. He'd intended to give it to me for my birthday some years ago. He ordered it especially. Only he didn't look in the box before he gave it to me, and..." She swiped at her brow. "It was the funniest scene, us sitting there at the restaurant, me opening the box and finding the complete wrong initial." It was a good lie. Good recovery from Shauna, trying to pass off the pendant as Mark's, the whole story about the dinner and the mistaken gift. I stood there, stunned, wondering how long she'd been lying to me, and why. But like Nick's secret, I knew Shauna's would unfold for me in time. I just had to be patient, vigilant, and watchful. I could only hope hers wasn't about to bring hellfire into my life, too. Chapter 24. Something was going on in the house, Clay knew. There was tension and turmoil in the air. He felt it as soon as he stepped up onto the porch late in the afternoon. Bill was pacing the beach beyond the pine trees, which was something Clay had only seen him do in the months after his wife died. His hair was windswept, and his face was hard, the way it had been back in those dark days. And then there was Nick, who Clay spotted sitting at the edge of the porch farthest from the beach, slumped in a rocking chair drinking a beer. That wasn't right either. If someone was looking for Nick, they would search the running trails in the woods, or find him using the stairs behind the kitchen to do push-ups. The tension in the household seemed to have infected everyone. Clay passed Vinny in the sitting room and found him reading a battered copy of Little House on the Prairie. Effie was standing in front of the refrigerator, eating ice cream from the tub. Upside-down world. Any minute now, Clay expected to run into the reclusive Nettie Ives, who barely anyone had ever seen since the man stayed confined to his room on the 3rd floor at all hours of the day and night. But when Clay noticed the new arrival, April Leeler, in the dining room, he felt that same light, calming warmth that seemed to surround her. With his fingertips tingling weirdly, as they had whenever his thoughts turned to this beautiful, mysterious woman who had arrived in his life yesterday, he went to the kitchen and poured 2 glasses of red wine. He brought them back to the edge of the dining room and paused to ease a long, slow, confidence-invoking breath into his big lungs. April's back was to the door where he stood. Joe was lying on the carpet. Clay could just see the child's legs beyond the edge of the table. "Hello!" Clay bellowed with all the breath he had mustered. April jolted hard in her chair at the sound. "Oh, I'm sorry, Clay swept to her side. "I didn't mean to startle you. Here, take this." Clay shoved the wine glass into April's hand, sloshing wine on her wrist. He was sinking desperately into a chair near hers, cringing at his bungled entrance, when he heard a laugh. "This'll calm my nerves." April sipped the wine and smiled. "I'm really sorry," Clay said. I was just glad to see you. It's okay. She reached over and touched his hand in a way that made his stomach clench. Did you just get home from work? Yes. 2 auto break-ins, a couple of drug overdoses, and a barroom brawl. Not a bad shift, all things considered. Clay looked down at the floor where Joe was stretched out on his belly with his iPad, playing a game that involved choosing clothes for a series of colorful monsters. How are you two settling in? We're okay. At least one of us has been soaking up all the natural scenery, April said, glancing down at the child who was putting a blue blazer on a green alien-like creature. You know, prancing in the woods, climbing trees, talking to squirrels, collecting beautiful seashells for his loving mother. I did all that stuff this morning before you woke up, Joe said. Yes, but you've been on your iPad ever since. I need to play the iPad. You need to? Yes, otherwise it gets lonely. The adults laughed. Clay could feel the wine warming his cheeks already. He quietly indulged in a momentary fantasy. The same scene repositioned in a home of their own. April urging Joe to go out to play in their garden and make the most of those hours before bedtime. Clay and April falling exhausted onto their couch to debrief on the day, bare feet touching, maybe under a knee blanket, while a TV played, ignored, in the corner. The safety and security of mundane family routines, the fuel that ran Clay's heart. With a little more nudging from April, Joe set down the iPad and leapt to his feet, running out to gather more seashells from the beach in the fading light. So where are you two headed? Clay asked after a minute or two of mental rehearsing. Joe says you're on vacation. Look, Joe says things, April said. He's a talker. A lot of it is made up. You shouldn't pay much attention to it. Sounds like every kid I've ever met. Yes, it's just... April gave an uncomfortable laugh. You never know what Joe's going to say next, you know? So you're not on vacation? We are. He's got that bit right, at least. April took a long draught of wine. This is day 3 of our adventure. Where to next? Oh, I don't know. We're just sort of winging it, April said as she smoothed down a lock of her dark silken hair and tucked it behind her perfect ear. I like to pull into a town, get a feel for it, see what the motels are like. It's risky business booking accommodations online. You can't capture the smell of a place in a photograph. You sure can't. Can't tell how noisy it is either. In my dreams, I do a vacation like this in an RV, April sighed. Take our home with us. See the country, one town at a time. Just trundling along. Sounds nice, Clay said and smiled. The open road. Just going where the winds take you. That's the plan, April nodded, smiling, looking just past him at the door to the yard into which Joe had disappeared. How long will you be away, all up? A few weeks, 3 weeks. So where's home? Omaha. You came all the way from Omaha, Clay frowned. April's wineglass was almost empty. Yeah, but you said this was only day 3. April set down her glass slowly. Yes, it is, day 3. And you got here yesterday, from Omaha? That must have been one hell of a drive, Clay said. It's got to be, 1,500 miles? Not much of a trundle. Sounds like you were hauling ass day and night. April's mouth turned into a thin line. Her eyes traced the wood grain in the tabletop before her. I must be confused, she said quietly. That, or you're lying, Clay said. April froze. Clay saw the muscles in the back of her hands tighten on the tabletop. He reached over and put a hand carefully on her forearm. It was warm and taut beneath his palm. Listen, Clay said. I think I know what's going on. It's that obvious, is it? Maybe not to everyone, Clay said. But to me, yeah. I deal with this stuff all the time at work. A beautiful woman and her son traveling alone for an indeterminate amount of time during the school term without enough baggage to last them a week. No mention of his father. Mom's got her eyes on the exits in every room, warning anyone who bothers to talk to her that the kid's untrustworthy and shouldn't be listened to. And this vague tale about a vacation to nowhere in particular. None of it makes any sense. April's heartbeat was ticking through the muscle under Clay's hand. Unless, of course, someone's after you, Clay said. April exhaled. She wouldn't look at him. Joe's dad, right? Clay pressed. You fled. You're in hiding. Joe said something yesterday about being worried about being followed. I can't talk about it, April said, shrinking away from Clay's touch. I can't get into it. You don't have to. Clay put his hands up. I don't need to know the details, but you need to know something. What? April chanced to look at him. You're safe here, Clay said. I'm not going to tell any of the others what's going on, but you can't keep running. You've got no plan and no direction, and that's going to lead you down the wrong road. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. I've seen this before, women running off from their abusive husbands and ending up someplace bad. Where that phone call, the one you make to him saying sorry, begging for forgiveness, asking him to come pick you up, is the only option you have left. April chewed her lips. You're safe here, he said again. Then he took a chance. With me. April looked at him, and he tried to get a read on those eyes. She was calculating, weighing. Clay hadn't felt the desperation to measure up so acutely in years. Joe banged on the glass doors beside them, startling them both. He was holding a hermit crab in his palm. Look, he bellowed. It's alive, see? They nodded and grinned until the kid went back to his exploring. Why don't you let me help you? Clay asked April. He braced himself, expecting her to pull away again, but instead, she slid her hand up into his. Okay, she said. I think I will. Chapter 25. Shauna stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, stunned, it seemed, by an invisible force. Her feet simply slowed, and then were stationary, and her gaze locked on the muddled horizon of stores closing, restaurants opening, Manchester by the sea rolling gently toward night. All that had happened in the past 24 hours swept over her. The murder, the cleanup, the first close call at her home with the men who had come to her garage, and the second close call at Bill Robinson's house. She had been going through tasks mindlessly in an exhausted haze. Dropping Robinson's car at the Manchester beach house, going out to get supplies, food, painkillers. Now, suddenly, the path ahead seemed empty. There had been a plan, and now there was none, and she found herself staring at her own reflection in the window of a thrift shop. She looked impossibly worn, hard-edged and hollow. But there was something else there, too, something new in her eyes. The last Shauna she had imagined had been a woman full of life and joy, sailing the coast, taking tourists along the glittering edges of the horizon. Before that, there'd been another Shauna in production, the nursing home version, boring, long-suffering attendants with stories. Now she was looking at a Shauna completely unfamiliar to her, a wounded being filled with fury, a killer, a liar, a criminal. The hopes and desires of those other Shaunas had been so clear. But this new one? There was no telling what she would do next. Shauna lifted her eyes to the mannequin dominating the front of the thrift shop. It was a young woman's figure, ridiculously slim, like the woman Shauna had murdered. The mannequin was dressed in jeans that were torn at the knees, a T-shirt from some band Shauna had never heard of, and a dusty leather jacket. Shauna stared at that jacket. When the shop attendant got it down for her, Shauna ran her fingers over the battered but strong stitching in the shoulders, the scratched zipper and purple satin lining. A faint smell of cigarette smoke lingered on the garment. The jacket was heavy, protective, loaded with a history Shauna could somehow sense was violent and dark. She pulled it on. The shop attendant was hovering nearby, loading freshly washed clothes onto racks. "For your granddaughter, is it?" she asked, glancing over. Shauna didn't answer. "No returns on sale items," the woman chirped. Shauna waited until the attendant had walked back to collect more washed items before she zipped up the front of the jacket, opened the door to the store, and walked out into the night. Chapter 26. Nick parked by a playground outlined in blue moonlight and walked up the hill toward the lookout. All of Gloucester sprawled below him, the shipping yards and marinas reaching like gold fingers into the Black Sea to his left, and to his right, a handful of scattered lights, houses, properties, sinking and disappearing as they were consumed by the distant woods. Breacher was sitting on the bumper of her rental car, watching red lights blink out on the sea. Nick went and sat beside her, and in the silence he remembered those long nights in the desert, when the two of them could go 3 or 4 hours without speaking, as they watched for planes overhead or movement on the hills. There were no hellos or goodbyes. The 4-man unit had functioned as a singular organism, sometimes stretched across the base or across a slab of land, but always connected. Since the killings, he had felt Breacher, Master, and Dorrich's presence across the states and towns that stretched between them. Breacher had been the farthest away, in Chicago, the others closer in. All of them united, a circle of trust. What had happened linked them in a way that would never be severed. So it seemed ridiculous to greet Breacher. They were never really apart. "Is Bill going to tell someone?" she asked eventually. "I don't think so," Nick said. He breathed warm mist onto the cold night air. "If he does, it won't come suddenly. He'll tell me first, and I'll tell you." "Did he say anything this afternoon?" she asked, "after you got back?" "He texted." Nick took his phone out of his pocket. "I tried to avoid him, but he's right onto it, as I knew he would be. He wants us to track down Master. He says he's going to find out what happened with Dorrich, whether there was a crime scene or whatever." They watched the sea, the blinking lights. "I can't believe we told someone outside the team," Breacher said. "It feels like, I don't know, now that I've heard it told to another person, a regular person, it's like it wasn't real." "Yeah," she said. Nick could feel her eyes on him. "Have you ever told anyone else?" "No," he said. "What about your therapist?" "No." "Did you ever say anything to your shrink that they might, be able to piece together?" "Breacher," Nick said, "you're panicking. We can't panic right now." "Hell yeah, I'm panicking," Breacher said. "Because if this hits the newspapers, the story won't come out the way it did in that diner today. We won't look like we were duped, you and me. We'll look like monsters. And when they find out the rest of it, the stuff we didn't say today, it'll be even worse." Nick nodded. Breacher rubbed her eyes hard with her palms, like she was trying to smudge out the memories. "Your friend Bill only really knows half the story. But when he learns the whole truth—" "I know," Nick said. "He'll turn on us." The two veterans fell quiet. The cooling engine beneath the hood where they sat was quietly ticking, a sensation Nick could feel rather than hear over the breeze. "We have to make sure he doesn't find out," Nick said. Chapter 27. None of this Bolger thing made sense, and that worried Norman Driver. He stood in his kitchen setting out the objects he needed to prepare his dinner, relishing the simplicity and orderliness of the task. Cutting board, knife, potatoes, steak. His phone was propped against the edge of the window that looked out onto the lush driveway, lined with sunset-lit trees. On the phone's screen, he watched two of his men, Shiat and Fuller, live streaming themselves to him as they drove along a highway toward the Canadian border. Driver toyed with the idea that Pooney had been telling the truth, that he and Maris had broken into Mark Bolger's house, beaten up the widow, and that she'd turned around and blown Maris's head off with a 12-gauge. Pooney said he hightailed it through a bathroom window after the lady was distracted by a knock at the front door. It all seemed credible. Crazy, but credible. There were enough fine details, the bathroom window, the type of shotgun used, for Driver to believe Poon. But he checked the story out, and there had been no calls to police that night. No bodies discovered in or around Needham. 2 of his guys had checked out the house and found no crime scene. The woman had indeed been home. She'd even invited a couple of young neighbors inside, and after an hour or so, all 3 had left, apparently calm and cheerful. When Driver's guys had gone in later, they discovered a safe hidden in the floor of the garden shed. It was unlocked and empty. So, where was Maris? Where was Mark Bolger's wife? Where was his collection of incriminating evidence? If Driver could find the evidence, he could relieve himself of a decades-old knot of worry in the back of his mind that one of these days, as Bolger had always threatened, the truth about what Driver had done to Georgette Winter Lee would rise to the surface. That the glove he'd left behind in her apartment would find its way into a forensic lab somewhere, and Driver's life would be over. Driver set aside the potatoes he'd sliced. He checked his phone. Shiat and Fuller were pulling up to the border. Driver heard the truck's brakes squeal. Shiat's face, pitted with acne scars, was cast icy white in the beam of the border officer's flashlight as Fuller rolled down the window. Driver listened while he rubbed spices into his steak. "Evening, gentlemen." "Hey." "Sup." "What's the purpose of your visit to Canada tonight?" "Just dumping a bunch of construction material," Fuller sniffed as he dragged his nose across the back of his hand. "We'll be back through again in a couple of hours." "Why do the job in America and dump the materials in Canada?" the officer asked. "That's a bit weird, isn't it?" An itch worked its way up Driver's spine. He didn't like nosy customs officers. He washed his hands and listened to Fuller and Shiat describing the long day they'd had, the early start in the morning on a new job, the instructions from their overbearing boss. Driver could see the officer's flashlight picking its way around the cabin of the truck. Driver's back teeth locked together, tension balling in his chest. "We're dumping asbestos," Shiat said. "Nastiest shit on earth. It's basically cancer in a bag. Landfills get paid by the government to dispose of it. This place we're going to, near Sutton, cut a deal, I guess." Driver watched the screen as the silence ticked by. He said a silent prayer that the whole notion of why the Canadian government would pay one of their own landfill operators to take U.S.-born asbestos seemed too complicated for the kind of dunderhead who spent all day looking for smuggled fruit and vegetables at a customs checkpoint. For months, Driver's guys had been crossing back and forth over the border without being glanced at twice. Now this. "It's a bit late in the day to be dumping stuff, isn't it? Couldn't it wait until morning?" "Don't ask to take a look," Driver prayed. If this guy decided he wanted to look in the back of the truck, he'd find enough fentanyl to kill an army of elephants. "Can I take a look?" the guy said. Driver stabbed the cutting board with his carving knife. "Go ahead," Fuller shrugged, as Driver watched on his phone. "It's your funeral." More silence. The officer's flashlight beam, which had settled on the dashboard, didn't move. "Okay, you can go on through," the officer said finally. "Take your cancer in a bag with you." Driver exhaled in relief. Shiat and Fuller nodded and waved as they drove on through the checkpoint. Driver tugged the tip of the knife from the cutting board and set it aside. After a few moments, the men in the truck looked at each other and started laughing. "What are you 2 idiots laughing about?" Driver asked. "You just stared down 20 years in prison." "Yeah, right," Shiat lounged back in his seat. "You wouldn't let us get all the way to prison, boss." "You'd have us snuffed in the first holding cell we ever got to," Fuller said. "That's the smartest thing I've heard you 2 say all day," Driver said as he started arranging the chunks of potato on a paper-lined tray. "Text me when you're back through the border." Driver hung up. Darkness had fallen outside. His thoughts about getting a Border Patrol officer on his payroll competed with the Maris puzzle. He tried to remember if Mark Bolger had a son. If so, perhaps the son had a hand in all this. Or maybe some cop friend of the old man. Driver was so distracted by his problems, he didn't see the distant light at the end of his driveway that appeared and then immediately snapped out as the cabin light of a car went on and off. Then the window in front of him exploded. Chapter 28. Driver curled into a ball on the floor of his kitchen, listening to the sounds around him. Gas hissing out of the refrigerator at his back, which had been struck by the bullet that came through the window. Stray pieces of glass tinkling down from the upper edge of the window onto the countertop. Crickets and night forest sounds, suddenly louder now than they had been through the glass. Most of what Driver felt in those first few moments was pure confusion rather than rage. It didn't compute in Driver's brain that the gunshot had been deliberate. No one in their right mind would attack him in his home. Not anybody from around here, anyway. Not after his murderous display upon arrival, and the whispers of his reputation that had almost certainly followed it. He decided quickly that the shot must have been an accident, a stray from a hunter. Then another shot blasted out a window in the next room. The cell phone on the countertop began to ring, breaking him out of his stupor and yanking the fury inside him up out of its slumber. He crouched, slipped a hand over the counter, and grabbed his phone. The name on the screen sent another shot of adrenaline through his bloodstream. Maris. Driver pushed the button to answer the call and lifted the device to his ear, saying nothing. "You want to know something crazy?" It was a woman's voice. Driver's brain started putting pieces together, scenarios that were incredible, but nevertheless apparently true. "What?" he managed. "I was aiming for your truck both times," the voice said. "Seems like I'm a terrible shot, at long distance anyway." Driver hugged the ground. Through the phone he heard a familiar sound, the slice and shunt of a rifle's bolt action. He heard a shot and the crunch sound of his truck, parked just to the left of the kitchen window, collapsing as a tire was blown out. "I'm getting better, though." "You stupid bitch," Driver said. He heard surprise mingled with the anger on his breath. "You must be out of your goddamn mind. Do you have any idea who you're messing with right now?" "Norman Lucas Driver," the woman said. "Asbestos removal specialist, drug kingpin, murderer." "You must be the Bolger wife." "No," the woman said. "Not anymore. I'm on a bit of a journey of self-discovery right now, actually. I know how cliché that sounds, but it's true." Driver crawled across the kitchen floor into the living room, hating who he was in this moment, unarmed, sweat-drenched, trembling uncontrollably as his body was flooded with fight-or-flight chemicals. He took a moment, a single second, to indulge in the pitifulness of it as he tucked his body behind the couch in the living room, where he could safely sneak a glance toward the end of the driveway. It was no use. She was parked in the moonshadow of a big oak tree, the license plate unreadable. Driver promised himself he would remember the feel of the humiliation burning through him, use it to fuel his revenge. "People have been thrusting identities on me my whole life," the woman said. "You know, when I was a teenager it was, get married, have kids, be that person. Daughter to wife to mother, whether you like it or not. Then, all of a sudden, here you come with your own version of me. Murder victim." "Lady, you got the wrong number," Driver said. "You should have called a shrink. What you're doing right now is ordering home delivery of the worst death imaginable." "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah," Driver said. "I'm gonna get creative with you, bitch. Nobody gets to attack me in my own home. You just don't do that." "I'm surprised." "By what?" "By the sanctity you attach to the home," the old woman said. "Georgette Winter Lee was in her own home when you raped and suffocated her." Driver smiled in the darkness of his living room. The puzzle was complete. "Old lady," he said, "you're picking a fight with the wrong person." "Young man," she replied, "I could tell you the exact same thing." Chapter 29. The next morning I was in the kitchen serving up one of my classically terrible breakfasts when Susan came up behind me and put a hand on my shoulder. "I know about Nick," she said. The watery, scrambled eggs tumbled out of the pan into the big china bowl I'd set out, a lump or two hitting the counter. I glanced through both doors to the kitchen, but no one was in earshot. "So you cracked," I said. "You looked him up?" "It was pretty clear to me yesterday that he told you something horrifying," Susan sighed. "You both looked shell-shocked. I guess I didn't like the idea of you having to take on this burden alone." "Thanks," I said. "I'm not happy about it," she shrugged. "I've broken an oath I made to the public and a promise I made to myself. But there it is. Can't go back now. This thing that he's involved in, it's spreading like a virus, and I've just willingly infected myself." "So what did you find out exactly?" I asked. "The basics. His team was involved in a civilian shootout." She put her hands up in surrender. "On paper, it's all very neat. They were on a routine patrol, and they were engaged by a couple of men. They pursued. The men fled to a small dwelling. They exchanged fire with the dwelling and its inhabitants. A family of 8 was unfortunately killed." "But you know there's more to it than that," I said. "Of course," Susan said. She leaned against the counter beside me and folded her arms. The morning light through the lace curtains over the window threw pretty patterns on the back of her neck. "It's too tidy. Dorich, Master, Breacher, and Nick, they all gave the exact same version of events, down to the minutes between rounds of shots, the angles of fire, the positions of victims. Nobody remembers a traumatic event that clearly and correctly, especially not a whole group of people." "So you're wondering why they did it," I said, "why they killed that family, because it was clearly deliberate, calculated." "Firstly, I'm wondering who did the calculating," Susan said, "because if it was Nick—" "It wasn't," I said. Susan nodded. Her eyes searched mine, and I could tell she was looking for deception, because she knew I would protect my friend, whether he was guilty of something this atrocious or not. I would lessen whatever harm might come to him, even if it meant shouldering the burden of what he had done. When Susan was satisfied that I wasn't lying, she turned and opened a bag of bread that I'd set on the counter and started feeding slices into the toaster. "What's the situation now?" Susan asked. "Dorich killed himself. He told Breacher that someone knows what they did. Master's missing. Breacher and Nick are trying to find him." "So where are we going?" she asked. "We? Who's we? Just because you know what happened doesn't mean you have to get involved any further." "In for a penny, in for a pound," she said. "I'm going to find out what happened to Dorich," I said. "Did he kill himself because someone told him they were going to expose him? Or did someone kill him, try to make it look like a suicide? The only reason anyone is saying suicide is because Dorich's sister found him dead in the bathtub with a bullet in his head. That doesn't mean anything." "Let's get this all served up then and hit the road," Susan said. I knew there was no point arguing with her. If there was one thing I'd learned about Susan since we'd been together, it was that once she had set a course, turning her off it required all the patience, will, and endurance of tugboats turning a great ship. I stood marveling at her decision to get herself infected on my account, her willingness to open the door to darkness when she'd come to the inn in the first place to find peace and refuge. I suppose that was the nature of this house. It bred trouble, attracted trouble, gave it sanctuary. But so far, no darkness that had come knocking at the inn had outmatched us, and that gave me hope. Susan slapped my arm to knock me out of my reverie. "Those eggs are getting cold," she said. "I love you," I said. "Just get moving," she said, rolling her eyes. It wasn't until I opened the garage door that I remembered I'd lent Shauna my car. I told Susan as we stood looking at the row of cars, The older woman's pale blue truck parked between Angelica's little VW Bug and Effie's black Mustang. "When do you pick yours up from the shop?" I asked her. "Monday." "Let's ask Effie if we can take the Stang," I said. "I've been dreaming about opening this girl up, seeing what she can do." I stroked the hood. Eff spends every spare second working on it. I bet there's a jet engine under the hood. "We can't," Susan sighed. "I borrowed it a month ago and spilled a smoothie in it. She's never loaning it out again." "Susan!" "Sorry, babe." "I'd say we could borrow Angelica's car, but I don't have a spare 4 hours to hear about its cultural origins." We headed toward Shauna's truck, our decision made. "Should we unload those suitcases?" Susan asked. I rattled the suitcase nearest to me, but it was strapped in tight against the rear of the cab. "Let's leave them," I said. "They're just old clothes." Chapter 30. Vinny was sitting on the porch in his wheelchair, using the blanket on his lap to shield his hands from view, as he worked the piece of yarn clumsily with the bone needle. The physiology quack in Gloucester had spent a good 10 minutes last session trying to talk the ancient gangster into knitting, or crocheting as PT for his hands. Vinny, the one-time fish gutter, boxer, standover man, and lifelong thug, now had hands that were basically bone and skin, the cartilage rat shit, no nice little nitrogen bubbles or pockets of fat to protect his bones from grinding against each other. He'd whittled for a while, but got bored. He refused to fill the household with lacy doilies and table runners to keep his pain at bay. Then Angelica, who for some months had been fluttering around him in a will-I, won't-I kind of way, had told him about nalabinding. He'd sifted through Angelica's verbal garbage to decipher that the fabric creation technique had maybe been invented by Vikings. So that was all right by him. Vinny suspected if Angelica caught him doing it, she might be nudged into the will side of her internal argument. But he was damned if anyone else was going to see him doing it. He looked up when Joe burst through the door at a sprint and leapt off the porch, running into the woods like a wild deer. Adventure afoot, Vinny guessed. The mother, April, emerged more slowly, carrying a cup of coffee and butting the door shut with her hip. Vinny hid the yarn and nalabinding needle under the blanket and took in the sight of her. She wasn't his type. He liked a woman you could get a handful of. "Let me ask you a question," Vinny said. April looked at him the way a person looks at an unloved houseplant. "What the hell does a kid that age know about who they want to be?" Vinny asked, pointing after the child. "Excuse me?" April cocked her head. "Don't get me wrong," Vinny said. "I'm not one of these conservative types. Not a Bible basher. I get that some people have ideas about being born the wrong gender or whatever." He shrugged. "There were these guys I knew back in the day, back in the business, who were a little, He waited for her to catch on. She didn't. April's frown had deepened so much it started affecting her whole head, so that her chin dropped and her mouth turned down. "I think whatever you're trying to say," April said carefully, "you should stop it right now." Clay Spears came out onto the porch beside her, brushing toast crumbs off his tie. "I was just curious, that's all." Vinny shrugged again. "Forget about it." "What?" Clay asked, sensing the tension on the porch. "Who's just curious about what?" "That kid," Vinny pointed to the forest. "She's a girl." "Who?" Clay asked. "Joe?" "Yeah," Vinny said. "I wanted to know why her mom here's making out like she's a boy." "Joe is a boy," Clay said. "No, he ain't," Vinny said. "He's a girl." "What?" "That kid's a girl. What are you, blind?" "I'm not blind, I'm just—" Clay shook his head, tried to get his bearings. "Where's all this coming from? Joe's a boy. April said. I mean, he's a boy, right?" I'm so insulted right now, I can hardly speak," April said, pinching the bridge of her nose. Why are we discussing my child like this? Sir, I don't even know your name, and you're— Look! Vinny gave a huge sigh. He felt heavy with regret at what he had started. I was just trying to ask a question. Is it like one of those, those trans things? And if it is, what the hell, right? Because the kid's what, 5 years old? Who knows what they want to be when they're 5? Today she's a girl. Tomorrow she's a boy. Day after that she's a frickin' squirrel. I think I'm just going to leave this conversation, April said. She set her coffee down on the windowsill beside her and put her hands up. Joe isn't a girl. He's a little boy. He was born a boy. He always has been a boy. I'm not making out like he's anything. Lady, I know a little girl when I see one, Vinny snorted. I had 3 of my own. That kid's a girl. Vinny, Clay sighed. I shouldn't have asked. Vinny waved the couple off. Geez, you want to raise a weird, mixed-up kid? Go ahead, that's your business. Clay and April walked off, not before the sheriff threw a look back the gangster's way that was as mean as the big old softy could possibly manage. Vinny took up his needle and yarn again, but somehow the whole Viking thing no longer seemed enough to convince him that he wasn't straying into weird, mixed-up, gender-bending territory himself. He tossed the tool and the yarn aside and folded his arms. He decided he was done talking to people for the day. Chapter 31. Detective Eloise Sharman let me and Susan into Roger Dorrich's apartment in South Boston. She wasn't happy about it, pushing the door open with a pained look on her face. I'd known Eloise on the beat, had gotten drunk with her a bunch of times as a probationary officer, had once smashed through a plate glass window with her while pursuing a thief. But none of that removed the stink of my supposedly corrupt history. I hung back while Susan went in. Thanks for doing this, I told Eloise, trying to decide how I was going to convince her everything she'd heard about me in the past was untrue. I didn't get the chance. Whatever it is you're doing, Eloise said, do it fast. Roger Dorrich's family thinks this has all been shut down and signed off on as a suicide. I don't need some grieving relative turning up and wondering why we're still poking around. We'll be quick, I assured her. Eloise left to get a coffee, and I went in. I stood in the small kitchen, looking out over the living room toward the view over Boston. The apartment was typical of military guys I had known. The view is expensive. Army guys especially like to be high up so they can see the horizon, get the lay of the land. But the furniture was cheap, functional, mismatched, bought quickly and as needed by someone used to sleeping rough. Dorrich's fridge was empty except for condiments, and his cupboards were stacked with protein powders. I guessed he was so ravaged emotionally by his time at war that he had trouble keeping any potential romantic partners around long enough for them to have any effect on his living space. Susan was leafing through a wallet she found on the edge of a flimsy coffee table. She pulled out some receipts and started flipping through them. Well, here's your first clue, she said, handing 2 to me. When did Dorrich die again? Thursday? Yeah, morning, I said. Well, 7 o'clock that same morning, he fills the car with gas, she said, pointing at the papers in my hand. He buys a Diet Coke at the gas station and gets $50 out of the ATM. What's this a clue to? I asked. Dorrich not meaning to kill himself, Susan said. Who fills the car with gas when they know they're going to go home and end it all? And what's the cash for? She pulled the 50 out of the wallet and showed it to me. And what's with the Diet Coke? Why not go full sugar? Come on, it's the last day of your life. I see where you're going with this. It's good, but it's not enough, I said. It's not? You're ex-FBI, I said, so you're going to try to use your behavioral science witchcraft to lock down Dorrich's mental state based on a few bits of paper from his wallet. Right, she said. Where I come from, people aren't columns in a textbook. Oh, I see. She folded her arms and cocked a hip, smug. Please, go on then. School me. Outside the pretty offices and classrooms, on the street where the real cops work, I said, I dealt with stuff like this. Suicides, mystery deaths. People do weird things, okay? Maybe Dorich got the cash out at the gas station because he always got cash out. It was habit. Maybe he preferred Diet Coke to regular. Maybe he didn't want his family members to have to deal with a near-empty car when they were cleaning up his life after he was gone. Okay, fine. So where's your razor-sharp, street experience-hardened mind telling you we should look then? She asked. Without a body and without Dorich's phone or laptop, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel for what actually happened here. Keep scraping, I shrugged. Just keep scraping. I went to the bathroom where Eloise had told me Dorich's body was found, slumped in the tub with a bullet in the brain, entered through the right temple. The room was clean now. I leaned in through the doorway and tried to imagine Dorich in his final moments, driven to the brink by some supposed threat to expose or punish him for the massacre that had unfolded in Afghanistan. But there was so much I couldn't know without a body, or at least pictures of it. Whether he'd crouched there naked, as I'd seen many men do, trying to conceal the mess and shame of his ending, or whether he'd fallen there, fully clothed, as someone came through the door and snuffed him out of existence. I decided, as I stood there, that the priority was finding out who exactly had been threatening Dorich. Maybe Dorich had ended his own life in fear of this person. Or maybe that someone had done the deed for him. But either way, I needed to know who I was dealing with. Who'd been coming to make him pay? I turned and was about to leave the room when my boot crunched on a piece of broken tile on the bath mat. I bent down and picked up a tiny triangle of glossy white tile, held it against the wall. It was the same style. I scanned the walls, first around the door, then over the tub, then against the back wall where a sink stood beneath a mirror cabinet. I went there and pushed aside bottles on the vanity, trying to match the shard with the corner of a tile just above the sink. There was blue gunk in the grout of the cracked tile, more blue gunk in the rubber sealant joining the vanity to the wall. The spilled gunk had been wiped up hastily, leaving smears. I picked up the bottles on the counter, looked for something blue. There was tea-colored aftershave here, yellow hair wax, clear roll-on deodorant. I followed the side of the vanity down to a wastepaper basket. It was open and empty, lined with a clean, white plastic bag. I went to the kitchen and fished around in the cabinets until I found the trash can. It was also empty and re-lined with a large purple bag. I found Susan sitting on Dorich's bed, going through the contents of the nightstand drawer. "You've got to come with me," I said. "What? Where?" "Downstairs. Parking lot, probably. We'll have to go together. I can't see Elle being happy with one of us hanging around up here and one of us hanging around down there." "What's in the parking lot?" Susan asked. "The garbage room," I said. Susan's shoulders slumped. "It's time to be a real cop now, babe," I grinned. "I just bought these shoes," she sighed. Within about 10 minutes, Susan and I had set up a dumpster search system that functioned perfectly, as though it was something we'd done together 100 times before. Being the athletic one, with the sure-footedness of a mountain goat and the work ethic of a mule, Susan clambered into the dumpster and began loading bags into my arms, while I placed them into piles on the cement floor. Among the bags were the random discarded items apartment block garbage chutes tend to attract. Old shoes, a dead peace lily in a broken pot, half of a broken broom. I was interested in bags that matched the pale purple kind Dorich used in his kitchen, and smaller white supermarket-style bags like the one in his bathroom bin. Susan voiced her concerns as we worked, and they matched mine. We couldn't be sure without asking Dorich's family, or another resident of the building, when the dumpster was emptied, and therefore if any garbage from Dorich's apartment was likely present. We couldn't be sure Dorich's family had even dumped his garbage here, or if they'd taken it someplace else. And we couldn't be sure the broken tile and mysterious blue gunk in Dorritch's bathroom even meant anything, or if we were interrupting a more useful search of his personal possessions to follow my hunch. But I had a feeling, a weird, unsettling instinct. I didn't like the chipped tile. I didn't like the blue gunk in its proximity to the chipped tile. My stomach hitched, excited, when I tore open a small white bag and obviously bathroom-related content poured out onto the ground at my feet. I sorted through the tissues, used razors, clumps of hair, and empty pill boxes. Then seized upon a small plastic bottle of men's shaving gel. At the bottom of the bottle, a teaspoon or so of gluggy, bright blue liquid remained. As Susan landed on the cement beside me, having climbed out of the dumpster to take a break, I showed her the bottle and the small but unmistakable bullet hole in the side. "So what happened?" I asked. "He took a shot at himself and missed?" Chapter 32. It was 2 in the afternoon before Susan and I were evicted from Roger Dorritch's apartment building by a surly Eloise Sharman, who'd become progressively twitchy about the time we were spending crawling through the remains of Dorritch's life. We slipped silently into Shauna Bolger's truck and coasted out of town, both locked in our own minds. There'd been no clue in the apartment as to who was threatening Dorritch. Not the name of a journalist scrawled on a slip of paper. Not the worrisome jottings of a man on the edge, written in a hidden diary. Nothing. Despite Dorritch's family having taken his phone and laptop, the hub of modern man's personal life, we'd been optimistic going in. But as we headed back to Gloucester, Susan's disappointment radiated from her body like a wave of heat, and I couldn't shake mine either. We drove almost all the way home in silence, Susan turning her watch around and around on her wrist, her eyes on the trees. Though I'd made fun of her, Susan was right about Dorritch's behavior on the morning of his suicide. It was unusual, and the bullet that had struck the bottle and the tile in his bathroom didn't add up. But like the receipts in Dorritch's wallet, it wasn't enough to tell us what had happened that morning. The bullet casing from the shot to Dorritch's head had been recovered from the scene. There was no casing found for the other shot, which might have meant Dorritch was murdered and the killer took the first casing. Or it might have meant the shot happened at a different time, maybe days or weeks earlier, and the casing was disposed of then. Loose ends, unanswered questions. Lies, lies, lies. I had spotted the pickup truck that was following us as we pulled onto I-95 just after Stoneham. I'd quickly written off the pair of men in flannel shirts and caps as construction workers, heading to Gloucester after picking up supplies in Boston, preferring to focus on the problem of Dorritch's death than on the road around me. The men came to my attention again as we started to see flashes of Sandy Bay between the trees on the home stretch. They were hanging back, maybe 200 yards behind us. By the time we reached thick woods only minutes from the inn, a new disquiet was beginning to grow in my chest. The driver closed the gap between us fast. Susan turned in her seat. "What's the deal here?" she asked. "You know these guys?" I didn't get time to answer. The driver slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the truck smashed into our tailgate. Susan screamed as our vehicle fishtailed and flipped, crunching and grinding on the empty highway, spraying sparks. Chapter 33. It was a good hit, precise, effective. My thoughts slowed, only the hardest, most rational aspects of the crash coming to mind. It was a trick I'd learned in the academy. Think about the crisis as though you're observing it from outside your own body. The truck, with the 2 construction workers in it, nudged our bumper on the right-hand side, sending us into a fishtail. Our truck spun twice before we flipped and then crashed down the wide slope beside the forest. 2, maybe 3 seconds after impact, we were off the road. Only a handful of glass and some skid marks indicating that we'd ever been there. That was the goal. We were under attack. The airbag smacked into us, knocking me unconscious. When I woke, I was upside down. Susan was unbuckling my seatbelt, dragging me from the driver's side out onto the wet grass. The battered truck that had hit us pulled up beside ours. I was so buzzed from the concussion, I saw the lettering on the side of the truck but couldn't read it. Big red letters. A truck bed full of rolls of black plastic and toolboxes. Susan was bleeding from the nose. I shook my head to clear the fog, but that only made things worse. The two men in flannel shirts were on us immediately, one grabbing and lifting Susan by the arms, the other looping a big hand under my armpit and shuffling me into the woods 10 yards or so from the crashed truck. "Where's the old lady?" my captor asked. He let me go, and I stood there, numb, taking in the sight of him. Big black beard, bucky white teeth. He shoved me, smacked me in the jaw to get me talking. "Hey, dude, pay attention. Where's the old lady?" I looked around. Had there been another victim of the crash? A passenger in our truck that I didn't remember? The guy tried to smack me again, and I blocked it. Pulled my gun out of the back of my jeans. I didn't even get time to aim it before he had it and was poking the barrel into my chest. "I don't know what you're talking about," I roared. The guy shoved me again, and I managed to maintain my balance, arriving beside Susan. We were under the gaze of two guns now, the second guy having pulled one from the waistband of his jeans. Susan stuck to my side, trembling gently but quiet, trying as hard as I was to make sense of what was happening. "What's this about?" she pleaded. "Who the hell are you guys?" "Just shut it, woman." The smaller guy with bucky teeth gave Susan a lazy look. "You're spitting blood everywhere." I looked at Susan. She was indeed bleeding profusely from the nose. The airbag punched to the face, having really worked her over. I lifted the hem of my T-shirt and wiped her face, holding her head close to me so I could pretend to murmur comforts into her ear. "You got a gun?" I whispered. "Knife in my boot," she said. "That's all. You?" "Nothing." The big guy with the beard was digging through the cabin of our truck, now and then glancing up as cars passed on the highway out of sight of us on the embankment. I watched him take our wallets, check our IDs. He made a phone call, wedging the phone against his shoulder as he searched the glove box. I could finally make sense of the lettering on the truck. Driver Construction Services. "Boss, your contact pulled through with the APB. We got the truck," the big guy said. "But there's no old lady, just a couple of randoms." A pause while the big man listened to his boss. Even with all that I was seeing and experiencing, I still couldn't make heads or tails of our situation. "We got William Theodore Robinson," the big guy read from the license he had taken from my wallet, then switched to Susan's. "And Susan Ann Solie. I don't know. They were just driving it. Maybe she sold it or gave it away or something. Beats me, boss. I'm asking them where she is. They're either acting dumb or they genuinely don't know." "Could be. Let me try." The big guy leaned out the open door of the car and looked at me. "Where's Maris?" he asked. I looked at Susan. She was blank. "Who?" I shrugged. The man listened on the phone call for a few seconds, then hung up. He jutted his chin at his partner, which seemed to mean something, and the two of them came toward us. "Listen, folks," the big guy said. "I'm real sorry. Seems like what we got here is a real bad case of mistaken identity." "Yeah, no shit," Susan snapped. "Look, whoever this old lady named Maris is, we don't know her, and we've never met her. You picked the wrong people, the wrong truck, and the wrong mode of approach. You idiots just nearly killed an ex-cop and an ex-FBI agent. A world of trouble is about to fall on you right now, so put the gun down and back away." The two construction workers looked at each other. "Huh," the little one made a surprised noise at his buddy. "They're the law?" "We better do this right then," the big one said. "No cutting corners. We bury them deep, dump the guns, and burn the truck." Chapter 34. Susan's laugh broke a long moment of hard silence. We all looked at her, the sound absurd in the icy tension in the quiet forest at the roadside. She covered her mouth, shook her head. "Sorry," she said, and glanced at me, her eyes a little too wide, meaningful. Wouldn't that be just perfect? If they burned the truck? I caught on quickly, gave a smirk I hoped was convincing. "Would serve them right." "Why?" the big guy said. What's in the truck?" I eased breath through my bruised chest, clenched my fists, tried desperately not to give the game away. I could see Susan doing the same, trying to rein in that desperate urge to plead, to fight, to run. Stay cool. The big man lowered his gun, gave a quick glance back toward the upside-down truck. Fuel was dribbling into the soil, and the crushed engine was hissing, easing a thin line of smoke. The big guy's boot crunched on a slab of safety glass as he took a curious step back. "Looks like with all that fuel leaking, it'll be gone in a minute anyway," I murmured to Susan. "By the time they've dealt with us, it'll be too late." "Too late for what?" "What's in the truck?" The smaller guy came over and pressed the barrel of his gun against my forehead. I fought the urge to knee him in the groin and slap the gun away. I knew I could disarm him before he could pull the trigger, but that would leave the big guy open to fire on us. "What are these bags?" the big guy asked, nodding toward the suitcases. 2 were still strapped into the truck bed. 1 had been flung into the forest, only feet away from him. Susan and I remained quiet. Every muscle in my body was tensed. My thighs ticking, my knuckles cracking. I was waiting for that moment, that precious moment, when the big guy relented to his curiosity and went to the suitcase. The barrel of the gun against my forehead was warming with my body temperature. The little guy's eyes bore into mine. I heard the whiz of the suitcase zipper and the sound of the hard shell flipping open. "Oh my God," the big guy said. His partner turned at the sound. I reached up and grabbed the gun. Chapter 35. The little guy pulled the trigger. I felt the gun buck in both our hands, the sound of the blast beside my eardrum like a punch to the side of the head. There was no time to react. In a world filled with a high-pitched ringing noise, I kicked out as hard as I could, landing my boot hard in the little guy's hip, sending him sprawling. By now, the big guy was up and firing at Susan. I saw the flash but heard nothing but the ringing. I fired back, splinters of tree flying as the 2 guys took off toward their truck. My heart was in my throat when I got to Susan. The broken nose had covered her in blood. I just about fell on her, searching with my shaking hands. The gun dropped, forgotten. "Are you hit?" Her tone was muffled, my hearing slowly returning. No, I'm fine. I crawled back to get the gun. More shots from the truck. I gave up, scrambled back, tucked myself behind a tree, made sure Susan was doing the same across the tiny clearing where the men had walked us. From my vantage point, I could see into the suitcase the man had flipped open. A gunshot slammed into the tree behind which I crouched. I hardly noticed. I was so focused on trying to make sense of the object curved into the shape of the bag's interior. The naked body was in the fetal position, arms tucked into the space between the thighs and chest. There didn't seem to be a head. There was fluid, reddish-brown, sunken into the creases and crevices of the figure's hips and shoulders, sucked into wrinkles in the surface of the vacuum-sealed bag that contained it. I'd seen plenty of bodies in my life, never one housed so neatly in plastic, airless, white, unmoving, perfectly fitting into the bag as though it had been designed for her. I put my head against the tree trunk and fought the urge to be sick. Susan ducked out from her hiding place, arrived beside me, eyes wild. "No time," she said. "Do you see?" "Yeah, I see it." She glanced toward the body in the bag, grabbed my biceps. "We can talk about that later. Right now, we gotta run, Bill. We gotta run." Chapter 36. Sheriff Clay Spears leaned back in the seat of his cruiser, put his big arm on the windowsill, and scanned the park. On the play equipment in front of his vehicle, Joe was hanging upside down, his knees curled around the monkey bars, the cruiser's second radio dangling from his fingertips a few feet off the ground. Clay watched the kid raise the radio to his mouth as a woman with a dog appeared on the little path that trailed into the woods. The radio on Clay's shoulder crackled to life. "Big Bear, this is Detective Joe. I'm going to make a possible crime report. Over." "Okay," Clay said and smiled. Beside him in the passenger seat, April chuckled. "Go ahead, Detective. What's the scoop? Over." "I'm seeing a lady with a dog," the kid said, his head turning as he followed the woman on the path past the play equipment. "She looks kind of suspicious. I think probably she stole that dog. Probably she has lots of stolen dogs at her house." Clay and April considered the report. Clay thought April's eyes looked happy behind her brown-lensed sunglasses. It made his stomach flip to think about those eyes, what they might convey as they turned on him in the coming days, weeks, months. Would he be looking into those eyes in years to come? The dreams were easier to conjure now that there was someone filling the empty space of the woman in them, a person with a name and a voice. "Sure are a lot of suspicious characters around today," Clay mused over the radio to the boy. "Could be that a gang has moved into town. Over." "A crime gang?" "Yeah." "We better get more surveillance." Joe's tone was contemplative. "From all angles." The pair in the car watched as the boy clambered across the equipment and took the slide to the ground, setting up again on his belly near the logs lining the edge of the play area. "Listen," Clay said to April as they waited for more reports from the boy. "I'm really sorry about Vinny." "Don't worry about it," April laughed uneasily. "He's old-fashioned," Clay sighed. "Bullheaded. I mean, I see what he's getting at. Joe's pretty, but all little kids are pretty. Vinny's probably caught on to the idea that you're not being wholly truthful about something, the way I did, and he figures you're lying about Joe being a boy. But he's not going to question you about it anymore. Nobody is. I'll make sure of it." April nodded, staring at her hands in her lap. She struggled, her lip trembling. "It's embarrassing. All of this. I mean, who lets it get that bad? So bad that you have to run away like a goddamn fugitive. There are women's shelters. There are phone numbers you can call." She shook her head. "It just came out of the blue, you know?" Clay nodded. "He only started hitting me 6 months ago or so," April said. "And then he changed the numbers on the bank accounts, locked up all the money. I couldn't leave the house without him wanting to know where I was going. Then one night, he just snapped." Clay tried to quiet the anger, but it rushed up inside him, fast and boiling. "What's this prick's name?" Clay's jaw had become so tight he had to talk through his teeth. He turned the computer screen mounted between them toward himself. "Last name Leeler, right?" April slammed a hand on top of the screen. "Wait, what? What are you doing?" "This is the MDT," Clay said as he started tapping at buttons on the screen. "Mobile Digital Terminal. I can access criminal records for out-of-state suspects on here. I want to know if your husband has any outstanding warrants." "No, Clay, I know you want to move slow with this," Clay said. "Go at your own speed. Figure out how you want to divorce this guy and get custody of Joe and start your new life. And hell, I don't mean to be pushy, but April, we have to make sure you're not in danger. And guys like this, they usually have records. They usually have outstanding warrants." He tapped at the screen again, opened the search database. "If we can get him picked up, we can at least rest easy that he's not out there somewhere looking for—" She was kissing him. It happened that fast. Her hand was around the back of his head, and her lips were on his. And before he could even process what was happening, he was holding her cheeks and kissing her back, hard. And when they were done, he leaned his forehead against hers and felt a joy and excitement that was new and foreign and frightening, like it might get out of control and make him whoop and scream and punch the air like an idiot. The two of them looked out the windshield and saw Joe standing there, watching them with an expression as disgusted as it was surprised. The boy held up the radio. "Gross, guys," came his voice through the speaker. The mounted radio in the dash blipped. Clay looked down at it. "Sheriff, you about? It's Gidley here." Clay grabbed the speaker, his whole face feeling like it was on fire as April sank back into her seat, smiling, daydreaming. "Go ahead, Bob," Clay said. "We got something weird down here at the marina," Gidley said. "South end, behind the sheds. Might be a sunken car." Clay threw April an apologetic look, flipped his shoulder radio over to the police channel, and turned the car radio off. He got out of the car and shut the door. Half the time, sunken cars meant suicides, and his officers weren't polite about death on official channels. All efforts Clay had made to get them to use proper codes on closed channels around town had failed. Okay. Clay's head was still spinning. He sucked in the cold air outside the car. Okay. He looked into the car and saw April had turned the MDT screen toward herself, was tapping at the screen fast. His mind was spinning so quickly as Gidley talked, Clay noted the activity, but didn't log it, couldn't interpret the warning bells going off in his head. "We also got Rich and Warren out on the highway looking for a car crash, maybe," Gidley continued. "Might be a couple of shots fired. Not sure what's happening there. I know you've already clocked off, but—" "I'll be right in," Clay said. "Over." He slipped back into the car. April turned the MDT screen back toward him. He told himself he'd talk to her about that later, call her out on using his police resources covertly, hoping he wouldn't notice. He was here to help her. She had to understand that. But there was no time for all of that now. Clay smiled at mother and son, picturing himself saying what he was about to say next to the two of them every day as he left the house. "Sorry, you two," he said. "Duty calls." Chapter 37. Susan and I bolted through the forest. Strange thoughts penetrated the thick blanket of shock-induced numbness that had overtaken me. It occurred to me that I'd never run for my life beside my girlfriend, any girlfriend. I guess I assumed I would outrun her, be the one stopping, slowing, looking back as the gunshot still popped behind us, now and then skidding off the undergrowth or hitting nearby trees. But it was her. Susan had to stop for me 3 times. Eventually, the gunshot stopped, too. We emerged, panting, on the side of a dirt road. Beyond it, I could hear cars on asphalt. Wordlessly, we headed there, crossing the flattened earth and entering the woods again. I was sucking in breath hard. Susan met my eyes, and I shook my head, resigned. "No more of those pies," I said. She managed a smile, took my hand, and led me on. Chapter 38. Nick sat in his car in the parking lot of the imposing brick building in Providence, Rhode Island. To him, Chapel Street Homeless Services had the look and feel of a prison. Small windows, huge slabs of mirrored glass, people in uniforms with keys and lanyards walking busily about. He wondered if it was his paranoid thinking, making him associate a shelter, a center for charity, with threat and capture. This was the 5th homeless shelter he and Breacher had hit that day. They were hoping to find Rick Masters' sister, last heard to be homeless in Providence. Nick watched Breacher in the side mirror as she walked back to the car, looking tired and downtrodden. She'd only been inside 5 minutes this time. When she saw him watching, she shook her head. She came and crouched by his open window. "Never heard of her." "Damn," Nick sighed. "I might take a wander around the block, see if I can sniff her out," Breacher said. "Shouldn't we give up for the day?" Nick asked, glancing at the setting sun. I mean, we've got the faintest damn hope of finding her. Master mentioned to me that his sister was homeless in Providence maybe a year ago. Even if that was true at the time, you know what the homeless are like. She could be anywhere by now. Breacher sighed, stared at the asphalt. Not for the first time since she'd come back into his life, Nick was struck by how beautiful she was. He knew it was weird to see her that way now, as pain and uncertainty was dancing in her eyes. And he'd noticed her beauty before on deployment, sitting across from a troop carrier for 4 hours, watching the vehicle jostle her gently into a semi-sleep. Maybe when Nick saw happiness, it just tapped back into that paranoid vein of his mental illness. Small streams all leading to the same river, the same great sea. To be happy was to be unsafe. It was just a state of suspension before an inevitable fall. Distress was beautiful. It made sense to him. "We have to keep trying," she said. "We know Master doesn't trust us right now, but a message from his sister might convince him to at least hear us out. He has to know we're as scared as he is." "He's not going to be happy that we told someone," Nick said. "We'll explain," Breacher said. "We'll show him that we had to." Nick nodded, watching her. "Hey, listen," he said. "Can you do something for me?" "Sure." "Can you smell these?" he asked. He took the keys from the car's ignition and handed them to her. She looked at the keys in her hand. "What?" She squinted. "Can I smell your keys?" "Yeah," he said. "You think they smell like soap?" "Why in the hell would they?" "Because someone's taken an impression of them," Nick said. He watched her eyes for deception, but saw only confusion there. "If somebody wants to take a secret impression of your keys in order to make a copy, they press each key into a bar of soap. I think those keys smell like soap. You see if you do, or if I'm being crazy." Breacher lifted the keys and smelled them, watching his eyes the whole time. He felt a loosening in his shoulders. Nick was indeed worried about the keys. He had been worried about microphones, email hacks, spy cameras, someone sneaking into his bedroom at night and messing with his stuff, maybe making impressions of his keys. But he had been quite capable of keeping those concerns to himself. Most of his crazy thoughts he kept to himself. But he decided to ask Breacher about the keys when he saw her walking back to the car, just to see how she reacted. And although she probably did think he was being crazy, she smelled the keys anyway. She indulged him, and Nick knew she was doing that for one reason, to make him feel better. She handed him back the keys through the window. "They do a little, maybe," she said. "But you used the restroom back at that gas station. You probably used the hand soap, right? It's strong, that gas station stuff. Would have come right off your hands onto your keys." Nick nodded, thinking. "Plus, you can make much better copies of a person's keys from a photograph," Breacher said. "Oh, great. That's good to know." "Just saying." "Let me come for a walk around the block with you," Nick said. "It's getting late. This is not a nice area." "I'm fine," she smirked. "They see you coming with that haircut and those biceps, and they'll think you're a cop. Go back to that bar we saw, with the purple lights out the front. We'll get dinner. I'll be 20 minutes, tops. Then I'll meet you there." Nick watched her go, checked his sideburns in the rear view. Then he sent another text to Master in the same theme as he had been doing for days. "Dude, I need you to check in," he typed. "Me and KB are in Providence. We are all in this together. Holla back, ASAP." Chapter 39. By the time Susan and I arrived at the doorstep of Shauna Bolger's 2-story brick house in Manchester by the Sea, the sun was falling, reflecting as red orbs in front windows lined with pots of yellow flowers. Every curtain was drawn, every light off. My truck was nowhere to be seen, probably in the garage. I wasn't surprised. Whoever the men in the woods had been, they were after Shauna, and I could no longer believe the older woman didn't know anything about the danger she was in. She was obviously pretending she wasn't home in case they came looking for her. I had to knock 4 times to raise her. She finally answered, carrying what I assumed was a big gun by her side, hidden by the door. I could see the weight of it dragging at her shoulder. "You've got some explaining to do," I said. Shauna looked us over, the front of Susan's shirt soaked in blood from her nose, both of us dirty and scratched up from scrambling through the woods. She backed up, pulled open the door, and let us in. I wheeled on her immediately. "What in the name of—" I barked. "You guys want a drink?" she asked. "I was just about to have one." "I'll have one," Susan said. I turned on her now. She made a soothing gesture and mouthed, "Chill out," as Shauna headed for the kitchen. I watched Shauna put the shotgun on the island bench top. She pulled a bottle of scotch from a cupboard. The strange sensation struck me that I was looking at someone I didn't know, a stranger residing in the body of my friend. She was wearing jeans, boots, and a black leather jacket. Her close-cropped silver hair and cold, empty eyes contained a sort of war-weariness that didn't make sense to me. It was as though the Shauna I'd known until yesterday had gone off into another universe and come back scarred and possessed. "Who's the woman in the bag?" I asked, the question seeming absurd as it left my lips. "She was a junkie," Shauna said as she handed Susan a scotch, then poured one for herself. "A drug peddler of some sort. She and a man named Pooney broke into my house 2 nights ago. They wanted the contents of Mark's safe." I looked at Susan, who was sitting on a stool at the kitchen island, her chin in her palm, listening to the words like she was listening to a bartender tell a wandering joke as he served cocktails in a fancy restaurant. "I killed the woman," Shauna continued, wincing as the scotch hit her throat. "Then I went after her boss." Shauna told us about the night of the break-in, the safe she hadn't even known about the existence of, and her eventual reprisal against Norman Driver. I stood in the middle of the kitchen and tried to imagine it. Shauna leaning on the hood of the car she had borrowed from me, firing pot shots into the house and truck of the head of Driver Construction Services while he crawled across the floor of his home to safety. When she trailed off, I could hear the distant waves and boat lines clanging in the nearby harbor. I waited for a punchline. There wasn't one. This was really happening. My old friend had dragged me and my girlfriend into a deadly game of tit-for-tat with what sounded like a seasoned killer. I put my head in my hands. "Who is Norman Driver?" Susan asked. "You said the people who broke into your house were druggies. Is Driver a drug dealer?" "I think he may be the biggest drug dealer this side of Boston," Shauna said, nodding. "This afternoon I took a little drive-by of all his current construction projects. He has a total of 11 houses between here and Ipswich, having asbestos exterior cladding removed and replaced. That's a lot of properties that are completely inaccessible to anyone but his crews for days at a time. Great opportunity to get up to no good and to keep your whole operation mobile." "So not only did you use my car to go and shoot up Driver's house last night," I said, "you also went and drove it past every single employee he has working for him. Did you make sure you waved out the window as you went by? I should have given you my business cards to hand out." "Bill," Susan made that placating gesture again. "I don't know why you're being so calm, Susan," I said carefully, fighting the urge to scream. "Whoever this Norman Driver is, he has men working for him who are insane enough to think that putting an FBI agent and a cop in the ground is no big deal. You saw them. Those were experienced killers. And this is their boss we're talking about. We have no idea what Driver's capable of. And now we're in a war with this guy?" "I know exactly what Norman Driver's capable of," Shauna said. "I've seen his handiwork." Shauna told Susan and me about the contents of Mark's safe, about what had happened to Georgette Winter Lee. Norman Driver is somebody who deserves to be taught a little lesson. And don't worry, I'm not asking you to do it. I'm going to do it myself." "Oh, fantastic," I wailed, the fury finally escaping. "Well, I suppose I should thank you for doing me and the whole world such a generous service. Thank you so much, Shauna. This is just great." "There's no reason for you to get involved," Shauna shrugged. "I'm handling things just fine on my own. Mark taught me some stuff over the years. You think a Boston police chief's wife would be completely incapable of defending herself? I don't need you, Bill." Good for you, Shauna, but this guy knows our names, I said. He knows my car. His people just tried to kill us. We don't have a choice but to be involved. You've involved us. Your truck will be fine. I'm leaving it in the garage and swapping into the Honda we keep here, Shauna said. She waved dismissively toward the garage. I hope you don't mind that I swapped out the batteries. Shauna! I'll be sure to let driver know you mean him no harm, Shauna said. Next time I chat with him. Next time you chat with him? Susan grabbed my arm and led me into the den. I shrugged her off me harder than I meant to, and felt angrier still that I'd been forced into this position, blocked on all sides by a cage of loyalty and fear. Bill, listen. No, you listen, I said. I took a long breath. This isn't okay. Look at her. Look at what she's doing. Look at what she's done to us. I pointed to a mirror above the fireplace. Susan glanced at her battered and bruised reflection. Most people, when they decide to have a late-life crisis, they buy a convertible. They book a cruise. They don't decide to go toe-to-toe with a murderous criminal overlord. You're right, Susan said. They don't. So it's pretty clear that that's not what this is, Bill. This isn't a late-life crisis. It's something far more dangerous. Susan sat on the corner of a couch near me. She took one of my hands, smoothed my knuckles with her fingers. I was married to a dangerous man for 10 years, Susan said. The little hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Susan so rarely talked about her ex. All my senses were immediately on high alert, mentally recording, searching, decoding. Because I loved her, and I knew there was hurt and suffering there, something she carried around with her at all times, day and night. The opportunity to ease or at least understand that suffering awakened me. I watched her playing with my fingers, her voice soft, her mind elsewhere. It's a lifestyle, she said. It's not something you pick up and put down. The danger is there in every interaction you have with him, from handing him his plate of breakfast in the morning to rolling over in bed beside him at night. You train yourself to be quiet, compliant, submissive. You monitor him constantly, taking his temperature, looking for clues to upcoming threats. For me, I was the object of my husband's violence. But Shauna, she could only guess who her husband was, turning his violence on every day. In the kitchen, I heard Shauna pottering around, rinsing the glasses in the sink. She must have known who he really was, Susan said. From what you told me about Mark and Shauna on the drive to Boston, there was too much money around in this woman's life for her to believe Mark was legit. I've met plenty of wives of mobsters in my time at the Bureau. There would have been too many secret phone calls and messages, too many meetings with nefarious characters, too many nights when she woke up and found all the lights in the house on, and him nowhere to be found. I can't imagine how exhausting that would be, pretending you don't know you're married to a monster. And Shauna did it for what, 5 decades? But how does all that explain this? I whispered, gesturing toward the kitchen. Mark's dead. The danger is gone. She's free now. Yeah, Susan said knowingly, and so is her rage. She has so much rage now for what she endured and nobody to take it out on. Well, until Norman Driver came along and volunteered himself. My phone bleeped in my pocket. I took it out, glanced at the message from Angelica without really taking it in. Man here, possible new guest. Shall I assume responsibility for the transaction? Do you have that? I asked Susan. What? A whole bunch of pent-up rage at what your ex put you through, and no one to direct it toward? She smirked. Oh, probably. I'm probably headed for a late-life crisis myself. But I'll make sure I take the vacation cruise route and not the criminal overlord route, just to save your hair going any whiter than it already is. It's going white? I stroked my temple. Let's get back in there, she said, nodding toward the door. Look, I began as I marched back into the semi-dark kitchen. Shauna, Susan, let's just take a minute here. We'll make a plan, and... I stopped talking as soon as I realized the kitchen was empty. 2 glasses were sitting draining on the edge of the sink. Shauna and the gun were gone. Chapter 40. Angelica huffed impatiently, tossed her phone onto the dresser by the door. Bill wasn't answering. By the time she got to the porch, the man she'd seen through her bedroom window had pulled his truck into the lot and stepped out. He was standing by the garage now, looking up at the house appreciatively, his hands on his hips. He was a muscular fellow, a little older than her, maybe in his early 60s, sandy blonde hair and stubble. Angelica went to the porch steps, squinted into the still evening ringing with the early music of crickets and the churn of the nearby waves. She could barely read the lettering on the side of the truck without her glasses. Driver Construction Services. His big, dusty boots were crunching on the gravel as she waved him over. "Good evening." She put a hand out with what she hoped was the reluctantly dutiful air of a responsible tenant, and not the dreaded accountability of an actual landlord. "My name is Angelica Grace Thomas Lowell, vegan, activist, best-selling author. I'm a resident here at the Inn by the Sea, or Le Chateau à bord de la mer, whichever you prefer. May I assume I'm greeting a potential guest of this humble auberge?" "This what?" The man tipped back his faded cap to get a better view of her. "This inn, guest house, hostel, bed and, if you're foolhardy, breakfast." "Sure," the man said. He smiled and took her hand. His palm, like his handshake, was unpleasantly firm. "I'm Norman Driver. Is the owner home?" "It's just me at present," Angelica said with a rueful flourish. "But Bill Robinson owns this place." "Yes." "So where is he?" "I believe he went to Boston on some errand," Angelica said. "Please, come in. I'm sure I can be of some service. I know there's one room available." He followed her into the house. It was just as the door was closing behind him that Angelica got her first electric pulse of warning, a kind of biological strumming of the taut wires connecting her sensors with potential threats. She shooed the feeling away, telling herself it was a regretful harking from that corner of her brain that still housed redundant patriarchal hang-ups about unfamiliar manly men and frail damsels being left alone together. She led Driver into the small foyer and stopped by the guest book to resume her obligation as hotelier du jour. "I present our establishment for your perusal," she said. "Would you like a tour first, or shall I tell you our rates and conditions? How many nights were you intending to stay?" Angelica paused while she took him in. Driver's countenance strummed that wire in her again. Later, when she thought over his behavior that night, she would realize what it was: his eyes. Most guests looked over the establishment when they walked in, noted the furnishings, gave the atmosphere a subtle sniff, leaned and looked down the hall. This man displayed no curiosity about the house whatsoever. His eyes were locked on Angelica. "Sure," he said, his eyes unmoving. "A tour would be nice." "All right. Angelica shook herself, trying to recapture her resolve. "I'll start with your room." "How about we start with your room?" he said. Chapter 41. Driver watched his words shred through the woman named Angelica. Fast, sharp, like a starting gun crack. She flinched and her cheeks flushed red. Like Georgette had all those years ago, this woman was still trying to invalidate that growing sense of unease. Angelica swiped at her dark curls briskly, laughed, seemed to want to turn in place, but she was blocked from the front door by his body. Driver waited for a response. She bumbled over it, her eyes anywhere but on his. Well, I don't think we really need to." "I want to see your room," Driver said again, his tone even. "Well," Angelica said, "I suppose you could see what the permanent residence accommodation standards are like." She was suddenly walking off down the hall, enthusiastically. Driver guessed she had a phone in the room, and that she hoped to grab it and hold it politely by her side, a signal to him that she could dial for assistance at any moment. that she wasn't, in fact, completely alone. The phone was her weapon. But his weapon, his body, trumped it easily enough. He had 30 pounds or more on her. It was time to stop playing games, do away with the politeness, the ridiculous idea that she could keep hold of the phone and call someone and help would arrive in time to save her. He followed her into the room, arriving a second after her, and pushed the door shut, sealing them in. She reached for the phone on the dresser, but he plucked it from her fingers and tossed it into the bed. "You don't need that," he said. He loved these moments, those tremulous seconds before the violence, when both she and he knew what was coming. When he held off on the threats, held off on the pain, refused to show her what he could do until she acknowledged it by trying to escape. Maybe he just wanted her to see how good his disguise was, how he walked about the world like this, quiet and calm. But once again, he couldn't get the smile right, and the eyes. She kept glancing at his eyes, and every time she did, her terror seemed to intensify. He backed her up against the dresser, and she banged into it with her hip, but didn't dare yelp. "Open the drawer," he said. "What?" "The top drawer," he said. They were the same words he'd spoken to Georgette. He was there again, in that apartment, all those years ago, where he'd been hired to fix the drywall, feeling the weird urge for the first time, following it, without even knowing what it was going to lead to yet. The young killer finally emerging from his shell. "Pull it open." Angelica shrunk into herself a little, brushed at her hair again. "We don't need to do this," she said. "But we're going to," he said. "Please, just," she said and straightened to her full height. "I'm going to go now. I'm going to leave." "No, you're not." She was starting to tremble. He didn't budge. Neither did she. "Open the drawer, Angelica." She turned and did what he asked. He knew what she was thinking. She was hoping that he was just some creep who wanted to look at her underwear, and when she complied, he'd go away. Soon she'd be hoping he was just some creep who wanted to watch her undress. Then she'd hope he was just some creep who wanted to feel her up. She'd hope and hope her way through the ordeal until she was hoping he'd let her live. Norman stood by the end of the bed, folded his arms, and felt the delicious heat intensifying in his chest and crotch as she shivered head to toe, waiting for her next instruction. "Pull a pair of panties out," he said. She did. "Hold them up for me," he said. She did. "Pass them here." He put his hand out, and so did she. But as they came together, Driver's brain was seized by a sudden movement at the corner of his eye, and a barked command. His body moved automatically, pivoting, the palm still out, as the man in the doorway stepped into the room and said, "Catch!" Driver caught the object in a reflex movement. His fingers curled around it, securing it tightly for the fragment of a second necessary for the man to tug back on the thin piece of string attached to the ring inserted in the object's neck. Driver watched the pin pop out of the hand grenade as though in slow motion. He was left staring at the device, his grip keeping the lever depressed, the explosive seeming to scream silently with deadly potential as it sat waiting to be allowed to blow them all to pieces. "What?" Driver's lips moved involuntarily. "What the—" The tall, long-faced man in the doorway wound the string with the ring on it back up into his palm. Angelica was still shivering by the dresser, seemingly as shocked by the appearance of the man as Driver was. "You said you were alone," Driver said to Angelica. They were dumb words falling out of his mouth, the cataclysmic flipping of power relations in the room having rendered him momentarily senseless. I thought I was," Angelica replied. You must be Nettie Ives." "I am," the man in the doorway said. He lives on the 3rd floor, Angelica explained, her voice flat, numbed. He never comes out. I suppose I forgot he was there." All three of them looked at the grenade in Driver's hand. "I'll give you this," Nettie said to Driver, showing him the pin. "When you're back in your truck." Chapter 42. The deputy led Sheriff Clayton Spears down the embankment beside the road. On the highway above them, after-work traffic was just tapering off. A dawdling line of cars still thrummed past the traffic cones set up by officers to section off one lane for the couple of cruisers and ambulance attending the scene. Clay stopped to examine the mud patterns in the damp earth, lit blue and red. He could see what had happened. One vehicle had bumped another off the highway, then followed it down to where it crashed on its roof between the embankment and the forest. The crash truck was still there, a pale blue pickup with 2 suitcases strapped into the back. Clay's boots crunched on grass as he followed the deputy to the 3rd suitcase, which must have been wedged between the other 2 and popped free on impact. It was lying on its side at the base of a nearby tree. Clay went over and crouched carefully next to the bag so as to preserve a set of shoe prints in the mud at the front. A woman's headless body was curled inside a vacuum-sealed bag, the flesh cream-colored and run with veins. From where he crouched, Clay could see a tattoo on the woman's hip, another on her collarbone. The body he'd seen at the marina only an hour before had been well covered in them. Clay had stood at the edge of the concrete ramp and watched the truck being hauled up slowly, water gushing from its open bed, a crab scuttling off the hood and making a run for it back down the ramp. The sight of the duct tape securing the man's hands to the steering wheel had flipped the first domino in Clay's mind, and now a veritable cascade of dread was ticking and ticking along, one aspect after the other. The last time Clay had dealt with 2 bodies in one day had been when Mitchell Klein moved into town. Klein's brief reign of terror had brought gunfire and fear and pain to Clay's very own doorstep. But Klein was long gone, and Clay had thought it was safe. There had been a spate of disappearances a few months earlier, but in the absence of any witnesses willing to sit down and put their name on a missing persons report, Clay assumed those folks had just shuffled on. But maybe not. Maybe another monster had moved in. His thoughts went now to April and Joe, their safety. The deputy was standing at his side, watching Clay chewing his lip, his hands on his hips and his face hard. "I've asked my boys to hold off on picking up the shell casings," the deputy offered. "There's so many, we've run out of evidence bags. I've sent someone back to the station." Clay grunted. "They go back into the forest a ways," the deputy said, pointing into shadows where the forest thickened. 4 people total. Seems like 2 people got chased by another 2 through there, but not far. Must have let them go or lost them. There aren't any more bodies, we checked." "Probably didn't want to leave the trucks and the body unattended for too long," Clay mused. It was broad daylight. The 2 chasers thought it best to hightail it before someone got curious about the glass on the road or the sound of the gunshots and came down the embankment. "You think it's a road rage thing?" the deputy asked. "The blue truck pissed off somebody who bumped them down here and then had a shootout?" "Doesn't explain the body in the suitcase," Clay noted. The young deputy nodded, still pondering. "Gang thing, then." "Probably," Clay sighed. They parted. Clay took out his flashlight and walked on through the forest. Ahead of him, dozens of tiny yellow flags marked the locations of shell casings or footprints. He walked on past it all until the light and activity faded and he was alone. He was about to turn back when his flashlight beam glinted off something in the dimness under the canopy. He went over and picked up a sleek gold watch with a filigree-patterned face. He held it, trying unsuccessfully to deny the awful recognition blossoming in his brain. It was Susan's watch. Chapter 43. Susan was alerted to the atmosphere at the house before I was. She sat bolt upright in the seat beside me, as though she could smell the discontent on the wind. At the end of the long drive, I stopped the driver we'd hitched a ride with. Susan's hand was warm in mine as we walked toward the house, where Angelica, Vinny, Effie, and Clay were waiting for us on the porch. Vinny's mean eyes drew my attention first, and then I saw Angelica and noticed something in her eyes, too. She'd been crying, but it was more than that. She was a woman who seemed blessed with an overabundance of confidence and self-worth, an intolerable amount at times. Now, all that bluster had been stripped away. She looked vulnerable. Susan jogged up to her and took her by the arms. "What happened?" Angelica dissolved into tears. Susan hugged her tight. "Some asshole came in here," Vinny began. "No, let me say it. It happened to me," Angelica snapped, swiping at her eyes as Susan released her. The old gangster was silenced immediately. Angelica took a deep breath and grew a couple of inches as she did. I witnessed her resuming her usual regal bearing as clearly and deliberately as a person called upon to switch roles in a game of charades. "A man came into the house," Angelica said, her lip trembling. "I let him in, having mistaken him for a potential guest and feeling it necessary to assume the temporary role of proprietor." I glanced at Clay Spears, who was watching me knowingly. I got the sinking feeling he'd soon be taking me off to speak to me alone. "The man intimidated me into allowing him to enter my private bedroom," Angelica continued, her chin raised in indignation. He directed me and asked me to do things in a manner which made me believe he intended me physical harm, should I not comply with his wishes." "Oh, God!" Susan was still standing before Angelica, rubbing her arms. "What did he—" "He had assumed I was home alone," Angelica said, her chin rising higher still. "In my haste to assist our ostensible guest, I forgot completely about our resident recluse. Mr. Ives arrived in the midst of my ordeal and encouraged the intruder to leave, with the use of a hand grenade. Reluctantly and with much posturing, he did." "A hand grenade?" I gaped. "Where in the world did Nettie get a hand grenade?" I looked around. Effie's attention was suddenly completely consumed by the pet rat in her pocket. "Effie, do you have hand grenades in your room?" I barked. She sighed and slumped her shoulders. "Effie, answer me." She rolled her eyes. "The guy came here looking for you, Bill," Vinny said and pointed at me, the tendons in his neck taut with rage. "He asked for you by name. Came in a truck with Driver Construction Services written on the side. You know this guy?" Susan and I met eyes. I didn't answer. "Who the hell have you pissed off now?" Vinny continued. "Has all this got something to do with you looking like you were just in a car wreck?" I said nothing, brushed the dirt off the front of my jeans. "What have you done, huh?" Vinny shook his head. "Last time it was gangsters driving by the house, shooting machine guns through the windows. Now we got some psycho coming in here trying to mess with our women." "I'm not your woman," Angelica snarled. "I'm not anyone's woman. I'm my own woman. He messed with me. So if you are going to explain yourself to anyone, Bill, it should be me." "I'm gonna find this prick." Spittle flew from Vinny's clenched teeth as he spoke. "I'm gonna put his head in a vice." "No, you're not," Angelica said. "We're going to have him hauled into a police station and charged for being a sexual predator. Isn't that right, Clay?" Clay Spears hadn't taken his eyes off me. He was leaning against the porch pillar, his huge arms folded across his chest. "Probably not," Clay said. "What?" Angelica said, squinting at him. "From what you've told me," Clay said, "you willingly let him in. He walked with you to your bedroom and asked you to show him your underwear. At no time did he touch you or overtly threaten you. I believe you, Angelica, about what happened. Of course I do. But I know how this would play out in a courtroom. You'd have to sit there and watch while a judge dismissed the charges against this guy for lack of evidence. Then you'd have to continue sitting there, watching while Effie is charged with possessing a deadly weapon. I bet there's a whole arsenal of illegal firearms and explosives in her room, which would be all the evidence a judge needs. We all looked at Effie. She gave a resentful huff. Look, I said, and put my hands out, trying my best to sound reassuring and confident. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Yes, there's a guy in town who's after me. A friend of mine got into a confrontation with him, and she has roped us all into it. The situation it's escalating. We may also be in trouble on Nick's side of things, too. I held my head, suddenly exhausted. There are guys from his past who maybe want to address some things that Nick's unit did back in Afghanistan. They all waited for me to explain further. I couldn't. That is the thinnest, vaguest explanation of a potentially deadly predicament that I have ever heard, Angelica said. There are some guys after you, and a separate set of guys after Nick, and they're all coming here? I don't know, I said. Maybe. Why? She asked. I can't say. Angelica stood there with her mouth open, appalled. Effie and Vinny looked much the same. Somewhere above us, I heard a window slide shut. Nettie Ives had probably been listening to my pathetic explanation and had decided he'd heard enough. The only person who looked unsurprised by it all was Clay. I let out a heavy sigh and turned to him. Shall we? I asked, beckoning toward the beach. He nodded, and we walked off the porch together. Chapter 44. Here's what I've got, Clay said as we hit the sand. It was dark enough on the beach that I could make him out only as a big round silhouette against the distant gold lights of Gloucester. I got a truck that obviously been run off the road and abandoned in the woods just outside town. I got a suitcase with a headless body in it. I got enough shell casings in the surrounding area to melt down and make a statue of myself to put in the town square. Why don't they make more statues of sheriffs? I pondered aloud. They're the backbone of municipal law enforcement. Some would say modern-day heroes. Bill, I know, it's bad, I sighed. The abandoned truck is registered to Mark Bolger, Clay said. That's your buddy who just died, isn't it? I said nothing. We did a welfare check on his son, Henry, Clay continued. He's been in Los Angeles with his girlfriend since yesterday. But the widow, one Shauna Bolger, is unaccounted for. Is she around town? I just can't say, Sheriff, I said. Did Shauna kill that woman in the suitcase? No comment. You were there in the truck, he said, putting something in my hand. I didn't have to look to see what it was. I'd noticed Susan rubbing her bare wrist in the back of the taxi, looking for the watch she twirled when she was nervous. Or at least Susan was. Tell me why. I shrugged. Clay shook his head and turned, and we looked at the black horizon. Finally, he said, You know, I do a lot of work with teenagers in town. Bored kids up to no good. In small towns, you get a lot of that. Marnie was like that. I tried not to think about Marnie, a teen we'd lost to the last drug dealer who blew into town. A fishing trawler was coasting along the horizon toward the harbor. It let out a blast of its horn, which sounded to me like a mournful moan. Anyway, you know the expression, ride or die, Clay said? When, you're so loyal to a person, you'll ride out anything with them. You die before you bail out on a friend. I felt heavy with dread, standing there silently, knowing where this was going. You're ride or die for the wrong people here, Bill, Clay said. Nick, Shauna, whatever those two are tangled up in, you're risking everything that you have for them. Everything that we have, here, in this house, these people. I thought quietly for a long moment, turning and looking back at the house, the lights beyond the trees. I have to, I said finally. Why? Clay asked. Because someone has to, I said. They're my friends. If I can just buy them time, maybe they'll come to their senses and let you rescue them, Clay asked. My words faltered. He put a hand on my shoulder. It felt impossibly heavy with his own certainty and my crushing trepidation. "Some people can't be saved," he said, "and you're going to die trying." Chapter 45. I knew of Nick's presence long before he arrived at the door of the dining room where Susan and I sat. Between Susan's clicking at her laptop, I heard the unmistakable ka-chunk of metal parts as Effie actioned her massive rifle somewhere upstairs, keeping lookout over the property. A car door shut out by the garage, boots on gravel. Nick looked edgy and tired as he greeted us wordlessly and slid into a chair opposite me. "You want the bad news or the worse news?" I asked. He considered this, his eyes wandering over the scrapes and cuts Susan had suffered in the shootout in the forest. "Start bad," Nick decided finally. "Let it get steadily worse." I told him about Shauna Bolger, the headless body in the forest, the local crime lord who now lumped us in with the vengeful older woman. Nick's fists slowly clenched as I relayed Angelica's story about Driver coming to the house and humiliating her. Nick put his face in his hands and rubbed his eyes hard. "Man," he growled, "we don't need this right now." "We don't need this anytime," Susan countered. "Just tell him," Nick said. He lifted his face and shrugged, hard and angry. "Tell Driver what's happened. Just say, 'Look, dude, there's been a mix-up. We didn't know we were driving your dead girl's body around. Your beef is with Shauna Bolger.'" "Well, it was," Susan said evenly. "But now it's with us. Driver's men ran me and Bill off the road. They shot at us. Driver himself came into our house and terrified one of our nearest and dearest. We're going to kick his ass." "We're in league with Shauna, Nick," I said, "whether we like it or not." "But, whatever she does now, she's representing us," Nick said. "You don't think that's a major problem? This chick sounds like a loose cannon, going and shooting up the guy's house. That's crazy. Driving around with a body in a vacuum-sealed bag, coming here and dumping that body on you, Bill? That's crazy. Yes, okay, we gotta kick Driver's ass. But we've also got to disconnect from Shauna, because we don't know what she's going to do next. She could be hiding under this guy's bed right now with a flamethrower for all we know." "Flamethrower would be an interesting addition to the narrative," I said and rested my chin on my palm. "Did you know about the hand grenades in Effie's room?" Nick scratched his neck, his eyes on the ceiling. That's what I thought," I said. "What do we know about this guy?" Nick asked. "What's his weak spot?" "Well, we know he's powerful," I said. "An ex-FBI agent, who shall remain nameless at this time, managed to pull his file. He's been investigated in connection with the sudden increase in drug traffic in several cities along the East Coast." "The houses," Nick said. "You guys said he works asbestos. He must be using the houses as labs. It's obvious. If he's been investigated a bunch of times, how come he hasn't been picked up? Just raid the damn houses." "It's not as simple as that," Susan said. "His operations are so big, so diverse, so mobile. He currently has 11 properties in operation that we know of. He'll have a couple of warehouses, too. He has a fleet of 20 or more trucks constantly moving between those locations and suppliers and dump sites. His staff would be dozens of men strong, and he'll likely have some local law enforcement on his pad who can warn him if anybody tries to set up surveillance. Catching Norman Driver would be like trying to catch a rabbit in its warren. Too many tunnels, too many escape routes. I sympathize with anyone who's tried. Guys like Driver usually know how to judge when it's time to move on and become somebody else's problem too," I said. "I've seen it before on the job. You have a nightmare criminal like that. You're thinking it's going to take everything you have, personally and professionally, to bring him down. Then suddenly, just when you're reaching the end of your rope, he disappears, moves on. It's a relief." "When do you get to the weak spot?" Nick asked. "Shauna," Susan said. "We have to find her. Firstly, because she is a loose cannon, just as you said. She's in over her head with this guy, and she's going to get herself killed. And secondly, because she's the key to shutting this whole thing down." "She is?" Nick asked. "Yes, she has something both we and Driver want," Susan said. "She has the evidence that could put him away for good." She turned her laptop toward us. On the screen, a woman with a big smile and wavy, almost white blonde hair was sitting on a garden wall in the sunshine. She was mid-20s, staring right down the camera lens, fiercely full of life and potential. Or maybe I was just recognizing that in her, the way I did with most pictures of murder victims. How full of energy they seemed, now that I knew they were dead. "This is Georgette Winter Lee," Susan said. She was 23, living in an apartment complex in Lower Roxbury, when she was raped and strangled to death. Police believe she let the guy in, poured him a glass of water, then he took her to the bedroom and made her empty the contents of her underwear drawer for his perusal. Nick's nostrils flared. I watched him trying to control the rage slowly building, drumming his fingers on the tabletop, his knees jogging under the table. Georgette had a hole in her drywall and had told her neighbor the day before that she'd met a guy in the subway who said he could repair it for her. Crime scene techs logged the discovery of a construction-style glove that had fallen behind the bed after Georgette's body was found, Susan said. The glove appeared to have blood on it. It was a masterful find. The glove would have had the perpetrator's DNA on the inside and Georgette's DNA on the outside. "But that glove never made it into evidence," Nick concluded. I nodded. "Boy messed up." Nick gave a mean smile. "He might be a very talented drug king, but he slipped up as a scumbag lady killer. There's no hiding from that in your rabbit warren." "So now we've got to get to Shauna before Driver does," I said. "And before he gets to us," Susan said. Chapter 46. Nick had always liked being on watch. The stillness, the silence, the slow pouring of 1 minute into next, hour into hour, a cup filling with time. He leaned on the windowsill of Effie's room, the best room for surveillance of the inn's driveway, porch, and garage. Effie lay sleeping in the bed, curled toward him, her cup filling with restful hours until she took over the watch again. Almost everyone in the house assumed Effie was ex-military, but Nick knew better. He could tell because she didn't fall asleep the military way, the time-efficient, mechanical shutting down they taught at boot camp. He'd heard 15 minutes or more of her tossing and turning, trying to fall asleep, while he'd scanned the property through the rifle scope. Nick's guess was that Effie was probably in a WITSEC situation of some sort. Bill tapped a knuckle gently on the door before entering. Though it was open, Effie didn't move. Nick smiled in the dark as he took in his friend's striped pajama bottoms. "Don't be jealous," Bill sighed. "You could head to Walmart and get a pair of your own." "Or I could ask my grandpa if he's got spares," Nick said, and went back to the rifle scope. "All this stuff with Norman Driver," Bill said, "and there hasn't been a chance to talk about you." He recounted his and Susan's experience at Dorrich's apartment, the shot in the bathroom wall. Nick told him about the failed attempt to find Master's sister, Danielle, in Providence. Bill stood pondering, watching the still blue night through the window. "If I was Rick Master, and I thought someone was coming for me, I'd tell everyone I knew and loved to keep a low profile, blow out of town for a few weeks." "It was worth a try, though," Nick said. "Yeah, worth a try," Bill yawned. "Maybe tomorrow we can cajole Susan into using her FBI contacts again to see if Master has any properties in his or a relative's name that we don't know about." "It is tomorrow," Nick said after glancing at his watch. "Oh, right. Go to bed, man," Nick said. His friend went to the door, paused, looking toward the stairs to the attic, his and Susan's room. Nick felt a pang of jealousy, and maybe Bill sensed it, because he looked back and jutted his chin at Nick playfully. "Where's Breacher?" "I dropped her at her motel over in Essex," Nick said, refusing to bite. "Something there, maybe?" Bill asked. Nick could see his smile even in the shadow of the hall. "You trying to make my watch feel longer or shorter?" Nick asked. Bill conceded and disappeared, but the damage was done. Nick's thoughts turned to his former teammate and the smell of her body on watch in Afghanistan. He'd never got used to the smell of other men, the desert wind and days hauling equipment without hope of a shower or clean uniforms. Breacher always smelled good. Even when she smelled bad, she smelled good. His fingers moved on their own. He took up his phone and texted, deliberately ignoring the consequences. "Lonely night without you." Nick scolded himself immediately. He had come on too strong. Breacher had been in his life since 2010, and with one text, he saw himself destroying everything they'd ever experienced together. The triumph and trauma of war, their terrible shared sin, the return and the devastating plunge into uncertainty back in the U.S. Could one awkward text push her away after all that? He started and deleted a series of replies. "That wasn't meant to sound. It's just being around you after all this time reminds me of... Sorry, I'm just saying..." With terror in his heart, he watched as 3 bubbles on the screen indicated she was writing back. Her text appeared, and he smiled. "Be right over," it said. Breacher arrived as he was handing his watch back over to Bill. Blessed timing, so he didn't have to explain, excuse, deal with stealthy smiles. He led her in the back door to the kitchen and led her silently to his bedroom. She was sliding her hands up under his shirt before he'd even shut the door behind them. He knew her, every inch of her body. He'd seen her bathing in a river in a ravaged village. He'd heard her crying in the tent in exhaustion and pain. He knew what she was like when she trembled and fought and laughed. But in his bed, she was a complete stranger to him, new and exhilarating. He couldn't tell what was happening behind her eyes as she held him, what thoughts traveled through her mind in the warm, tired moments afterward. She was asleep beside him, one of her legs twisted around his, when he reached over to grab his phone from the nightstand, where it lay beside hers. He was thinking he'd screenshot the "be right over" text. A shrink had told him once that good moments saved, recalled, relived could be momentary oases in his troubled ruminations. The phone buzzed as he touched it. Breacher's screen lit up as a text came through to her phone at the exact same time. It was Master. "You'll regret this. Danielle was my sister. She had nothing to do with this. You're dead. Both of you. Dead." Nick felt a pang of terror rock through his body. He reached over, lifted Breacher's phone, saw the identical message written on her screen. He picked up his phone and Googled Danielle Masters' name. Breacher must have sensed the tension in him because she woke and rolled over sharply. What? What? "It's him. It's Master. What's he say?" Nick passed her phone over and watched her reading the text. He felt the alarms begin to sound inside his brain, louder and louder as the seconds passed. "What does that mean?" Breacher asked. "You tell me what it means," Nick said. "You said when you left me in the car in Providence that you walked around the block and saw no sign of Danielle Master." Breacher frowned at him. "And that was true," she said. Her tone was hard. Nick showed her his screen, the news headline that was the most recent match for Danielle Masters' name. "Homeless woman slain in Providence. Police calling for information." "Says here that she was found murdered in an alleyway last night," Nick said. "Happened around 6, 2 blocks away from the Chapel Street shelter." "Jesus," Breacher said. She took the phone from him and scrolled the story. Nick watched her eyes. They weren't reading, just looking at the story on the screen. "What? What are you saying?" Breacher's voice was rising, her eyes narrowing. "That I left you last night, went and killed Danielle, and then came back to you at the bar and told you I'd found nothing? That you think I killed a person and then went and had dinner with you?" "Don't give me that," Nick said. Don't pretend you didn't kill guys over there and then sleep like a baby right afterward." "Nick, this is crazy," Breacher said. "What are you saying? That this is me? That this whole thing, it's me?" "Maybe," Nick said, his mind reeling. "I don't know." "Maybe it was you," Breacher said quietly. Nick had to push aside the fury and confusion storming in his mind to look at her, to listen to her. "What do you mean?" "Well, you say you have these episodes," she shrugged. "You blank out, do weird things you can't remember doing. Maybe, when I walked away from you at the car, you went for a walk, you found Danielle, and you killed her." Nick's jaw was locked tight. The sheets squeaked as he twisted them in his fists. "Maybe you went to see Dorich," Breacher went on, "and he told you something that made you snap. How do I know?" "Get out," he said. "Nick, don't do this. I'm just saying, we can question this thing to death, but that doesn't help us." She reached for him. "We need to stick together. Get out." Breacher waited. Nick didn't budge. In time, she gathered her things and pulled her clothes on. He watched her slip out the bedroom door into the darkness. Chapter 47. My phone blasted me out of a deep but troubled slumber at 8 a.m. I calculated that I'd had 4 hours' sleep, felt ancient and stiff. I grabbed the phone and answered before I even looked at who was calling. Vinny's gravelly accent was unmistakable. "You're going to want to get down to the Rusty Rabbit right now, Bill." "The what?" I asked. "Diner at the south end of Main Street," Vinny said. I could hear plates clattering and people talking in the background of his call. "Something here you should see." I was approaching the Rusty Rabbit on legs that felt like rubber, my balance and coordination barely holding out, when I saw a truck parked outside with Driver Construction Services written on the side. From Angelica's description, I ID'd the boxy-headed and small-eyed Norman driver almost the second I walked in. He was sitting at the edge of a booth crowded with 2 huge men in construction uniforms, big scuffed boots and sun-scorched caps. They weren't the same guys who had run me and Susan off the road, but they had the same mean, hungry look. They seemed to recognize me, which probably meant Driver had circulated a photograph among his men. Vinny's wheelchair was pulled up to a table across the aisle and was sitting with his elbows splayed over a half-eaten serving of pork ribs. Driver and his guys watched me, their eyes dark with menace, as I took a seat at Vinny's table. "I love this place," Vinny said in greeting, sucking the barbecue sauce off a rib. "Ribs for breakfast. You can't beat it. Great food, great company, huh, fellas?" No one at Driver's table answered. The man who had brought so much fear and rage into my life in the previous 24 hours sat sideways in the booth with one elbow on the table, his shoulders hunched and huge, scarred fingers knitted as his gaze bore into me. "Vinny," I said carefully, "what the hell is this?" "What's it look like? It's 4 guys shooting the shit." Vinny shrugged, a rib in one hand and a slice of toast in the other. "Hey, they ain't your most talkative bunch. They're excellent listeners, though. I was just telling them what they should order from the menu. They're new in town, you see." "Vinny, your buddy's got a hell of a mouth on him," Driver said to me. A weird, unsettling smile was playing about his lips. "Hasn't shut up since he wheeled himself in." "Yeah, well, at least he's messing with someone his own size," I sneered, immediately regretting losing my cool but too furious to reel it in. "I know who you are, Driver. I hope your mother kept your dental records because the police are going to need them to identify you if you ever come by my house again, you piece of—" Driver's guys shot up in their seats. The boss settled them all with a single wave of his hand, like he was controlling well-trained dogs. "Yeah, that's right," I said with a grin that was surely as fake as Driver's. "Not while you're wearing the company logo, boys. In fact, try not to commit any crime at all while you're wearing your work gear. Might get you in the kind of trouble that will haunt you for the rest of your life." Driver's eyes flashed. "Big words," he said to me. "They're not just words, pal," I replied. Vinny was smiling from ear to ear, like a kid watching his favorite pro wrestlers go at it in the ring. Driver's phone began vibrating where it sat on the table. He didn't touch it. The squeal of a toddler in a high chair across the diner brought me to my senses. The room was packed, every table occupied with families and couples enjoying a leisurely Sunday breakfast. The bell above the door jangled as another family squeezed their way in. I had to take a few deep breaths to stop my voice from shaking with anger. "Look," I said, "we're not going to do this here. We're surrounded by innocent people. Vinny, whatever you brought me here to see, I've seen it. We're leaving." "Oh, come on,"